IDNS short form dia, dia punya full name dia adalah I Do Not Sleep.
Tak tidur?
Memang tak tidur. Memang kita orang bersama-sama dulu main rank sama-sama dekat rank waktu tu. Memang berkawan rapat lah dengan orang.
So memang ada sejarah juga lah, pernah main sama-sama.
Memang sangat rapat dengan
bertanding
orang.
sama-sama.
Bertanding bersama-sama dan masa dekat Indonesia waktu tu pun memang kita orang banyak keluar sama-sama pergi makan semua.
Diorang champion?
Diorang champion.
Hebat IDNS.
Betul.
Tapi IDNS ni tim daripada Thailand. Puja tahu tak sekarang adanya MSL tu, MLBB Super League yang baru buka dekat Thailand.
Serius lah?
Serius? Puja ada tak apa-apa macam pendapat untuk scene yang baru dibuka dekat Thailand ni?
Okey, sebenarnya saya happy lah untuk komuniti dekat Thailand sebab diorang dah berpeluang untuk bertanding secara lebih orang kata apa, agresif atau lebih aktif. Dan untuk kawan-kawan saya dekat sana yang mana yang pernah bertanding pada zaman-zaman dulu diminta untuk kembali semula sebab kita orang rindukan IDNS yang lama. Dan of course ada beberapa player masih aktif dan saya mengharapkan diorang terus sukses kat sana lah. Dan ini adalah peluang yang terbaik untuk komuniti Thailand untuk bangkit dan tunjukkan balik kekuatan diorang semasa Messi yang pertama.
Faham. Maksudnya diorang pun ada kehebatan dan kelebihan masing-masing.
Betul, sebab kalau saya rasa diorang lebih ke arah mekanik lah sekarang sebab kita sekarang lebih ke arah makro punya playstyle. Diorang masih start dekat mekanik. So mungkin diorang nak kena improve untuk mekanik untuk makro punya playstyle untuk compete dengan kita orang lah.
Sebab soalan saya yang ketiga, saya nak tanya Kuja, apakah bagi Kuja yang Kuja nampak perbezaan paling ketara di antara playstyle untuk Thailand dan juga Malaysia? Okey,
macam yang saya cakap tadi adalah saya rasa diorang mekanik kita lebih kurang sama sebab bagi saya majoriti mekanik punya user memang tak jauh beza. Cuma makro je yang menentukan macam mana kita nak bawa game plan dan gameplay kita tersendiri. Dan saya rasa Thailand disebabkan dia baru aktif untuk MSL, betul? Untuk season yang pertama, saya rasa diorang kena lebih fokus pada makro untuk nak bersaing dengan region-region yang lain. Dan saya mengharapkan korang sukses.
Okey, tapi kan bila macam Kuja cakap ada tengok kawan, diorang pernah buka liga yang baru. Kuja tahu tak? Ada juga info yang menariknya. Untuk MSL kali ni kan, champion dia kita akan hantar pergi ke wildcard untuk EWC.
Wow, tanya. So directly dapat terus wildcard
Directly dapat. So untuk benda ni sendirilah, adakah Kuja rasa adalah satu benda yang bagus untuk scene diorang dan juga untuk fan diorang secara menyeluruh?
Okey, of course benda ni memang sangat bagus untuk komuniti Thailand seperti saya cakap tadi. Cuma bagi saya lebih happy untuk Mobile Legends sendiri sebab dia telah membuka lagi besar cabang-cabang di serata dunia dan saya mengharapkan lebih banyak lagi negara-negara lain yang terlibat untuk kita besarkan dan kita majukan komuniti ini bersama.
Baik. Itu sahaja daripada saya. Anything nak shout out kepada kawan-kawan IDNS kalau diorang tengah tengok benda ni?
Okey, untuk IDNS yang semua nama ZZ kat belakang, mungkin saya tak ingat sangat lah. Mungkin saya ingat cuma Amzi dan Frame TZ, saya tak ingat lah. Tapi memang kalau tengok muka saya memang kenal. Saya mengharapkan korang comeback. Dan untuk komuniti Thailand, all the best. So sekarang you guys ada platform yang sangat-sangat baik untuk you guys tunjukkan bakat. Dan saya mengharapkan korang terus maju jaya ke hadapan. Dan jumpa di international. Good luck guys, all the best.
Terima kasih Kuja. Itu sahaja daripada saya dan Kuja. Kita jumpa kejap lagi.
Sawadee.
We believe breaking the limits is our key to success. We specializes in sales and merchandising within the gaming and streetwear industries, where we blend the high-energy world of gaming with the cutting-edge style of streetwear. At Toe Dark Culture, we serve corporate service packages, rental or own package.
Adakah takdir mesti telan air mata, selamanya ku takkan di bawah perjalananku sampai ke puncak dalam perjuangan. Bila hati terang menyala, setiap luka jadi kekuatan, pengorbanan yang jauh ujungnya. Sudah tiba masanya melangkah takdir, jalan yang gentir ku tempuh. Bangkit bersama kita juara, membanggakan negara. Kita kawan pentas dunia, Wira Arena. Bangkit bersama kita juara, membanggakan negara. Kerana di hujung cerita, pastinya kita Wira Arena. Kita Wira Arena. Kita Wira Arena.
Blood, sweat and grind, guess we never gon' fade. This that definition of a legend. Every single move that I make, feel it ain't no doubt. Dorang kena aku, I'm a winner. Cuba check gerak-geri aku semua tiptoe macam ballerina. Genggam bara api, biasa berjadi arah. Mimpiku mula menjadi, tiada siapa je yang halang. Kalau bikin hari-hari, benda susah jadi senang. Segala cabaran aku ready, masa depan aku terang.
Sudah tiba masanya, melangkah takdir, jalan yang gentir ku tempuh. Bangkit bersama kita juara, membanggakan negara. Kita kawan pentas dunia, Wira Arena. Bangkit bersama kita juara, membanggakan negara. Kerana di hujung cerita, pastinya kita Wira Arena. Kita Wira Arena. Kita Wira Arena.
Satu hati, satu jiwa, bangkit bersama kita Wira Arena. Yeah. Dari bayang kenyala api, nama kita terpahat di bumi. Yeah.
Bangkit bersama kita juara, membanggakan negara. Kita kawan pentas dunia, Wira Arena. Bangkit bersama kita juara, membanggakan negara. Kerana di hujung cerita, pastinya kita Wira Arena. Kita Wira Arena. Kita Wira Arena. Adakah takdir mesti telan air mata, selamanya ku takkan di bawah perjalananku sampai ke puncak dalam perjuangan. Bila hati terang menyala, setiap luka jadi kekuatan, pengorbanan yang jauh ujungnya. Sudah tiba masanya, melangkah takdir, jalan yang gentir ku tempuh. Bangkit bersama kita juara, membanggakan negara.
MPL Malaysia Season 17 is powered by Moonton. Presented by Celcom DG. Power up now with Celcom DG Prepaid 5G. Climb to mythical immortal with unlimited 5G power, uncapped hyperspeed and endless entertainment. Celcom DG Prepaid 5G. Limitless. Made for Gen now. Infinix Note 60 Pro. It's note what you think. With Snapdragon 7S Gen 4 plus 3D Ice Core Vapor Chamber cooling, active matrix display, and 90-watt wired plus 30-watt wireless charge. Grab your Infinix Note 60 Pro. Available now at Infinix Official Store or TikTok Shop Infinix Malaysia. Official food delivery Grab. Definitely focused when full. When people is hungry, they lose focus. Then, they will have bad aim or bad performance during the game time. Hence, order from Grab Food to stay focused. Cultured by Todak. Get MPL Malaysia's official merch at Todak's booth or buy online at store.todak.com. MPL Malaysia is now cultured by Todak. Official motorcycle partner, Yamaha. Official content partner, Media Prima. Official streaming partner, Tauntaun. Our strategic partner, Ferry. TNT Co. Obspot. Quill City Mall. Supported by KBS, ESI, Rakan Muda, MESF.
It's finally time for MPL Malaysia to catch up with the rest and stand on our own two legs. Because it's time for the second leg of the regular season, ladies and gentlemen. The first time in a very long time, these teams will be able to experience a double round robin, which means it is going to be rematches galore. And even more so, we got plenty of new faces joining the roster after the recent transfer period. This is a day you don't want to miss. So I'm very happy to see you all joining us here today online and in the venue as well. You're watching the English desk for the MPL Malaysia Season 17 Week 5 Day 1 English broadcast. My name is Stafa and I am joined by Husky today.
It is going to be quite a refreshing start. I think a reset, if some might call it, for MPL Malaysia. Simply because we have just closed our transfer window and this is one of the biggest transfer period we have seen in MPL NY in a long time, and you probably caught a sneak peek of some of the latest additions to the MPL League. Fabian being one of it. It's been teased left, right and center, but he's just a small piece of the pie of what we can offer you today.
Yeah, we got so much stuff for you guys. Just like the usual redemption code already at the bottom of the screen right there. Use the code in your game or you can scan the QR code for convenience and you guys can get a free Ice Talent carry skin. If you guys haven't grabbed this by now, make sure you do so.
Yeah, we got, again, this is going to be quite exciting because that also means that the teams get to have their rematch, right? Some teams are looking for a 2-0 record in a head-to-head. Some teams are looking to take revenge. And for today's matches, plenty of revenge arcs are lined up.
And allowing all of it to happen is of course none other than Celcom DG. Power up now with Celcom DG. Prepaid 5G power pass. Go limitless with unlimited 5G power and uncapped hyperspeed made for Gen now.
If you want access to the closest possible magnitude of what Gojo Satoru is capable of with his domain expansion, this is it, Celcom DG. Again, limitless. You don't get that anywhere else.
Yup, and if you guys want to go unlimited, if you guys want to make sure your ranking experience is the best possible, you guys should definitely jump on that right now. Just like you guys should also jump on the brand new 4v4 arcade mode, the Frozen Sea Showdown, the ultimate playground for all of you hook lovers out there. No complicated farming needed. The more takedowns you get, the stronger you become. With only 5 minutes of match and packed with non-stop action from start to finish, are you guys ready to show us what you've got? It's only available for a limited time from the 23rd of April to the 6th of May, which is not very far. So if you guys haven't tried it out yet, now is the time.
Yep, the last week to run into wild hookers on the loose and become the best hooker yourself. This is it. Actually, have you tried this mode?
I actually haven't.
You haven't? I've tried it like few times, including times. Pretty fun, you know. I like the mechanic where you can just hook everyone in the same line. Although I hope that is never implemented in the actual game because that would be game breaking.
I mean, we have Mincetar.
We do have Mincetar. We actually went through like a whole brainstorming session last week on broadcast
Okay.
on how to make Mitsuta relevant. And I think we just ended up creating a hero that has already existed. So gotta go back to the drawing board.
Well, you never know, right? We already have some changes in heroes that we saw in the previous patch this week as well. Glue returns to the roster.
Yes.
I believe we have Aulus available as well, newly revamped Aulus. I don't think we'll be seeing him picked, but we never really know, right?
Yep, and of course, this is a quick recap of what has transpired in the Leg 1 of the regular season. Just a very simple graphic to help you understand where the teams are in their development. Obviously, SRG, they started with a 1-game loss against Team Ray. That's why they ended week 1 in second place. But afterwards, it's just a constant rise and maintenance in the first place. Team Flash and AC, unfortunately, at the bottom. Team Ray is the one that has really shown growth. Last in week 1, 5th in week 2 and 3, and then ending the first leg in second place.
Definitely not what we would have expected after their performance in week number 1. And we still got 4 more weeks of the regular season to go. So these rankings, these standings could still shift up in ways that we could never predict, especially with all the transfers coming in. Dynamics will change, but the first leg of the regular season has already surprised us, and I hope you guys are prepared for even more surprises coming your way.
Yeah, if your power ranking is still the same as when the league started, you might want to reconsider, or you could trust the process that some of these teams have opted to go for. And one of it, it's going to be going up in our first series later on. AC Esports, they've been one of the teams that has been touted as the top contender, but so far they're only top if you reverse the standings. They got another new transfer, and in fact they're the team that has a transfer every single week. Started with Aaron Shiki, and then Valence, and now Fabian.
They've been trying very hard to try and overcome the things that have happened. We got some highlights for you guys throughout leg 1 of the regular season, and there's just been really exciting stuff happening everywhere, right?
Yep, and this one was from week 2, was Vamos against IG. Also another series that is very important because it's happening in this to close out today's matches. It's quite a weird one, right? You were there on scene watching this best of 3 happen.
Here we also have Hazel being completely ganked up in the top lane. We've seen pretty impressive progress from Invictus Gaming, pretty stable team thus far. Team Vamos a little bit up and down, but have definitely shown what they're capable of more than once, especially with that late game base defense to keep themselves in it.
Yeah, and this series, if I remember correctly, ended with a 2-1 in favor of IG, but it definitely felt like there's more to be desired, right? The teams are still trying to get the bearings, and it kind of gave us a conclusion that in games that Vamos sort of dropped, it really just came down to very minute differences. But then towards the end of week 4, I'm not that sure anymore because Team Ray was able to dominate them 2-0.
Yeah, it's been weird, I think we can say for sure, because a lot of us thought, okay, this is what the season might look like after week 1, and we knew that things would probably change, but not to the extent that it actually has. Right, I've done my power rankings. They are very different looking between week 2 and week 4. And I wouldn't be surprised if they end up even more different looking going into week 6 and week 8, at which point we will officially know which teams make it to the playoffs.
At least we know that a constant is basically AC and Team Flash, both at the bottom, 7th and 8th place, tied for last and looking to go further, right? They brought in additions. We talk about Fabian being added onto the AC roster, but Team Flash, they got us Pops back.
We got the return of Coach Pops to the stage. Now, unfortunately, he does have some personal matters, so he's not going to be here physically for today. I think he'll be here tomorrow, but he has already joined with Team Flash. He's already been working things out behind the scenes, and I hope that his impact will be able to help this team because they need it.
Yeah, they 100% do. They needed someone that can give them direction. They not just coach Pops, but there are also some changes to some of the players, which you guys will see later on in the full lineup. AC, again, they have invested a lot, right? They basically brought in almost a copy of like TL Malaysia. Widdy now is out of the roster, but Widdy joined RQ Tora, so many things are happening.
Fabian coming in as well. It's been a while since he's played in the MPL stage, so one worry that I think a lot of us may have, will he go down the same path as his former teammates like Aaron, like Widdy, who we thought were going to be big hype additions to AC Esports who would completely change how this team would play the game, and they're not really doing that.
Yeah, at least not for now, right? Like they need to stick true to the model of the game changes, and I think today we get another taste test, right? Feels like a team that's constantly R&Ding their recipe, trying to give us a taste test every time, and they are, respect to them. They are putting in the effort. They're putting in the cash to do it as well. But the results needs to be reflected from this week onwards because we only have 4 more weeks to go.
I mean, it creates a bit of a question, right? Yes, you're getting a bunch of new players, but is that really the right approach, right? Are these the right choices that this team are making? I guess we'll find out, right? We actually interviewed Aaron and Fabian, so let's see what they had to say.
Hey guys, selamat datang ke leg kedua MPL Malaysia musim ke-17. And sekarang ni, sebelum kita mulakan game pertama untuk leg kedua ni, Rose actually nak borak sedikit dengan kita punya boys daripada AC. Kita ada Aaron Chigi dan juga Fabian.
Yes, hello.
Kita macam tengah buat vlog
Yeah.
How are you guys?
I'm good. Doing good. Fine.
They're good, they're fine. Of course, Fabian, welcome to MPL MY.
Thank you.
Okay ke?
Okay.
Happy?
Happy tu.
Okay.
Sampai lagi happy.
Okay, Rose actually nak tanya sedikit soalan. Di mana kita tahu Fabian dan juga Aaron agak lama tak main bersama di atas pentas. So, apa perasaan akhirnya kembali ke atas pentas untuk main bersama-sama dengan kawan?
Perasaan aku sih cukup bangga, cukup senang karena pada akhirnya yaitu duo Larva is back.
Ya,
duo
setuju.
yang paling menggemparkan di MPL ID
Setuju.
season lepas akhirnya kembali bermain di MPL Malaysia season 17 kali ini, guys.
Setuju.
Bergegar nanti pentas, betul tak?
Walaupun kita ditinggalin Widi.
Ya, kita tinggal
Sorry Widi.
ya.
Tunggu lo ya, Wid.
Okay, we will see you soon, Widi. And of course, selepas Fabian masuk ke AC Esports, apa sebenarnya perubahan yang paling besar yang berlaku?
Sebenarnya perubahan yang paling besar itu dari segi meja latihan aja sih. Karena badannya besar banget, jadi kayak agak sempit gitu sekarang. Kayak makan ruang banget, Fabian. Itu doang sih.
Oke.
You rasa tu ke perubahan yang paling besar di AC?
Setuju juga.
Kenapa setuju?
Karena badan saya besar.
Guys, bukan Rose yang cakap ya.
Ya, tak apalah.
Tak
Saya
apa.
yang cakap.
Okay, now Fabian. Kalau kita nak cakap tentang jungler-jungler di MPL MY, and ini bukan pertama kali Fabian main di Malaysia sebab dulu M6 ada kat sini dan ada tournament-tournament lain juga kan?
Ya, betul.
So, sekarang ni, apa Fabian rasa tentang competitiveness dekat MPL Malaysia kalau kita borak pasal jungler?
Kalau buat jungler sih, yang saya lihat tuh mereka pada padu sangat lah ya. Soalnya, ya bagus sih. Retri jago, junglingnya oke. Jadi saya rasa kat sini, kat Malai ni, jungler-jungler berpotensi lah.
Berpotensi. Now, ramai orang juga cakap tentang Fabian dah lama tak main competitive scene, betul?
Betul.
So, macam mana Fabian expect untuk lawan jungler-jungler yang kita ada? Adakah you boleh bagi saingan yang terbaik untuk leg kedua?
Itu dah pasti. Karena saya tak main lama pun juga tetap masih jago.
Betul ke?
Betul, padu. Gameplay padu. Hati orang.
Hati.
I rasa yang kita kena hati-hati adalah Fabian punya signature pose. Apa kata Fabian buat satu signature pose Fabian sebelum kita throw it to the game? Ready? 1, 2, 3. Oi, kita punya Sigma jungler is back. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good luck untuk perlawanan pertama Fabian di MPL MY. With that, mari let's show it back to the casters untuk memulakan perlawanan ini.
It is certainly nice to see the return of that classic TLID energy now on Malaysian soil. A little sad that Witty doesn't get to join them, but I do think that Fabian's introduction could bring an interesting energy to AC.
Yeah, the one thing that we mentioned about AC is that they feel too mellow, right? You needed someone to shake things up, right? Someone to break the rules for them. We started with Aaron Shiki, and then now we have Valence, and I think Valence's addition last week actually showed us what they are actually more capable of, right? There were definitely improvements in the gameplay. Now, maybe Fabian is the final piece of the puzzle, but they're up against one of the teams who are also struggling to find their footing.
We got Team Flash on the screen right now with SkyZ, Zorn, Kurt, TZ, and a brand new but old face Rival taking up his position in the main roster alongside Adamir, which means that we are not going to be seeing Hades on the field today.
Yeah, no Hades, no Diablo. It's another change that feels like what AC is going through right now, right? Both struggling rosters, struggling to find the quickest banding solution. I actually talked to our good friend Justin or Aris from Singapore, and he was like, this roster from the beginning felt forced, felt that it was put together forcefully, and that's why you saw the lack of chemistry, barring the fact that Kurt, Hades, and Diablo were once on the same team. But now another question that arises is, how is Kurt going to gel with the rest, right? He has not played with any of them except for SkyZ.
Yeah, and Rival and Adamir both have not really been on the MPL stage for a while, though the same sentiment could be said for some of the players over here. Aaron, Shiki, Valence, Izanami, Fabian, and Momo make up AC Esports.
Yeah, and this, I could see this as an alternate TL jersey, like the away jersey, where instead of white is black.
True.
Right? We got, again, another addition, one of the horsemen from previously TLID joining here, but I mean, even in the perfect world, sadly, we won't be able to see all three of them on stage due to the league rules. So Fabian and Aaron is the best we got, but they were also the one that brought TLID to the historical run back in MPL ID in Season 14.
Indeed, and even taking down SRG during M6. That is a scar that we will forever bear. And we'll see if these players can continue to dig into the wound, because they should bring a little bit of additional aggression, which should pair well with Valence and really bring some life that AC Esports needs, since the team has a tendency to play slightly passively. Regardless though, we've seen the players. It's time to watch them walk up on stage for our very first match of Leg 2. Ladies and gentlemen, let's bring them up. After weeks at the bottom, changes have been made. Rival stepping in as the starting jungler alongside a new head coach. Can this be a flashpoint for a turnaround? It's time to shine! It's Team Flash!
Rival's last MPL Malaysia season appearance was Season 14, more than a year ago. Can he shake off the rust? We're about to find out. Losses have been stacking, but so have the changes. Now another horseman arrives. Fabian joins the lineup, reuniting with Aaron Shiki, a duo that once turned a season around. Can they spark that same comeback here? There's only one way to find out. Get ready to combo up. It's AC Esports.
We got brand new faces, we got brand new blood. Will this be the energy that this team needs? Will Fabian jolt the mid trio of AC? Well, one thing's for sure, the brains behind the operations remain constant. We got the coaches of both teams walking up on stage alongside our head of League Ops Franklin to ensure every game runs fairly and smoothly. On the side of Team Flash, we have head coach Ranse. And for side of AC, we got head coach Adi and assistant coach Long.
Let's keep it going with fist bumps between the teams. A true sign of professionalism. This is how we roll. This is Malaysia sportsmanship. This is MPL Malaysia. It's my time, my era. Time to rock and roll. The bottom two trying to find a way out.
It's the beginning of the second half of the regular season, which means that these two teams still sitting at the bottom of the rankings will need points desperately in order to qualify their way into the playoffs. They still have an opportunity. A longer season provides a little bit more leeway than before, but will the changes we see on stage now be the solution they've been looking for?
We've talked about the similarities between both squads, making transfer after transfer, week after week. It feels like you know, you go to an arcade game and then it offers you extra life every time you fail, and they just blew all of it, right? There's technically no more second chances. this is the second chance. Every single loss from this point onwards is going to hurt them more and more. And not to mention, just based on their season calendar for the second leg, it is going to be a rough one.
It's going to be difficult. It's not just the games as well. They've technically spent all of their lives in terms of transfers as well. There is a limit to how many people you can bring in. But we have a quote from Coach Adi who says, "Trust the process. Our progress hasn't been great, but all we can do is trust the process. We added Fabian because we wanted more shot callers in the team. And after bringing in Aaron Shiki and Valence, it felt like there was progress and that our journey had reset. With the addition of Fabian, it's all about how we can bounce back even stronger."
And I think it is definitely reflected from the addition of Aaron Shiki. The energy did change a little bit, but I think Valence was the one that had the biggest impact so far. Even in their Week 4 series, sure, they lost, but it felt like they were putting up more of a fight. There were a lot more initiatives, and unfortunately, they had to play against SRG. But it made me feel like maybe against Team Flash, we might get to see the full potential of what this roster can bring.
And remember, that was not long after Valence joined the lineup as well.
Yeah.
So not a lot of time spent properly gelling with the team. Now he's had an extra week to prepare, though the same can't really be said for Fabian. So a lot of things are still up in the air, but I'm hoping to see a more complete AC Esports with more aggression, because they do have more shot callers now, and they're known for wanting to take the game really fast.
Yep, and Fabian and Valence are the two players that are capable of taking the game fast and really speed up the pace, because one of the quirks that AC has is that they tend to be a bit safe. They tend to slow down even with a lead. Not Fabian. We know Fabian likes to push the envelope, and he has Valence to back him up.
One of the Sigma junglers of M6 after all. It's good to see him here. Now, let us talk a little bit about the mid laners. We've got Kurteezy for Flash versus Izanami for AC. In terms of average KDA, Izanami wins out slightly, DPM as well. Kurteezy is in a bit of a curious place, because we know that he can play pretty unusual heroes, and he has tried to pull them out from time to time, but there's also been some really weird calls made.
Yep, they both, funnily enough, almost look the same, but they almost have the same hero pool as well, barring the fact that Izanami doesn't play the Martis mid. But I agree, I think there were some weird decisions from Kurteezy from time to time so far in the first leg, but I would like to believe it was also just the lack of communication within the team, right? Because sometimes you see the players, they autopilot, like Hades against Team Ray was a very good example. And hopefully with Rival returning to the scene and Pops working alongside these players for week number 5, there will be a bit more of that order. And Adamir is also there, so I'm pretty sure Adamir can whip them into shape.
I think we do have to give a bit of a highlight on Rival as well, right? Compared to Fabian, who's been mainly sitting on the bench, and Adamir, who has been playing as a coach, Rival has actually been active in the MAL scene. He's not been completely out of the game for a while, and he's been doing pretty okay down in the Academy League. So seeing him return to this stage is exciting. We all know him as one of the Chiku proteges as well. Most of them have been doing well for themselves these past few seasons. Could this be a sign of a regrowth from this guy?
It's also a good time for him to redeem himself as well, because his last season with MPL, they actually ended up getting relegated. So definitely not a chapter that he wants to close his books on. So this could be a good redemption arc. Though I would say smurfing in MAL is a very different experience. Like he's been crushing it there.
We have seen plenty of MAL teams make it up into MPL the past couple seasons, and you can tell that they are fishes out of water. It is such a different feel on this main stage. The quality of games is a lot higher compared to what we've seen. So hopefully there's been enough time for Rival to acclimate. He was actually brought in along with Zorn. He is not a new transfer for anyone who is wondering. It's just that he's only been played now. Let's hope it's the right timing.
Yeah. And I think, now that majority of the team actually, I feel like they might be on the same page even more now, because one of the problems that they ran into was the language, right? How do they come with one another? Obviously, there's Kurteezy who would struggle with Barca a little bit more, but I think in terms of the team being a little more uniform with their calls, that is something that we can look forward to.
Yeah, with Zorn and Rival part of the lineup now, Flash will probably communicate mostly in Malay, because we know Adamir does speak the language a little bit as well, which might put Curtizi in a bit of an odd spot. But we cannot say that for certain, right? Especially since they have Coach Pavs now. Again, not on stage. He has things to do today, but he has been with the team. So what kind of preparations would he have made?
Yeah. The one thing I think what is very important for players who get imported or play in a different region, we've seen it for like Savero, for example, right? He learned Tagalog pretty fast. Kyrie basically speaks like an Indonesian now.
Yep.
So you don't have to really be, tip-top with the language, but I think basic communication is mandatory, right? Like understanding simple calls is what's going to really help you gel with the team. I know we heard that on Team Flash, at least prior to week 5, in 10 situations, the players are allowed to communicate in their native tongue, and that probably also ended up bringing some splits in tough situations.
I feel like that's a rule that's made out of necessity, though, because who is not going to revert to their native tongue in like those high-pressure, intense situations? I'm sure all of us, when we're playing MLBB, we probably start pulling out expletives in our own native language.
Expletives aside, I think that one is what do you call that? Isolated case. We do ask for your patience as we trying to make sure that everything is in the optimal shape, especially for the start of League 2. We want to make sure that you guys get the best viewing experience and the players get the best playing experience, especially some of them are playing for the first time.
Okay, now since we have a bit of time, let's switch the topic a little bit from the teams and the players to the metas, right? I kind of wonder if we're going to see heroes like Aulus making an appearance. Oh wait, hold on. We got a question on screen first before we shift topics, where we want to ask you guys watching right now, can Fabian and Aaron Shiki repeat their TLID Season 14 run with AC? Scan the QR code and let us know your answer.
Dang, right out of the gate with the hot question. I think it's fair to say a lot of people would probably go for B, right? Because, the TLID roster and this AC roster, there are some differences to it in terms of what the players and the tendencies, right? We're comparing, if we're making direct comparison, we're comparing Valence with Widdy, we're comparing Momo with Aran, Izanami with Heskill. So I think B makes the most sense, it's a 5-man team game.
I mean, that's you from a caster's perspective.
That's
though,
true,
right?
that's
With all the analysis and everything. I feel like there's a lot of people out there who will see these two players, especially if they were fans of that TLID playstyle, and think like, oh yes, definitely, they are the key to AC success.
A part of me wishes that isn't the case. Because if they are the key to AC success, then people are going to dog on our local teams. We can't let that be the case.
Well, we hope not.
I mean, I say that, but then we have SRG, so it's
yeah. As long as SRG is around, there will always be a Malaysian presence, no matter what happens here. But yeah, I do think that Fabian and Aaron together could have an impact. They're playing very important positions, core positions that could clutch out the team. But again, they have just joined fairly recently, and I can't say for certain if it's going to be enough. I guess we'll find out, because we are now jumping into the draft.
If this hasn't been said yet, happy Labour's Day to everyone out there. Except for us. I never knew Labour's Day means that we are actually labourers, but
we're labouring.
That's how it is. Keep the show
That's
going.
the name of the day, right?
That's the name of the day.
That's what I was told, I think.
Oh yeah, I did. Because it didn't affect me, so I was like, wait, you have a holiday today? Not me, I thought Labour's Day is supposed to be work day. Okay, broken walls for game 1. So Fanny, Marcel, Freya, Zusin. Now that Glue is back in the equation.
Yep.
I wonder how that would affect the draft.
I think there were definitely teams that were affected by the absence of Glue in the draft last week. So we should see some shifts just based on that hero returning to the roster. We don't know whether Aulus revamped is meta pick worthy. For me personally, not really. But could be a niche pickup for certain players.
We know that Rival plays fighter junglers as well. Alpha was one of his top performing heroes back then. So who knows, maybe if he wants to bring up the Aulus, he can style on people. I mean, it's a pretty cool mechanic, CC immunity for 2 seconds on a basic ability. I don't remember much heroes having that. Maybe Martis is one of it.
Yeah, but even Martis has some interesting quirks to his CC immunity, so that is one of the plus points, but I think it is less likely to show up now that the Baxia has been locked in. Most likely going to be jungle. I remember when Rival was playing actively in MPL, that was when tank jungling was at its peak.
Yep.
So he also played quite a good amount of Baxia, and Fredrin should be quite comfortable for him.
But he go off to go for the Cho and the Suyo opening. So taking the Cho away from Zorn, but not only that, Balance loves heroes that can do quick sets and play fast. So Cho is one of his signature. Harif is also a hero that is worth paying attention to because it's so busted.
I'm actually surprised we haven't seen a Harif yet. I think this would probably be the best place to lock it in.
I feel like if there's a player I entrust the Harif with, I'm definitely looking at Aaron Shiki a lot more than SkyZ.
Aaron Shiki also has a tendency to lean to the Moskov. Now we have a player fun fact about Fabian. He was apparently the first player to win both MPL ID regular season MVP and Rookie of the Year in the same season.
Exactly. I remember when Innocent debuted in MPL MY, he also got all the awards, but just not a rookie. The Glue and Quad comes out for Flash, so this Glue still very big, very open pick here. It could be Adamir, it could be Zorn. Like you said, Aaron Shiki gets his mask off.
So no Harif making an appearance at all here, which is a shock because that hero is ridiculous right now, but neither team wanting to prioritize it. Having a Glue and Baxia frontline means that Flash is already going to be quite solid early on, very difficult for anyone to burst this down. So if they want to play for the Claude scaling, it is very possible.
But I also understand why the Moskov comes through. It's slightly easier to maneuver around the Claude and the Glue compared to the Harith. You have that split potential, which is something that Aaron Shiki, not just Aaron Shiki, but the first 3 picks of the draft is pretty good at in just playing around the map. They're incredibly mobile. And not to mention, this is broken walls too.
The Valentina gonna be banned out. This would automatically make people think that AC wants to play the Sora.
Oh.
But I am anticipating a Faramis here, because Valentina is also a Pharah counter. The Hellcurt ban though is pretty interesting.
Yeah. Wow, they're reading so deep into it. Do they really think that Zorn is gonna bring out a Hellcurt?
It's not impossible. He's done it. He's comfortable with it.
That is true.
And they've got tank jungle and the Glue.
That is true.
It would be the game to play a damage roam.
That is insane. I mean, Adi did his homework, that's for sure. You think it was Adi, or is it Valence who was like, hey coach, this guy plays Hellcurt?
Either way is possible.
I wonder if the Phovis, I don't think they'll ban the Phovis because they have the Glue and Baxter anyways. I'm looking at the Sora, but then again, Phovis is an option for Flash. So Flash is not too bad so far with this draft. Banning out the Uranus, so they are putting themselves in a advantageous XP position.
Yeah, they want to try and make AC pick an EXP lane first and not give them easy options like the Uranus or Terizla. So forcing out things like the Phoveus, like the Sora, which have more evident counters. Now again, I think the Faramis is a possibility. We've already seen it being played once, the hard counter, the Glue. And AC still hasn't locked in their mid lane. With the Valentina out of the picture, that is a very real possibility.
But then into a Claude, you might have to reconsider it, right? The Claude Blazing Duet is incredibly good against the Faramis. So they're gonna take the Alice first just to be safe. So regardless of what Flash puts in the XP lane, at least Momo will have a stable lane.
So they are picking up the Alice just in case the Glue does go EXP, and it's not too bad against the Glue roam as well. But it means that if the Glue is roam, Flash now have the opportunity to counterplay the Alice in the EXP lane. We have seen recent buffs to heroes like the Diroth, which would be quite good at handling her, and is something you could afford to lean to since you already have enough bulk on your side, but I'm not sure if it's something Adamir would want.
Yep. Diroth is also, unironically, an insane counter to Glue. He just absolutely rips through his health bar. No spot for that though for AC in game 1. The Arlet will be the pick for Adamir, one of the Adamir Classic, and a Zertian for Kurt.
Pretty standard lineup from Flash. Good bulk, good setup, good damage. Though a lot of that is going to come through the mid to late game. So they're attempting to win out early game purely through sustain, which can work. We've already seen teams like IG especially go for this kind of strat.
That leaves up the mid laner for AC. I feel like Faramis is out of question because there's this way too many answers to the Nether Realm, but you still have the Eve with his open. Not the best option, of course. Farsa is still up.
Things like Lilia,
The Lilia,
or
yeah.
Valir are also not bad. Lilia is probably more likely.
Good against the Glue Baxia and the Arlet.
Let's see what it's gonna be. It is
Wow!
the Faramis.
They still go for Faramis? That is insane.
It's risky. It's very good against Glue, but as you pointed out, there's a lot of counterplay to it. In fact, the last 2 picks from Flash were probably locked in specifically with the Nether Realm in mind, since a group up would do wonders for the final slash or the Zertian ult. AC is just accepting that risk.
Wow, the first time we saw Faramis was by Team Ray, and it worked wonders, but that game there were lesser answers to the Nether Realm, right? Like Martisi could easily just pop the Nether Realm without any risk of going down, but this one, Izanami needs a clean game on the Faramis. Timing is going to be important.
Looking at the lineups for one final time, we got Purifies on both for the marksmen, but Flickers otherwise all the way through. It's gonna be a lot about counterplay, and I'm eager to see what kind of switch-ups these new faces have brought to the rosters of the 2 bottom squads. It's time, ladies and gentlemen, let us jump into the Land of Dawn for the very first game of leg number 2.
Team Flash and AC Esports. Flash on the blue side, AC on red. We will be on Broken Walls for game 1. And of course, the most pressing question is also how fast is AC going to become, right? With the addition of Fabian, or I would say level 1, incredibly strong. Zorn forced to flicker to safety.
A little bit disrespectful from Zorn there. Yes, you don't have your split yet, but you will still not win damage-wise against a Cho at level 1. So a small win in the mid lane for AC already.
Yep, the Ghostbusters on top of the minion wave too, so Zorn eating a lot more punishment than he usually would have. They are going to bring in a rival, but sadly, the pathing from Fabian has already secured him the Little Wanderer, so there's going to be no threat to AC Esports Temple.
Looking at the emblems as well, we're going to have the Master Assassin on both marksmen, so we should expect to see a lot of solo play happening from both SkyZ and Aaron, since these are very good split-pushing marksmen regardless. We have a little bit of a fun activity for you guys to join as well. If you guys are watching at TikTok, at MPLMY, we actually have a vote happening where you can tell us which team you think will get the first Lord.
Okay, that is going to sting for Kurt because he wasn't able to blow up the wave, and Izanami plus balance zoned him out. So I think he missed out like 3 minions. That is going to hurt that level 4, and this turtle contest will be at a disadvantage for Team Flash. The XP, I believe, given over to Curtisi to compensate for that, but even still, even then, this wave take might not be enough.
The good thing for Team Flash is that they're not as dependent on Zorn's level 4 though. Since he is a glue, he will still be annoying enough early on without it. AC Esports holding on to a slight gold lead. Rival's gonna be on the turtle first. Now we talked that. Oh, hold on.
Oh, Zorn's gonna jump on Fabian, and that's gonna be first blood. Pretty straightforward there from AC. They don't need to put in too much effort. Rival is gonna go down as well. 3 bodies drop for Team Flash and AC on the turtle.
And this is why you respect the Faramis regardless. Zorn disappeared. He literally disintegrated in a single spell, and the rest of his team was a bit of collateral to that as well. Triple kill early for AC is the worst thing Team Flash could want, because they're intending to survive. The glue and the Baxia need to be somewhat even in gold to make sure that they're tanky enough to survive these team fights, and the further behind they fall, the less opportunity Kurt and SkyZ will have to scale.
Not only that, the immortal form of the Suyo Soul Sever is pretty darn good against the glue early on, so he basically got hit by 2 nukes in a fraction of a second. That not only gives AC Esports, you know, a 2.1k gold lead, which is incredibly massive, 3 minutes in, but it also means that any objective contest from this point onwards is lost to Team Flash.
Gonna try and engage on balance down here, but do they have the damage? I don't think so.
I highly doubt so.
They're just gonna have to back it off, which means that with a Glue Baxia mid duo, you have lost early game River Prio, which is bad. Baxia needs to be winning River Prio. That's the whole reason you pick this hero. The ideal is you get a lead, you start roaming, ganking, affecting lanes, secured first turtle, start invading with your team. they're not able to hit those timings anymore. AC Esports will become very strong by the mid game.
Good lord, Izanami has already gotten himself a what do you call it? The glowing wand.
Oh, he is rich. He's actually at the same level of gold as Fabian now that I'm looking at it. That is impressive.
Now they spot Fabian. And Zorn gets kicked back by Balance. Good final slash and a counter engage, but a counter engage there from Izanami. The NetherRealm doing a lot more work than Team Flash can handle.
Really nice Throne of Ruin there from Momo as well. Sets things up perfectly. At this point, it is clear Team Flash cannot fight. They should not fight. But at the same time, this is a lineup that is meant to play slowly. That's supposed to open up the map and use information, and they can't.
Yep, and Adamir. Don't think he can run away from this one. The Vengeance uses was good, but he is pulled back by Izanami. And a 5th kill for AC. 2nd for Fabian. Aaron easily survives. I guess this attempt in the bottom lane. 2nd turret will be lost.
We were wondering if Fabian's introduction would bring a new coat of paint to AC Esports, and right now they are looking shiny and fresh. Suyo already plays very fast early, especially with a snowball lead, and he is already out jungling rival by quite a notable extent. Zorn is not able to match Valence's pace on the roam as well.
Yeah.
And with no early game burst damage to play around, Team Flash has the hope that AC doesn't pile on the pressure.
An attempt onto Valence. Valence gonna get jumped on by Adamir. Final slash, easily dodged by the flicker, and now Adamir is dead.
Well played. That was literally just an outplay. You can't explain it any other way than that. The dodge on the final slash, and then Adamir maybe overcommitting with the Vengeance, thinking, hey, I can continue. Then getting dragged under the tower. Things are going from bad to worse, and we were really hoping that Team Flash would show something different with the new additions, but I'm just seeing what I saw last week.
Adamir is broke, man. He's 0-3. He's the same net worth as Zorn. And he even committed to a Fury Hammer first item for the extra base damage, which now doesn't provide any value. And yeah, Zorn gotta get away. Those. Ooh la la. How much damage did he took from that? That's almost half his health bar.
Not quite. Actually, it's more of a quarter. But still painful, especially since Glue normally tanks a lot more than that. We can look at the net worth difference now. Fabian, nearly 2,000 gold ahead of rival. Again, Baxia needs to be somewhat even by the mid game. Otherwise, he loses all value. And Valence is still continuing to annoy him. Zorn is not able to match the pressure. There's not much... Oh!
Wow, Fabian almost solo kills SkyZ, brings out his Purify, and Zorn, he's gonna die here. Yeah, there's no way out of this one. Giving it over to Fabian on a killing spree now, and the 3rd turtle spawning top side.
Just overly risky positioning from Zorn there. Yes, you want to back up your marksman, but surely you can cut through your own jungle to do that, rather than walking in front of the entire enemy team. Flash is just looking like a mess. They have lost their direction. The game plan is not working. The only way this game goes in their favor is if it somehow lasts until 20 minutes long.
Yep.
Which would be possible with previous AC. But now that Fabian is here, I'm expecting them to aim to close it out by 15 minutes.
Honestly, if we get to 20 minutes, this Zetian could actually be a problem.
It could. The Claw too.
The Claw too, yeah. But by the looks of it, it's highly unlikely as Aaron Shiki has completed his golden staff. Now,
if AC goes back to the same habits of not ending the game when they have the lead, I have some words.
If AC loses this, it will be one of the greatest throws in MPL MY.
And we've seen a lot of those this season.
We have seen. Which one is more forgivable? Getting backdoored or throwing a 7k goal lead?
Backdoored. Because I hate backdoor plays. And I understand that sometimes you just can't really handle them. You know, maybe you have a team fight comp, you get backdoored, it's like, okay, you know what? Understandable. Could have arranged the waves a bit better, but sometimes it's too difficult. If you're ahead by this much gold and you throw, yeah, that's a problem.
I think Kurt should still have his the Cloak of the Empress. At least can avoid one flicker kick attempt. But that's 2 bottom turrets taken out by Aaron Shiki alone. And that's what the Moskov excels at. When you are this far ahead, Moskov can do whatever he wants. And Momo, he just zones Zorn out of his own jungle. Valence still looking for a kick. This time finds Curtizi. A good NetherRealm keeps Valence alive, and Fabian just kills Curtizi off. Rival looking to get out of there. Flicker forward from Zon, sticking onto Momo. Can they at least get one? Mid turret goes down. Skyzen tries to fight. Momo goes down. Rival getting hooked on by Izanami, but the pull doesn't come through as Skyzen walks away with a double kill.
That is not ideal for AC. You just gave a double kill, including Fabian's 4-0 shutdown to SkyZ of all people. Basically the last person you want getting that. It's still not a very notable gold swing, but it's going to be a pretty big impact. One unfortunate thing is that the tower survived on 1 HP for longer than AC wanted, which meant that they had to spend extra time to deal with it. I do think it's a bit of a mistake for them to try and dive as deep as this, but considering their lead, it's okay. Fabian should not have done that, though. That is the big question mark for me.
They also got hit by the Fury of the Phoenix, which broke all the Nether Realm and stalled out the fight to give Team Flash a bit of, space for Skies to start hitting. Again, that is their one-up life. I think they still have one more. With this Lord, it will again extend that advantage as they already took care of all the side lane turrets. So it's not a throw just yet, but definitely a premonition to what could go wrong and what can allow Team Flash to return into this game. Because at the end of the day, eventually Rival, Zorn and Adamir, they are going to be the ones that set things up. And if they cannot get rid of Skyzer and Curtizi in an extended fight, and without NetherRealm, I think Team Flash can come out on top.
Yeah, it's not impossible, especially after that last play. SkyZ has actually caught up in gold to Aaron Shiki. Both marksmen are even now, which means they both have their Trinities complete, and Team Flash can attempt to play around this Claude. If they can continue funneling gold and kills into him, then he alone will be able to make sure Team Flash stays in the game long enough to start fighting on even terms.
This Tian will become a key component of Team Flash in these team fights too. That Fury of the Phoenix, very integral. If you want to break the NetherRealm, Fury of the Phoenix is probably the better tool than the Blazing Duet. Even better if you can break it with the basic spells, because it does take away your magic resist, at least the second ability. 10%. 10% of your magic resist without any items, which is pretty mad.
It really is. That's why you see how tanky the hero can be at times. But the Lord's going to be crashing up top. Can Team Flash hold this back?
Now Valence trying to threaten a catch. Adamir goes for it, and that's going to be a follow-up from Zon. Fury of the Phoenix will stagger AC again. The NetherRealm though, keeping them pretty healthy, but they lost Momo. Skyzen is in the fight as well. Valence needs to disengage, and Zon able to keep Fabian at bay. Izanami next one to get gone. Skyzen doesn't find him as Izanami flickers to safety, but Fabian in no man's land. And unfortunately, the SOD doesn't connect. Fabian finds the kill, and he is out.
Kind of surprised Fabian got out of that one. I thought for sure he was dead, but that was a slight mistake of AC attempting to push that far. Adamir getting that set up. And then the layering on the Fury of the Phoenix was actually well timed, since the Suyo was not inside the NetherRealm and he got ganked by the glue quite heavily. They still weren't able to pick him up, but they were able to keep their tower alive. And SkyZ does actually hurt pretty badly. We can see that even though he hasn't participated much in the game, he is second highest in total damage dealt, purely off of the shutdown gold he got in that fight earlier. That's why, guys, respect enemy cores. No matter how far ahead you are, you cannot give bounty gold to them, because even though AC has a 7k lead now, you can see it's not that simple for them to rush in and end the game, because this Claude has items.
Yeah, we see the components of Team Flash come together as well. Zorn can now really hold back AC. Adamir, he's willing to throw his life for these setups. You no longer get that one-shot potential from AC. That time has passed. The innate advantage that they have is that they have better controls of the waves due to just that early game snowball. And that also would indirectly translate to the fact that they should control this Lord.
15-16 minutes is the time period where AC can still end on their terms. If the game lasts longer than that, then it becomes 50-50, and the later it goes, the more of an advantage SkyZ is going to have as well. So AC needs to end with this Lord or the next maximum, and the next one is a lot harder. This is the Lord they need to take every inhibitor with, and if they're not able to do that, the game becomes very difficult.
And you can be very sure that Team Flash will put up as much resistance as possible with all the flickers coming back up. By the time that siege happens, we might see a repeat of what they did just now in that top lane. And with even more items too. So the key was the Fury of the Phoenix was able to really stagger AC, but also Zorn keeping Fabian away from the fight.
Exactly. This Suyo is still a big threat even with the shutdown earlier. I'm hoping to see a little bit more activeness from Aaron Shiki. He's still only got assists thus far, but Lord's gonna be pushing in. Wave's not that well synced. So AC might not get a lot of structural damage from this.
They only get the top inhibitor, and that's the most that they can get, at least for now. But the mid wave is crashing in. Valence not really getting any kill. We're committing onto Zorn. The Netherrealm will save him. He's now he blows up Zorn. It's gonna be a 4v5 at him with the final slash. Brings Momo back in, but we gotta keep an eye out for Skyzed. The blazing duet is laid out. Valence does go down to rival. But now the crystal is exposed. AC, are they gonna go straight for it? It seems like that is the plan. And they have just enough firepower to do so.
Okay, that was a little risky. If Skyzed was able to melt them fast enough, that could have really bitten them in the behind. But I think it was the right call to go for it. We already said this is the best Lord for them to end the game with. And they decided to take that call and run all the way to the finish line with it. AC Esports looking a little bit more revitalized now that we got Fabian on the lineup. But is it because of them, or is it because Flash is still missing something vital?
I think the latter is probably the better conclusion from this game one. I mean, they did figure out the formula slightly later on, but man, losing Storm before the fight even started, that is gonna hurt, right? Playing that 4v5, because Zorn again was the key component to how they were able to hold off AC prior to that defeat. And to go back to the drawing board a little bit, because I feel like Flash had a good idea coming into this with the draft, but definitely botched that early game.
And that early game went all in favor of AC. Part of it is because the draft means that Flash is gonna need to play a slightly more defensive game. The glue can make a lot happen, but the Faramis is such a big direct counter that he's no longer able to move as freely. And then with Valence on the toe, they get a lot more information, a lot faster. And Fabian is able to snowball that lead and make the transition to mid game a lot easier. If not for that one last fight in the mid lane, they could have probably closed it out even more simply.
Okay, now I'm going to code switch a little bit. I'm gonna transform myself from from a caster to just a community member.
Okay.
I'm a netizen for the next 15 seconds. Did AC's win look dominant because they were actually dominant, or because it's Team Flash?
Well, that is the same question I asked, right? And I think the same question a lot of us are asking. Which is it? I do think that AC looks a little better, for sure. But there's also some mistakes here and there that would have been punished much more heavily by a better team. Team Flash still feels incredibly passive. You can tell that when they lost that early game, they just kind of did nothing throughout the rest of the game. So because of that, we will award the MVP of Game 1 to Fabian. Oh, I didn't know he was on the caster desk.
Wow, our MVP, Shamilo. Do the Sigma pose.
We got duplicates.
We got duplicates, yeah.
How is that possible?
Fun fact, Milo also plays jungle. But the only difference between him and Fabian is that Fabian actually wins games.
I thought you could only pick the same hero in Classic.
I'll pick Fabian over Milo. Milo has thrown a lot of my games. Hellcurt Go, Hayabusa jungle, his Moskov, nightmares.
Well, Fabian having a very good dream this time around. The 5-2 and 3 Suyo, 800 GPM as well. Again, if not for that one singular shutdown in the mid game, this would have been a perfectly clean game for the man. But it is a solid debut for someone who has been sitting on the bench for a while.
Yeah, they say left but never gone. Now Fabian is back. We did say that this could be the reset this could be the final piece of the puzzle that AC was looking for, right? We already know that Valence looked like a very integral piece of what's going to bring AC back. Fabian feels like that what completes, the AC roster. But for Team Flash, man, I mean, partially it's because Faramis is incredibly good against the glue, but also, like you said, I felt like Team Flash, they weren't really putting up too much resistance, and they were falling back to a lot of default plays that just kept getting them punished.
It's a risky draft. If you lose early game, you legit can't do anything until late game. Flash found themselves in that situation. I wish that maybe they tried to make something a little more happen, get some waves pushed out, but they also know they can't really walk up with Valence roaming the map. So a lot of things were stacked against them, and once those first few minutes went by, Flash had no direction to go anymore. And they need to fix that. They cannot rely on these types of comms nowadays. A lot of damage is necessary. And I feel like Adamir is still not really stepping up. It feels like his time away from being on the player desk is affecting him.
Yeah, there are definitely some questionable moments, right? He has some decent setup, but the good ones are negated by the Nether Realm. And then they are the questionable ones, and notably bottom tier 2 tower, where Adamir just full-on commits and ended up getting himself killed. It is game 1, and I'm willing to give them the benefit of doubt. Maybe game 2 is going to be better, and start from the draft, right? This draft definitely put them in a tricky spot.
One thing about the emblems that we are seeing develop more these days as well is the marksman emblem being used on specific junglers like Suyo or Leomord to increase farm speed, right? When this change first happened to the marksman emblem, we were a little confused because percentage penetration seems good, but it would be better late game, so why not just go assassin if you're a jungler? And then turns out it's because of that farm speed that you get in the first couple minutes now. So we are seeing that gain more popularity, and it certainly helps out against a hero like Baxia to let Fabian hit his max speed a lot quicker. In terms of damage done, Izanami is obviously going to be on top. He gets such a big DPS boost from Zorn's existence alone, but SkyZ was pretty close to catching up.
Yep, and basically, I think AC in game 1, the movements are all very purposeful, right? Like you see them on every single part of the map, which is the big reason why Aaron Shikis Moskov was able to do what he always does. Just get these side lanes, only participate in fights with the SOD, and even if the SOD misses, there's no problem. They're just too far ahead.
We can see here, Fabian is going to be our rich guy of the game, Izanami as the carry, and then Valence as both the sandbag and best wingman, which is impressive against a glue, since usually that hero just automatically tanks the most damage no matter what, but the Faramis is such an obvious counter, and I wish that Flash were a little more respectful towards it. We suspected that maybe the Arlet and Zetian was meant to help deal with the Netherrealm. There's just not enough damage to be a true threat until you hit that Trinity timing, and by then you may already be 2 behind.
Yeah, and a lot of very minute details, right? For example, Zorn forcing to use his flicker at level 1, and then there's Curtisi missing out 3 minions because he couldn't clear them out in time, and Zorn wasn't able to support him. And then these compounding interests ended up with this moment.
Oh, he disappeared so fast, and then the Ghostbursters bounced over and took out Adamir as well. After that, rival is just a matter of time. Valence gets to move around very fast, very freely. Here as well, the kick on Zorn initially into the follow-up. You would think AC would be diving too deep, but then the Throne of Ruin, Netherrealm, allows them to power through regardless, and they start affecting Adamir heavily. Without the EXP laner, Team Flash is missing a vital component.
Yeah, I think the one thing that could have helped Team Flash turn this early game around would be the old Arlet ult where there's no wind-up. Probably would have been a lot different, but man, I feel like I don't remember the last time I see a glue just get vaporized like this.
Well, the last time would be when a Faramis is around, because that's the only way it happens. If you're going to play glue, it needs to be after the enemy has already shown their mid lane, or you need to respect it in the draft. It just denies you too much map space. And because of that, AC Esports gets to play around so easily. I will say the notable upgrade improvement from the AC players is that early game. It felt a lot more directed. They knew who they wanted to gank. They knew where they could punish movements, and that snowballed.
I think even in this moment, they didn't expect Zorn to just disappear like that, right? Because the Fury of the Phoenix was pressed after his death, which I also have a feeling that Team Flash probably didn't read into the potential of the Faramis pick, so that one was good on AC's part, especially banning out the Valentina, which didn't reveal too much. So now AC up 1-0, and again, these two teams only have 1 series win.
Yeah, I really like the fact that they left mid and EXP for the second phase here, because you would think Valentina ban equals Sora. That is the natural reaction for most teams nowadays in the current meta. But remember, it's always been the classic Valentina-Faramis combo as well. So hopefully, Team Flash has learned something from this. Let's see what the results of the fan talk zone were, because yes, very big percentage of people voting yes for Fabian and Aaron Shiki repeating their run.
Wow, 71% of you guys have faith in the process, and 29% of you guys are realistic.
Ooh, we actually have some stats from the TikTok vote as well, right? About which team securing First Lord. There were 500 votes. 90% of them were for AC. So, congrats, you guys were correct.
Yeah, you guys are absolutely correct. For the close to 9% Flash fans, there's still one more game. Minimum one more game.
But I don't really like what I'm seeing from Flash still. I was very disappointed with their performance at the end of leg 1. That last game, I forgot which team it was against, but who was it against? IG? Was it IG? Either way, Flash just played bad.
Yeah.
And
to be honest, I don't remember.
Yeah, Flash played really bad. And I was hoping they'd at least play a little better. And yeah, they didn't make throwing plays this time around, but it's still like, it's still not really MPL level for me.
It's pretty hard to shake off when you start the season with 3 backdoor losses. But, you know, I guess this will help lift the mood up for a lot of people because we are going to be announcing our playoff details on 9th of May, which is next week, alongside with the ticket sales.
Oh, interesting. Specific timing. So 4:30 p.m. is when we will announce the details, such as the venue, because we're going to be having the playoffs at a different venue as per usual. So look forward to that. And then at 8 p.m. that same day, ticket sales will begin. So these sell out fast a lot of the time. Grand finals especially. If you guys want to get your hands on those and join us live for the action, make sure you are prepared at that specific time. But without further ado, we're gonna take a short break. We're gonna throw it over to Rose to do an interview while we set up for game number 2. We'll see you guys in a bit.
Terima kasih kepada kasa-kasa kita, and unfortunately, no, kita takkan call owner stadium. Tapi kali ni, kita pula nak call seseorang daripada Indonesia. And of course, it is none other than Dansan, the meme lord of TLID. Hi, sir. How are you?
Hello.
Long time no see.
Good. Long time no see.
Dansan, have you been watching
Exciting
that?
game.
Yeah. Did you watch the first game?
I have been watching. Yes, of course.
How do you feel about seeing your boys playing together once again on the stage in the same team?
Happy. Very happy to see both of the dual larva back. Hi Fabian, hey Aaron, very proud of you. Fokus ya. Baru game 1.
Okay, they're listening to you.
One more game.
One more game. Now, Dansan, I just want to ask, based on the current lineup that AC Esports actually has, how far do you think the potential of this team can actually go?
If we're talking about how far they can go, obviously in season 14 we went all the way to the finals, and then we became the grand finalists of the M series, even with a bunch of rookies. So if we're looking at potential, obviously I'm expecting them to potentially win it all too.
Wow, potentially winning it all. I can see that you're very, very proud and happy that your boys are here. Now, Dansan, I know that you trained your boys very well, and I think they can handle pressure very, very well, no? But I want to ask you, do you think that they feel any added pressure due to the fact that they're kind of on the bottom of the leaderboard as we enter leg 2?
I mean, they've been here before, right? So when we first subbed them in with, like, I guess, players that we had before, they were under a lot of pressure too. So they've been in these situations before, and, you know, it's no telling what is possible, but I'm expecting good things from them, and seeing from game 1 alone, you know, good progress. But it's still game 1, so focus, boys, focus. You know, hope to see a 2-0 win, maybe.
Okay, hopefully we get to make Dansan happy, because it was my special request to actually bring him on today. Now, Dansan, I know that you're actually very close to your boys, and we know that your larva duo is quite chaotic on social media. Is there perhaps a secret that you know about them that the MPL MY fans don't know?
I think I want all of the MPL MY fans to stay tuned to them, because let them see for themselves what they're going to be like, especially during the interviews. So hopefully if they win today, we'll get to hear them during the interviews, and you can see their personality.
Their personality kind of scared me a little bit. They were overshadowing me just now. That was amazing. You know what, Dan-san, as we wrap up this interview, is there perhaps anything you'd like to say to all of your boys here in MY, Weedy, Aaron, and of course, Fabian?
Yeah, I'm very proud of them. Hopefully that they can learn a lot during this MPL days, and I just want them to have fun, focus on the game, trust in each other, and hopefully Team Flash gives Fabian Fanny. So,
Ooh. Okay, that's a very interesting demand. Thank you so much, Dan-san. I hope to see you in MPL MY Arena soon. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Good luck, boys. Hope you can do it.
Alright guys, itu dia. Kita baru sahaja call Dan-san daripada TLID dan sekarang adalah masa untuk masuk game kedua dalam perlawanan ini. Will Fabian get Fanny? Only one way to find out. Throwing it back to the casters.
Thank you, Rose, and thank you, Dan-san. It's great to see how much love and faith he still has for the duo after all this time, and there's a lot of trust as well, thinking that AC now could have the potential to win it all.
Yeah. Which would fulfill the prophecy of the power rankings before the start of the league.
That's true.
Which would be another crazy run because last time Aaron, Shiki, and Fabian did this run, they were also from the very bottom. Might be the rerun. You know, look at this side-by-side cam.
Why are they showing Fabian twice?
Yeah, why do we have two Fabians? Fabian from the alternate universe.
Oh, can they do it? Can no, a little further.
A bit more, come on.
All right, we got it. Well, not quite, a little closer. Fabian
So
two.
there's like the jungler, the jungler and the jungler she tells you to not be afraid of.
Basically, right? It's like when your character has two forms.
Yes.
And you switch between them, and one of them is clearly superior. We won't say which one it is. We got a fun fact about Fabian, besides the fact that he's got a twin. He debuted in MPL Indonesia Season 14 Week 2 after TLID's slow start, and exceeded expectations by leading the team to a championship and an M6 runner-up finish. And we already pointed this out earlier, but he was the first MPL ID player to win regular season MVP and Rookie of the Year in the same season.
And went on to become one of the best junglers of that year as well. He was a nightmare to deal with for most of the teams, except for Onyx Philippines, which were unmatched at that point of time. But everyone else they can't even hold a candle to Fabian. The GOAT, right? Like I remember one of his moniker was Fabian the GOAT or something, which so far is trumping our local GOAT.
I think Rival is going to have a very difficult time dealing with him. Zorn so far has been attempting to pull the team together, and it's still not really working out. Now in game 1, I can't blame Zorn too much. You cannot play Clue against a Faramis. It is an impossible game, especially as a roamer. He cannot open the map anymore.
Yeah.
He can't do his job. So next game, you gotta prepare him a little better.
Yep. And it's not like he picked it into a Faramis, you know?
Yeah.
Like he picked it, the Faramis came afterwards.
Now we got another quote from Adamir as well. It was Zorn's idea to bring him in as he preferred having another frontliner. Diablo has been a great help in adjusting me back into being a player, and I did expect things to be challenging coming into Malaysia as MPL MY is one of the toughest leagues after PH and ID. However, we expected to perform better and we're doing what we believe is best. My only hope is that we're not too late.
So far, not late just yet, but it might be if this trend continues for Team Flash. I think with 7 series left on the board, they can only afford to take 2 more O2 losses before their chances really start dwindling and hanging in the air. I mean, you need to be top 6. It's not too difficult, but BTR is also not doing too bad, and they have made some changes too.
Yeah, a lot of the other teams are starting to find their stride even after bad starts, and Flash is still floundering at the bottom. So they need to do something big and fast. And we will see if they're able to figure it out quick enough for game number 2. It's going to be Dangerous Grass.
I would say it's pretty interesting that, that it was a suggestion that Zorn made, but it's something that I can agree with as well. Diablo's playstyle is very contrasting compared to what Adamir brings to the table. They both have their own perks, but with how Team Flash is functioning right now as the dynamics, having a second front line does make a bit more sense.
I agree that they need another tanky frontline player, But it's clear Adamir is not used to the stage yet, and now Freya gets left open, instantly snatched by Air on Shiki.
How adventurous is AC? Because we know that Freya XP has also been played by Raging Sanford. Shout out to Sanford and Brigida. Oh, we got the carry Jusin opener. Wow.
I was wondering if we might see a Harif because he does trade pretty okay. Carry works as well, but needs a little longer to get started.
It's another late game-esque lineup.
What else is AC going to be looking for here? I think the Cho is still going to be pretty good, especially into a Zusin. And probably leave your mid open just in case the glue does still pop up.
The Gwyn is also open as well.
Oh yeah.
Cho, Gwyn, the Zetian immediately picked up. And it's quite a nightmare for carry as well because Zetian has some pretty long range. Not to mention, the ult is always good. You pair it up with a Khalid and a Freya. We're looking at the dive comp.
I'm liking this. This is a very solid opening from AC. It is a dive comp, as you pointed out, which does reveal their intentions quite early, but there's not a lot of counterplay that can be effectively pulled up against it. Especially now that the Baxia has shown up, just to make sure that the Khalid doesn't become a problem for any assassins in the jungle position. I imagine AC will want to ban out Glue now, since they don't have the option of the Faramis anymore, and it would be difficult for a Freya.
Yeah, I think so too. I think you can ban out the Glue here. For Flash, they still have some pick-off heroes to go for. Now that they've seen the Khalid, you have heroes that can really disrupt the Khalid tempo. If you want to go down the balance route, there's the Padang, but there's also Cho, there's the Grok, there's Gwyn. Decent pick-off heroes that not only threatens the Khalid, but also makes life complicated for the Freya if she happens to get caught. So Zorn is by no means shafted just yet.
The Joy ban is interesting. Normally, Baxia does quite well into a Joy, but this is also a respect ban over to Fabian, one of his signature picks during his victory run. Haja also being banned out is quite curious. And leads me to believe AC is going to be playing an assassin jungle and doesn't want their buff to be stolen.
What is the dive comp they're looking for? What's the jungler? I mean, Suyo, Lancelot. Unless we really go by the Hayabusa, which is highly unlikely.
It should be Suyo.
Yep.
So Flash should probably ban Suyo.
Ban Suyo here, and then, I don't know, let's see what Fabian has afterwards, right? I think Suyo ban makes sense.
After that, probably next best is Nolan. We've already...
That's
actually,
true.
Nolan is still 100% win rate, if I'm not wrong.
I feel we'd rather ban Nolan here than Suyo, right? Not the ban of Moskov.
What? So they don't think it's Freya Gold?
Wait a minute, do they really think it might be a Momo Freya XP?
Or Freya Jungle? Has Fabian played Freya Jungle?
I mean, not in recent times, no.
Interesting. And now the Cho ban as well, so they're limiting Zorn's ability to match the Khalid, which is great.
Oh, you can see Zorn was laughing about it. He was like, dang it, not me again.
So no Glue ban as well.
No, there's Gwyn and there's Glue.
I do like Gwyn a bit more, but Glue is not bad this game.
Yeah, important choices to be made.
I do think Gwyn is better because if you go Glue, then your mid trio has no damage.
Yep, I think you go Gwyn. Helps the carry better too, I think. Go Gwyn and then Adamir. Okay, they go back to Glue. But we still don't know if it's the Glue XP or Glue Roam.
That's true. Glue XP is... honestly, I don't really think it's that good either way. Because if you put Glue Roam here, then at least you could go damage EXP, in which case it would be really nice to have Diablo here right now. But they don't have that, so I'm not too certain what the plan is, but it's the same issue for Flash as the last game. They have no early game damage, even less than before, since it's now a Zusin instead of a Zetian.
What do you go here? Suyo Alice? If this is a Freya XP, it is the Freya XP.
Freya XP for real? Wow! Guess Flash knew something we didn't. That's interesting.
Okay,
so
Freya,
now you could put Glue EXP.
Do you take the Gwyn here? There's no more Cho. Someone, Harif. he most likely will have a Purify.
If they had more of a burst mage, Esme EXP would be really good against
true.
Freya and Harith. If you're willing to be a little bit interesting, Mincitar is also a great option this game.
Mincitar is so annoying in solo queue because he just disables all of you. So they go back to the classic high-lows. I am shocked. Why?
They actually have no damage. It is all on Skyzed. Are you sure about this, Flash? The game plan for this team is literally 3 tanks in front, Zeus'in be annoying, and just let carry handle everything. Which is possible, but you also need to wait until she at least is at 2-3 items to do so. Which means AC can just dominate early again.
That means that Adamir is gonna buy a glowing wand and hopefully carry Flash through.
I guess he could. We have seen it.
It's actually pretty good.
Semi-damage glue is pretty painful, but can Adamir pull it off? His performance has still been a little bit lacking, and AC looking pretty comfortable with the heroes they've got on their side. Will they be able to start off leg 2 of the regular season with a clean sweep? Or will Flash prove all the doubters wrong in the Land of Dawn?
So Diablo's damage glue, we've seen it before. It actually worked wonders. Let's see if he has transferred that knowledge over to Adamir, because Momo is going to proxy the wave and there's nothing that Adamir can do about it. Can we even catch up with the Freya? Has to now eat up his own wave. Zorn again walking up to trade with Valens and Izanami. This time having slightly more success due to having Curtisi around. But still, the Zetian, that range advantage that she gets can be quite a pain.
Yeah, Zeus'in as well is still a very, very effective mid lane hero. So it's not going to be the simplest thing in the world. Valens!
Oh, there's a gang. Still first, but Momo makes his way to the mid lane. And Curtisi can't really bail rival out of this one. Fabian cashes in on a second kill. Valens lifted up and dropped down. Curtisi trade.
Still very worth it though. You take out the jungler this early on, and we already saw what happened when Rival got picked off this early on in the previous game. Was there no communication about the missing Freya?
And Zorn didn't even have revitalized because he had to use it early on for the trade. Can't even get Izanami, and Valens will come back for him again. Zorn is dead for the second time. You cannot keep doing this, Flash.
You guys have no damage, Flash. You need to notice. You need to be aware. You cannot chase those kills. You are getting punished for it. Again, we have a 1k lead in 2 minutes for AC Esports. And things are not looking good. We know that AC has better early, for sure. We highlighted it multiple times in the draft because Flash has no damage, but they have sustained. They just need to respect the positioning properly.
Momo even has vengeance, and he has, again, he got the kill earlier on too. I believe it's the first blood that he got, so makes things worse. Adamir does hit his 4. Zorn spots out Fabian. His rival works on the turtle. AC Esports gladly takes on the challenge. It's gonna be a rival that walks away with the turtle. Fury the Phoenix connects on the tree, and Zorn goes down for the 3rd time. Vengeance pop Adamir on top of Momo. Momo leaps away. Skyzed joins the fight, but Fabian will force him away. They take out Momo first. Fabian will force to retreat.
Fabian actually messed up the retreat timing there. He retreat too early. That's why Rival was able to steal it away. And then we said in the draft, Glue is a bit of a nuisance for Freya, so they're able to pick off Momo as well and stop him from snowballing too much after that first blood. So it is a bit of an equator for Team Flash. They make sure they don't lose too much there and keep the net worth advantage as low as possible. But the issues are still going to persist. Even if Team Flash are ahead, their only game plan in teamfights is to survive.
And with Rival coming in, the Rage Sandstorm actually used by Valens and give him enough space to get out of there.
Well, for now, I think we're gonna slow it down a little bit until the next turtle. Here is the timing I really want to keep an eye on AC. Now that they don't have obvious river priority with the Faramis like earlier, how active are they actually on the map when Zorn can actually walk around? How directed are their early ganks? This is where we actually see if AC has improved based on their changes.
Yeah, they actually have better mid lane control because of this Kurt Zeus'in as well, and that's flicker out from Valens. 2 minutes without that resource, so snap engages. Highly unlikely from AC for now.
Fabian still going to be ahead of Rival, but they've managed to stop the bleeding a little bit here and make sure the Baxia is not too far behind because they need him to hold the front. he still does contribute some damage when you've got 3 tanks on your side.
Yep.
For the glue, he's not going glowing wand. He has molten heart, so looks to be still a tank glue.
He can go curse helm and then glowing one.
Possibly.
Very possible. Finding balance again. Second turtle on the board. Kurt needs to be a bit careful. There's still Fury of the Phoenix. They can't threaten Kurt, so his out timing is important. Zorn, the one that gets jumped on, bailed out by his teammate as Momo, preoccupied with Vladimir, who still has that grab waiting to be unleashed.
Really good zoning from AC. They poke out Zorn first, then move on to the next target. But Flash is able to heal up. Revitalize used off camera.
Roller side we drop down. Fabian, easy retribution. Rival needs to disengage. Spirit of the Phoenix drops onto him. Rival not able to roll away. Aaron Sticky will be the one that picks that up, and Momo finds Zorn. Adamir forced to disengage, and this time they will chase him over the wall. Izanami picks up the third.
Pretty weird feeling as a glue player to not be the stickiest person on the map, and another flicker from Kurt as well. AC, that was a big win, and that instantly translates into full mid-game dominance. This is the timing where if you lose a fight, you lose the next 4 minutes. Fury the Phoenix, well-timed. Rival actually chased down by that last hit from Aaron Shiki. And you would think that Adamir holding on to Momo would be an issue for him, but it's Momo who actually jumps the wall to finish him off under the tower. So the itemization is building up. Momo already has the golden staff completed, first item. So his damage is pretty notable, and Flash doesn't have any.
I feel like it was a bit of a minor error for Adamir to pull Momo back towards his team. Could have actually stacked Momo on top of the rest of AC. Maybe that would have made a difference. SkyZ did leave the fight very early on as soon as they started losing members. So didn't make it any better, and Eroshiki free hitting everyone and Kurt not having space to stack up the lantern stacks.
Once again, SkyZ bears the weight of the world on his shoulders. We see a gank from Team Flash onto Momo, but a simple ult gets him out of that.
Yep, didn't even have to use the vengeance. In fact, Kurt got found by Fabian, and that's going to be Crimson Beacon out. Valen lurking around the corner, and once more we are back into the stage just like game 1. Aaron Shiki with free reign off the lane.
But even worse than before, because now it's a 6k goal lead in 6 minutes for AC Esports, and SkyZ's on a hero that's a lot harder to get that cheeky shutdown gold on compared. And they even have less damage. I really cannot brain this comp. They have to have known, right?
Yeah, I can't, man. That Quinn looks like such an obvious pick, but why do we go down this route? Well, they have made that bait. Balance with 3-man raiding sandstorm. The follow-up, not really there, and Adamir doesn't really get the pullback. He just dismounts, and now he's dead.
Yeah, so about me saying Adamir is still not really performing. I don't want to sound like a broken record, but I'm still proven right, and now SkyZ is seeing his life flash before his eyes.
Oh, he did get out for now.
Or did he?
They're going to come in on him. He still gets out. Might be at the cost of Rival and Zorn. Rival is dead. Zorn's going to be next, and a killing spree for Aaron.
This is that moment in the Avengers where Captain America says, "We don't trade lives," and then does it anyway.
Yep.
Yeah, this is bad.
Never listen to someone with the role of the commander.
9k goal lead before the 8-minute mark. This game has over written all over it. And AC Esports, you just look at the goal difference. There is so much being built up across the board. Unlike before, SkyZ is not even able to keep up with the Harif, and we know Harif is OP. Aaron Shiki can do so much with it. There is no damage. Why do you have 4 tanks on one team? Oh my goodness.
Man, they went... So, what was the opening again? They went carry, Zusin.
Yes, that's fine. That's a perfectly okay opening.
Yeah. Oh man.
But then everything after that.
This Hylos, man. This Hylos kind of bad. Not the player. The hero itself is not suitable.
I said 4 tanks, which is factually incorrect because one of them is a mage, but I think you guys get what I mean, right?
Yep.
AC looking to want to hit that 10k gold lead mark before the 10 minutes.
Is this throwable? That's what I want to know.
Any game is always throwable. But this is one of the... Let's say if you wanted to show this game, you'd have to put in some effort.
You have to actually try to lose the game.
There are certain shows where the like main character is purposefully attempting to do things wrong or make themselves seem inadequate, but somehow every time they do so, everyone around them thinks it's the greatest thing in the world.
Dr. House.
Not quite what I was thinking, but you know what? I can see that.
He's not inconfident. He just can be quite a jerk sometimes.
He is a jerk.
But that's also because like his colleagues never trust him and he's always right. I'd be a jerk too.
You're right, actually. Thinking about
If you think about it, right? They never listen to him and he's always right.
Maybe at the beginning, it's all the Aaron knows he's there in there. He's taunting them even.
Man, House could have the cure for cancer and they still would not listen to him.
That is the pattern the show kind of follows, isn't it?
Yep.
11k goal lead before the 10-minute mark, by the way.
Is this the...
It's probably the
we
biggest.
We gotta cross-check. Is this the biggest, like... 10k and above goal lead before 10 minutes? I feel like it is.
I think it is. I'd be surprised. I don't remember there being a bigger one besides this. Holy Crystal already completed on Aaron, so he's gonna hit like a truck. Two shots will kill basically anyone, including the tanks. The Lord pushing down bottom. There's still Holy defenses because it's only 10 minutes in, so Team Flash should survive for now.
I can't wait to see Aaron 2-tap like SkyZ. If he had Flicker, he probably could. But he is running to Purify, as he does need it. The in-hit will still go down. Nope.
Oh,
the Retribution just on time.
Fabian was literally standing next to the Lord on the tower because he.
Well, they found it.
Oh my goodness.
They have found his balance and Izanami. They've gotten the timing. They do lose balance. It's underneath the turret, so it's not looking exactly how they planned for it to play out. 2 kills going over the Team Flash and none of it into the pocket of SkyZ.
That is a slight throw, but they're so ahead that it's not even going to matter that much. That is a mistake. There's really no reason for you to push that hard, and if you're going to do so, I feel like the burst should have come out a little quicker. You either target the tower hard or you target the people hard, and I feel like there was a bit of a mix happening here between AC, so still some communication issues, but again, they're so far ahead that that is not really an issue.
We did say the two guys that would, turn on Nitro Boost are Valens and Fabian, and they both got shut down, but again, sadly, they both went into Adam's pockets, which in an ideal scenario is not what you want. You want SkyZ to be the one cashing out.
So they gave Ice Queen's wand to Kurt TC.
Wait, there's no glowing one at all?
Yeah, no glowing wand at all. Full tank glue. Question mark!
There's no glowing one for Kurt? Wait!
Massive question mark.
So he went for... I know he went for Sky Pierce the first item, and I thought you would at least hold off a glowing one. Come on, why would you need Ice Queen? We need glowing one, man!
Why are you... Dude, you're right.
We need glowing one for Aaron.
The more I think about it, it's so dumb, actually. You have 3 tanks!
But you go Sky Pierce the first item?
Dude, you have 3 tanks that are slowing down the enemy team and you go Ice Queen's one!
We need glowing one!
When you have no damage!
It should be glowing one, maybe Queen's wings. He could go concentrated energy and I'll be okay with it. But it has to be after glowing one. There's no mage in this meta that doesn't go glowing one first item. Maybe he was like, we have a Baxia, we have healing reduction, but you still need glowing one! Because the Baxia isn't forever.
You need damage! Kurt! Flash! You need damage!
What are you doing, Kurt?
I know that we always say you shouldn't just go for kills to win games, but this is the complete opposite situation. You do still need some kills, Team Flash. You cannot be playing 3 support heroes and then having your mid lane go Sky Piercer first into a support item! Oh my god!
So you know there's an in-game report system. We know who to report after this. So any Indo fans who are keeping up with times with the whole the casters are biased thing. How can we not be biased? This is an exact violation. They get the engaged again, man. Rival just is gone. This game is over. I mean, it's over from the start already, but to see it happen in real time, it's gonna be surreal. AC locks in their 2nd series win in the regular season.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is not bias. It is sheer disappointment for Team Flash. Congratulations to AC Esports, a really good showing at the beginning of the 2nd leg. Sadly, not a very good proof of concept for how much this team has actually grown, because Flash is clearly dealing with some issues. Now, part of it could be because the coach is not actually around to help draft. and we will see what happens in their games tomorrow. But a lot more work still needs to be done here.
This is a travesty. This goes against everything I have learned about what the game is, and how to optimize things. I don't know what upsets me more is the fact that they lost in this fashion, or the fact that they lost and then on top of it, there's clear fundamental mistakes.
Yeah, it's not just in the draft as well, it's the gameplay.
He did the MPL, man. I was just thinking about MPL players not having the common sense to build the right items, and then I see this on Kurt. What is going on?
It's a devastating thing to see, especially in the new era of MPLMY. So let's not stay in the negative zone for too long here and give some praise to AC. Definitely looks more directed. There are some times when they kind of throw their bodies unnecessarily, but they're so far ahead that it's not really an issue anyway. So maybe they're just messing around since they know they have the leeway for that. And I hope to see more from AC to actually see how strong they have become. But for now, they have much stronger stage presence. So we'll let Rose take it away.
Kemenangan untuk AC Esports akhirnya 2-0 dan sekarang sebelah Rose di atas pentas kita ada the Sigma Jungler Fabian and of course the Prince of Mage Izanami. Hello boys.
Hello. Hello.
Akhirnya boleh borak-borak atas pentas. Dah tak sombong ya? Dah. Of course, Fabian.
Of course.
Of course. Welcome to MPL MY. Happy gak main tadi menang 2-0?
Happy lah sebab first match terus menang.
Yes, amazing debut match lah untuk Fabian di MPL MY. Now, Fabian, Rose nak tanya. Kita tahu Fabian tak main di MPL untuk 1 season ataupun 2 musim kan?
Ya, hampir 2 season.
Hampir 2 musim. So, macam mana Fabian dapat biasakan diri dan selesaikan diri dalam tim baru?
Sebenarnya saya udah lama lah nggak main ML karena tadi pakai kan. Jadi Coach Adi bilang kesini aja bisa juara. Oke.
Wow.
Bisa.
Macam tu je. Coach Adi cakap sini aja bisa juara.
Ya gitu aja.
Gitu aja.
Langsung OTW.
On the way.
Langsung on the way besok gitu.
Cepatnya nak cakap. Now Fabian, tadi Coach Adi, if Coach Adi cakap macam tu, sini aja bisa juara. Rose nak tanya sebab kalau kita tengok history, the last time you guys menang championship di MPL ID, it was TLID tak nampak sangat stable, tak nampak sangat bagus di MPL ID. Lepas tu tiba-tiba Aaron Shiki dan juga Fabian masuk, tiba-tiba juara pergi M6. Adakah benda tu boleh berlaku di AC Esports sekarang ni sebab Fabian dan Aaron dah masuk?
Ya of course lah, kita di sini mau tunjukin yang terbaik aja sih. Soalnya di Indo kan ya nggak main kan, ya udah. Kat sini boleh lah nih, tunjukin yang baik aja.
Oke.
Siap-siap buat Joe sama Kyo season depan, keluar aja.
Woi, tak baik.
Siap.
Okey. Inilah personality yang Dansan tengah cakap tadi. Tadi Dansan cakap he's very happy for you. Dia sangat-sangat proud nampak Fabian, Aaron dan juga Widi di atas pentas main lagi. Is there anything yang you nak cakap dekat Dansan?
Ya buat Bos Dansan, thank you sebab udah kasih I main. Soalnya kat Indo saya tak main.
Memang balas dendam ni. Okay, thank you very much Fabian. Of course, Izanami, hello.
Hello.
Nah Izanami, kita tahu untuk beberapa minggu pertama MPL MY prestasi AC nampak agak sangat-sangat shaky, betul? Dan sekarang ni you guys masuk 3 player baru, which is of course Fabian, Aaron dan juga Valence. Selepas 3 player ni masuk, apa perubahan yang jadi dalam AC yang you nampak?
Kalau pendapat saya sebenarnya dia tak terlalu banyak perbezaan pun dengan player-player yang sebelum ni, sebab bagi saya player-player sebelum ni pun player-player yang bagus lah. Just kami punya macam execution kami lah di dalam in game tu kurang, and then minggu ni pun kami dah macam cubalah untuk fix problem kami di week-week yang sebelum ni dengan player yang baru lah. So bagi pendapat saya perubahan player ni dia tak player-player yang sebelum ni bukan tak bagus. Player-player sebelum ni semua bagus. Just kami tutup lah kami punya mistake-mistake yang sebelum-sebelum ni lah ya.
Now, Rose nak tanya actually Izanami, kalau kita tengok performance Izanami untuk beberapa minggu lepas ni, dia sangat-sangat beza dengan performance Izanami hari ini. Adakah sebab connection trio mid tu akhirnya dah dapat?
Kalau pendapat saya mungkin game-game sebelum ni saya terlalu mungkin terlalu main mindset nak menang lah, macam betul-betul pressure nak menang lah ya. So hari ni saya just main macam biasa lah, macam normal and then ya.
Okay, faham. I think apa Izanami tengah cuba sampaikan adalah game-game sebelum ni sebab lose streak kan, dia macam pressure dekat playstyle, mungkin terlalu pasif sebab takut nak mati, kalau mati mungkin kena comeback, all that kind of stuff, betul? Tapi nampaknya hasil hari ni sangat-sangat baik. Congratulations Izanami, good job.
Thank you.
Alright guys, so tadi kita dah nampak perlawanan yang 2-0 bersih untuk side AC Esports, tapi hanya seorang yang boleh menjadi MVP. Siapakah MVP dia? Okay, mari kita tengok MVP in 3, 2, 1. MVP jatuh kepada... MVP jatuh kepada siapa? Izanami! Good job! Bounce back! Now, Izanami, lepas kemenangan hari ini 2-0 bersih, your next match, you guys akan bertemu dengan Team Ray yang sekarang ada 5 game win streak. Betapa confidentnya Izanami nak lawan Team Ray untuk Ahad ini selepas kemenangan hari ini?
Kalau confident tu bagi pendapat saya mungkin sama je lah. Confident still sama macam week lalu. Just entahlah, rasa excited lah nak jumpa Ivan balik lah. Yeah.
Any words for Ivan? Sebab kalau Rose ingat balik minggu lepas, ada momen-momen Ivan dengan Izanami peluk. Dia cakap boleh menang kita sama-sama pergi WC So is there anything yang nak cakap dekat Ivan?
Kepada Ivan, good luck lah hari Ahad ni. Saya akan revenge lah untuk Ahad.
Adakah kita akan nampak perlawanan revenge untuk Ahad ini? Fabian? Sigma sikit?
Tak nak.
Sikit lah belanja sikit. Boleh tak guys? Sikit lah. 1, 2, 3.
Malu.
Izanami, any words for the fans?
Kepada fans-fans yang datang, yang support kami, tak kisahlah fans AC ataupun fans Team Flash, thank you sebab datang. And sorry lah week-week sebelum ni kami tak dapat bagi result yang baik, tapi kamu still datang lah, thank you ya.
There you go guys, jangan risau sebab kita ada 2 leg untuk musim ini. Semua pasukan ada lagi chance untuk masuk ke playoffs. Terima kasih, congratulations boys. And with that, mari let's throw it back to the casters to analyze apa yang terjadi dalam perlawanan ini. Throwing it back to you guys.
Thank you once again, Rose, and congratulations to AC Esports and Izanami for taking the MVP this time around on the Zetian. No deaths, but I think that was the case for most of his team this time around. Being able to build full damage as well, only 1 item away. AC was just so in the lead that it was nearly impossible to lose this one.
And this is one of the best feelings as a mid laner when all you literally have to do is to press your buttons. You don't have to worry about anything. Your front line is covered. There's no one diving you. And you're a Zetian. You just press all and the fight is over. Man, Izanami having I think this is probably the chillest game he's had to play.
I think his movements were pretty good as well, especially in the early game, those first couple levels where we could really focus down on the mid lane trades happening between the duos. Really good movement from Izanami, even baiting Zorn into the tower, though maybe a little bit more of a Zorn issue than an Izanami pro. Flash has a lot of work to do. It's not just the draft, even though the draft and the items are egregious. I just realized that it was a third item, Blood Wings, as well. We'll get to that. It's also the movements from these players. Why are Zorn and Adamir just throwing themselves and dying over and over again?
Yeah, the best part is the Blood Wings didn't even matter because he probably bought it right before the crystal exploded.
Yeah. Why?
Why is there no glowing one? How? Why? I thought I only see this in MAL, but you can't tell me that a guy that has won multiple MPL titles doesn't build glowing one on the mage. Even when... Never mind.
I don't think we even need to analyze this, but in case anyone isn't aware of the issues that we pointed out multiple times, Flash has 3 tanks, that is already a bit of an issue, but it still works. We've seen it in the case of IG, where, okay, you have a strong scaling mid lane and a gold lane, right? Because the mid lane can help you carry through the early mid stages since the tanks are tanky enough, and then the gold laner will take over after that. In this case, Kurt is meant to help handle that early to mid game. It's a lot more difficult to do so since it's a Zeus in and you're lacking that early game damage, but you can make up for that with a glowing wand for at least a little bit. They decided not to do so, instead going for a Sky Piercer first item when there's no one who does enough damage to help her get the stacks, and then follow it up with an Ice Queen's wand when you have 3 tanks helping slow the front line already.
How I wish it was IG playing this series, because then that mid lane hero would have been a Kimmy and it would have done so much more work. But
like, it's so weird. Even if Kurt wanted to play support, then let Adamir have a glowing wand, right? But no, he goes full tank as well, so Kurt needs to be damaged. He should be full damage on the Zeus-in. But no.
Yeah. My apologies, ladies and gentlemen. We didn't expect the second leg to start in this manner, but I promise you it only gets better from here on out. Because we started with the 2 bottom teams, and now we move up the ranking. You can only go up when you're at the bottom.
Only go up.
You can only go up.
I feel so bad for SkyZ. Like, he's being asked to carry the entire team by himself. He literally can't get to play because the game ends before he can farm.
He basically felt what AC felt in week 3 before Valence came in.
Yep.
Where he's just like, I'm a gold laner, I'm here to farm, but my whole team is dying. And then it spills over to my lane, and now I have to carry.
Yup. I do really like the shot calling we're seeing from Valence and from Fabian. They do make mistakes from time to time where they dive deep and throw lives when they don't need to, but it's also possible they're playing around, because when you're that far ahead, you can afford to do so.
Yep, as someone who 5 stacks a lot, you know, with our colleagues, I can guarantee you, Gideon, calling you out. We could have won that game. My Zeus-in was 12-2, but we lost because he decided to dive the base. I'm just saying.
It's the job of an EXP laner, right?
Oh, he was a jungler. He was playing Gushkan.
Oh, yeah, that's unforgivable.
With 85 Sky Piercer stacks.
And you know what, Gideon? I'm judging you too. Fabian, Rich Guy, Izanami as the carry, Adamir as the sandbag, and Izanami as the best wingman as well. Zetian is so good in those situations because, like, you can punish people for having messy positioning and doesn't get a lot messier than what Flash is doing. Adamir! Oh, I really don't like to have to say this, but Adamir is not MPL ready right now.
Man, both their frontliners. I feel like the one who is collateral damage is Rival. Every single time. His roamer base him, his XP laner base him, and then he's just like, I guess I'm dead.
I would have liked to see a Rival on an Assassin one of these games, because then they have damage. Who would have thought? Damage wins you games. But yeah, at least Rival can maybe carry if his frontliners are not performing. At least it's not all up to SkyZ, but they keep putting him on the Baxia.
And then there's these weird moments where it would never work. I feel like this one is still okay. It's a big loss, but you can still, you know, salvage it, right? If you have a glowing one, right, Kurt? But then there's this.
And then this call, Adamir decides, I'm gonna jump on him. Meanwhile, his teammates are running away. And Adamir got the memo too late. Here, SkyZ, he's trying to farm, he's trying to push. He at least survives, but then his front line dies as well, so it's not really the most worth it.
Yeah, which reminds me that not only did they buff Chrono Dash, reverse Starlim side, give Harvey more damage on creeps, his Diamond Force now just slows you for a constant 40%. Good job.
Yeah, it does.
Very great buff.
So he doesn't even need an Ice Queen's wand too. That's also questionable, but not on Team Flash. But yeah, an interesting way to start off the second leg of the regular season.
You know, Adamir says he hopes it's not too late. I feel like it might be too late if this is what we're seeing in week 5. Oh god, do they have any more matches this weekend? I think they have.
I think they do. I think tomorrow Flash has a match.
Wait, I gotta
then
check
at least we can see Coach Pobbs' impact when he's
yeah,
here.
because he'll be here tomorrow. Yeah, Flash has a match tomorrow. Wait, I need to see who they're playing up against, because I'm here tomorrow and I need to be mentally prepared. Who is Flash playing?
Who is it tomorrow? We need to check real quick, guys.
Let me check it out.
We're going to check this. We need to know after what happened.
It's Team Ray, baby. I'm sorry, Flash. I'm on Gar's side. You know, when Team Ray is playing, I'm a Team Ray boy. I'm a Ray boy.
Team Ray's been looking pretty good lately. A lot better than what we're seeing from Flash. But for now, I think we need a moment, right? We need some time to process this. We're gonna go on a break. We'll see you guys for the next match.
Match Insight bersama dengan Rose. Dan sekarang ni untuk post match Insight, kita takkan bagi panas-panas, kita takkan bakar-bakar coach ataupun player. Tapi sekarang ni kita nak buat semangat kepada team AC. Sebab sebelah Rose ni kita ada AC Esports punya manager family. Hello, selamat datang ke MPL.
Ya, terima kasih.
Semua sihat?
Dan
Semua happy?
Happy sebab menang.
Happy sebab menang. Okay, Rose nak borak dengan uncle dulu kot. Uncle datang dari mana?
Kami satu family daripada Kuala Kangsar, Perak.
Oi, datang untuk tengok MPL je?
Ya, kebetulan dia youngest brother dia cuti. So, ada masa so kita datang support AC lah.
Oi, I rasa AC ada buff hari ni lah kan. So, macam mana experience uncle dan juga adik-adik lah tengok AC menang hari ni? Mungkin kita boleh guna uncle dulu.
Alhamdulillah, syukur pada Allah Ta'ala. Sebab AC sebelum ni kan dia lose streak kan, banyak kali kan. So memang happy sangat lah dengan kemenangan daripada hari ni. InsyaAllah.
Adakah kita akan nampak uncle dengan adik-adik ni datang untuk match Sunday pula? Ke tak? Dah balik dah?
Bergantung pada keadaan sebab adiknya kena balik ke hostel.
Oh, faham. Okey, sekarang ni kita nak borak dengan adik-adik pula. Nampaknya semua pakai baju AC. Ada satu yang pakai jaket CG. Suka siapa dalam AC ni?
Kalau AC, bagi saya kenal AC tak pada Izan, bila dengar Izan Ami masuk, rasa macam tertarik.
Bukan sebab Abang Yu masuk?
Yang itu second lah. Dia pun masuk berlepas dah umur. Lagi satu saya pun suka macam Valen tu masa dia kat M7 tengok lagi Emal daripada Homeboys. Lepas tu Momo.
Suka semualah. Suka semua lah.
Boleh kata sebenarnya line up diorang kan, bagi saya memang akan agak orang kenal, agak solid.
Yes, all star line up kan.
All star line up. Tapi bila tengok main awal-awal tu macam macam agak slow sikit sebab bila tengok kan macam dorang lebih tiada chok collar lah awal-awal tu. Tapi tengok macam match tadi, bagus tu loh. Semua disiplin, tersusun.
Betul. Untuk adik-adik yang lain pula, suka siapa dalam AC? Suka siapa dalam AC?
Untuk saya lebih minat Aaron Shiki. Sebab saya bila saya main dalam rank, saya selalu main god lane. Lepas tu saya tengok lah Aaron Shiki ni dia macam dia power. So saya cubalah untuk ikut dia. Nampak dia pun dia macam dia ada aura lah.
Aura, betul.
Dia punya aura tu kuat lah.
Rose faham. You pula, you suka siapa dalam AC?
I pula, I suka duo lava.
Duo lava memang. Siapa je tak suka dorang kan?
Betul. Tapi sebelum tu sebenarnya I suka Izanami juga. Sebab I bila main ML suka main mid. So Izanami tu macam waktu kat Homeboys dulu kan.
Faham.
Kata the second after Stormy lah kan.
Okay. Thank you. Uncle, mungkin Uncle boleh bagi kata-kata semangat lah dekat AC, dekat anak Uncle dalam AC untuk membagi buff sedikit sebelum perlawanan on Sunday of course.
Okey, untuk semua AC, terutamanya kepada pemain-pemain, harap dapat kekalkan rentak kemenangan kita pada hari ini. InsyaAllah kemenangan win streak kita pula selepas beberapa minggu season yang lepas. Minta maaf. First leg yang sebelum ni.
Alright, thank you very much. Nice to meet you. With that, mari let's show it back to the casters untuk borak sedikit sebelum kita actually go on a short break.
So remember when I said we were going on break, I was lying. Welcome back for a short moment, everyone. And thank you very much to Rose as well as the AC fans for all their words of support. And it definitely contributed to the team's performance. Now we want to remind you guys that tickets for leg 2 of the competition are still available for sale. We got the match schedule for Flash at the bottom of the screen right now. So if you are interested in joining us here at the MPL Arena, scan the QR code.
Yeah, and as long as you keep in mind that any match involving SRG is sold out, the rest are still available. And sadly, I mean, SRG fans, they're just a bit too passionate. Same applies for AC. Here are the rest of the schedule for Leg 2. Some of them are selling fast. The one against Team Ray and our Q Tora is selling out fast. The SRG one is unfortunately already out, so you are out of luck, but the rest are still up there. 15 ringgit for a great best of 3 at the Quill Mall level 6. So scan the QR code and make sure to lock in your calendar.
Yeah, based on the fan attendance today, it looks like AC has quite a lot of support, so I'm sure you guys want those tickets. And at the same time, I'd like to remind you all that MSL Thailand is still ongoing, all right? We got the schedule coming up on screen right now. We have plenty of exciting matches for you guys to check out. I was actually casting during week 2, and I'd say some of these teams have interesting potential. So if you guys are curious about it, I'd suggest you go pay them a visit.
We have some notable organizations from Thailand as well, alongside some familiar faces you might recognize who are imported on into the Thai teams. They only have 5 weeks of actions, but the end goal is that they get a slot to MSC at EWC 2026. That means we get more different regions that will bring out more different play styles on the international stage.
It's great to see more potential showing up from every corner of the globe. And we want to remind you guys as well that TNT Co is here. We have a daily prediction activity on site where you guys can guess which team will win. You guys get a bit of a slip from the TNT Co. You can write down which team you think is going to win, hand it over to the TNT Co booth, and you stand a chance to be one of 10 daily winners, which are randomly selected to earn 200 MLBB diamonds. Not to mention T-shirts, right? TNT Co, their T-shirts are great quality, great design. You guys can use this promo code MPLFS online to get free shipping, or if you're here at the venue, you can buy 2 pieces to get 50 ringgit off.
Yep, and the booth will be here all the way until the end of the regular season. And of course, we did tease you that we will announce the playoffs details next week. So you have to stay tuned on that as well. We might get more TNT Co at the playoffs venue. I know some of us already know where it is, but unfortunately, due to NDA, we can't say it here. You just have to keep guessing.
All right, now it is time for us to take a break. Right, so we will see you guys in a short moment. We'll leave you with the mic check, and we'll come back for match number 2.
Sabar, tunggu aku. Ni tak ada free tu.
Aku.
Cover eh.
Aku dah ya.
Ni aku bakar. Careful. Block guys.
Aman aja.
Nice boy. Padu. Ni aku kick. Dulu.
Ya aku
Mati.
Dapat kat belakang.
Nice.
Mantap mau.
Tengok mau. Just cut. Diorang dah skill guys. Ni dive. Ni aku tapak kau.
Boleh.
3 orang kena tau. Dah gue naik lah.
Langsung. Bukan.
Bisa enggak? Nice. Combo bab. Bawa hati. Aman, aku tinggal. Pasal lo.
Fight. Bek aku.
Nice. Lagi guys, fighting boy.
Aman boy. Jangan pukul. Aman boy. Lagi. Lagi dong, bro.
Boy.
Dapat
Gua ambil bombo. Gua wombo ya. Outir.
Sabar. Mata aja. Gua dia masuk gua coy, jadi head.
Ada kau.
Come.
Dapat bottom.
They will force stop after this. Kali lagi.
LD.
Ui, mau ai.
Baik dia guys.
Saya.
Kali top.
Agak saya.
Dorang luruk. Dia low.
Cik, hari.
Ada
more defense.
Guys, ready.
Wave out guys. Give wave out.
Tengok aku guys.
Boleh. Dapat atas juga.
Outir. Flicker kari. Depan tu. Kari no flicker tu. Depan. Ni depan. 2 orang guys.
Mana.
Kau lagi TP turret sih.
Nice boy.
Interview kita.
Kerana di hujung cerita pastinya Tita Wira Arena.
We believe breaking the limits is our key to success. We specializes in sales and merchandising within the gaming and streetwear industries, where we blend the high-energy world of gaming with the cutting-edge style of streetwear. At Toe Dark Culture, we serve corporate service packages, rental or own package, event sponsorship and collaboration, and employee wellness program. We've helped others break the limits. Are you next?
MPL Talk MY dibawakan khas daripada Toda Gaming.
Gimana ngelihat standings yang sesuai ekspektasi?
Invictus Gaming, waktu diorang nak secure that second turtle, diorang dah ready untuk main dengan 1-4.
Cultured by Toda.
みんな、渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞ。
飛来神の術。
俺ってば父ちゃんを越す火影になる。
愚かなる弟。
子供騙しか。
行くぜ。これが俺たちの力だってばよ。
Tonight is movie night. Cerita apa you suka? Contoh macam cerita makan-makan ke, macam dia ambil makanan ni kan? Tengok. Ada rasa pahit coklat. Ada rasa manis susu. Ada rasa pahit manis coklat campur susu.
Roti dah nak siap.
Sedap pula macam ni.
Sedap bang.
Inilah masanya.
RM2 satu gelas.
RM2?
Kau dah tahu kau allergic dengan tapai tu, kenapa kau belasah lagi?
Sedap, cute.
Zon. Sabar, Zon. Aku pun lapar, Zon. Kami faham, Zon. Kami sahut sabaran segmen tu untuk menuju ke wawasan tu. Ayo, kawan.
Minna! Uzumaki Naruto ga kaette kita zo!
飛来神の術
俺ってば父ちゃんを越す火影になる。
愚かなる弟子供騙しかアマテラス
行くぜ。これが俺たちの力だってばよ。
アマテラス愚かなる弟よ。
Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Shake it to left, shake it to right. Got you now, got you now. I can control, I'm flying high. Shake it to right, shake it to left. Try to who, how's my skill? Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield.
Saya tengok ending semalam.
Tak ada tonton.
Tak ada tonton.
Tak ada tonton. Tak ada tonton. Tak ada tonton. Tak ada tonton. Tak ada tonton.
Macam ni baru boleh kawan.
First keping je.
Mesti shopping pun boleh. Siap ada diskaun lagi.
Selamat berkenalan. Weh, sabar bang. Sabar bang. Bang, sabar bang. Tahu excited jumpa saya bang. Salam semula. Salam. Sini. Cuba sabar. Tahu nervous. Tak apa saya bangun untuk awak. Good boy. Excited sangat ni. Tiba lepas menang ke? Aduh, tak boleh cakap pula. Boleh lepas menang ah. Kau bawa kalah. Kalau kalah nah, boleh pakai tak kat tangan tu. Sebab nampak macam perlukan juga ni sebab kalah. Ui! Gatal kau. Gatal. Boleh buat apa lagi ni? Cakap. Nak menari? Oh, nak menari lah. Okey. Tengok sikit menari. Boleh menari macam mana? Ui dah. Ui. Korang kalau nak tengok benda-benda best macam ni, jangan lupa untuk datang ke MPL MY di Quill City Mall. Bye!
Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Shake it to left, shake it to right. Got you now. I can control, I'm flying high. Shake it to right, shake it to left. Try to who, how's my skill? Bigger. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield.
Anda kembali bersama saya Poji dan juga orang yang kuat di dalam scene e-sport ni sendiri, Kuja. Apa khabar Kuja?
Alhamdulillah sihat.
Alright Kuja, kita nak menghimbau kenangan sekejap
Boleh.
9 tahun lepas Kuja pernah bermain di MNC dan masa tu ada kumpulan IDNS. So Kuja ada tak apa-apa sejarah ke, pengalaman ke bersama dengan pasukan-pasukan diorang?
Okey, IDNS short form dia punya full name dia adalah I Do Not Sleep.
Tak tidur?
Memang tak tidur. Memang kita orang bersama-sama dulu main rank sama-sama dekat rank waktu tu. Memang berkawan rapatlah dengan orang.
So memang ada sejarah juga lah, pernah main sesama.
Memang sangat rapat dengan
bertanding
orang.
sama-sama.
Bertanding bersama-sama dan masa dekat Indonesia waktu tu pun memang kita orang banyak keluar sama-sama pergi makan semua.
Diorang champion?
Diorang champion.
Hebat IDNS.
Betul.
Tapi IDNS ni tim daripada Thailand. Kuja tahu tak sekarang adanya MSL tu, MLBB Super League yang baru buka dekat Thailand. Kuja serius? Kuja ada tak apa-apa macam pendapat untuk scene yang baru dibuka dekat Thailand ni?
Okey, sebenarnya saya happy lah untuk komuniti dekat Thailand sebab diorang dah berpeluang untuk bertanding secara lebih orang kata apa, agresif atau lebih aktif. Dan untuk kawan-kawan saya dekat sana yang mana yang pernah bertanding pada zaman-zaman dulu diminta untuk kembali semula sebab kita orang rindukan IDNS yang lama. Dan of course ada beberapa player masih aktif dan saya mengharapkan diorang terus sukses kat sana lah. Dan ini adalah peluang yang terbaik untuk komuniti Thailand untuk bangkit dan tunjukkan balik kekuatan diorang semasa Messi yang pertama.
Faham. Maksudnya diorang pun ada kehebatan dan kelebihan masing-masing.
Betul, sebab kalau saya rasa diorang lebih ke arah mekanik lah sekarang, sebab kita sekarang lebih ke arah makro punya playstyle. Diorang masih start dekat mekanik. So mungkin diorang nak kena improve untuk mekanik, untuk makro punya playstyle untuk compete dengan kita orang lah.
Sebab soalan saya yang ketiga, saya nak tanya Kuja, apakah bagi Kuja yang Kuja nampak perbezaan paling ketara di antara playstyle untuk Thailand dan juga Malaysia?
Okey, macam yang saya cakap tadi adalah saya rasa diorang mekanik kita lebih kurang sama, sebab bagi saya majoriti mekanik punya user memang tak jauh beza. Cuma makro je yang menentukan macam mana kita nak bawa game plan dan gameplay kita tersendiri. Dan saya rasa Thailand disebabkan dia baru aktif untuk MSL, betul? Untuk season yang pertama, saya rasa diorang kena lebih fokus pada makro untuk nak bersaing dengan region-region yang lain. Dan saya mengharapkan korang sukses.
Okey, tapi kan bila macam Kuja cakap ada tengok kawan, diorang pernah buka liga yang baru. Kuja tahu tak? Ada juga info yang menariknya. Untuk MSL kali ni kan, champion dia kita akan hantar pergi ke wildcard untuk EWC.
Wow, tanya. So directly dapat terus wildcard
Directly dapat. So untuk benda ni sendirilah, adakah Kuja rasa adalah satu benda yang bagus untuk scene diorang dan juga untuk fan diorang secara menyeluruh?
Okey, of course benda ni memang sangat bagus untuk komuniti Thailand seperti saya cakap tadi. Cuma bagi saya lebih happy untuk Mobile Legends sendiri sebab dia telah membuka lagi besar cabang-cabang di serata dunia, dan saya mengharapkan lebih banyak lagi negara-negara lain yang terlibat untuk kita besarkan dan kita majukan komuniti ini bersama.
Baik. Itu sahaja daripada saya. Anything nak shout out kepada kawan-kawan IDNS kalau diorang tengah tengok benda ni?
Okey, untuk IDNS yang semua nama ZZ kat belakang, mungkin saya tak ingat sangat lah. Mungkin saya ingat cuma Amzi dan Frame TZ, saya tak ingat lah. Tapi memang kalau tengok muka saya memang kenal. Saya mengharapkan korang comeback. Dan untuk komuniti Thailand, all the best. So sekarang you guys ada platform yang sangat-sangat baik untuk you guys tunjukkan bakat. Dan saya mengharapkan korang terus maju jaya ke hadapan. Dan jumpa di international. Good luck guys, all the best.
Terima kasih Kuja. Itu sahaja daripada saya dan Kuja. Kita jumpa kejap lagi.
Sawadee.
We believe breaking the limits is our key to success. We specializes in sales and merchandising within the gaming and streetwear industries, where we blend the high-energy world of gaming with the cutting-edge style of streetwear. At Toe Dark Culture, we serve corporate service packages, rental or own package, event sponsorship and collaboration, and employee wellness program. We've helped others break the limits. Are you next?
愚かなる弟よ。
MPL Top MY dibawakan khas daripada Todak Gaming.
Gimana ngelihat standings yang sesuai ekspektasi?
Invictus Gaming, waktu diorang nak secure that second turtle, diorang dah ready untuk main dengan 1-4.
Cultured by Todak.
みんな、渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞ。
飛来神の術。
俺ってば父ちゃんを越す火影になる。
愚かなる弟。子供騙しか。アマテラス。
行くぜ。これが俺たちの力だってばよ。
Tonight is movie night. Cerita apa you suka? Contoh macam cerita makan-makan ke, macam dia ambil makanan ni kan?
Tengok. Ada rasa pahit coklat. Ada rasa manis susu. Ada rasa pahit manis coklat campur susu.
Roti dah nak siap.
Sedap pula macam ni.
Sedap bang.
Inilah masanya.
RM2 satu gelas.
RM2?
Kau dah tahu kau allergic dengan tapai tu, kenapa kau belasah lagi?
Sedap, cute.
Zon. Sabar, Zon. Aku pun lapar, Zon. Kami faham, Zon. Kami sahut sabaran segmen tu untuk menuju ke wawasan tu. Ayo, kawan.
みんな、渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞ。
飛来神の術。
俺ってば父ちゃんを越す火影になる。
愚かなる弟。子供騙しか。アマテラス。
行くぜ。これが俺たちの力だってばよ。
アマテラス。 愚かなる弟よ。
Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Shake it to left, shake it to right. Got you now, got you now. I can control, I'm flying high. Shake it to right, shake it to left. Try to who, how's my skill? Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield.
Saya tengok ending semalam.
Tak ada tonton.
Tak ada tonton.
Tak ada tonton. Tak ada tonton. Tak ada tonton. Tak ada tonton. Tak ada tonton.
Macam ni baru boleh kawan.
Sekeping je.
Mesti shopping pun boleh. Siap ada diskaun lagi.
Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Shake it to left, shake it to right. Got you now, got you now. I can control, I'm flying high. Shake it to right, shake it to left. Try to who, how's my skill? Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Welcome to the Hook battlefield. Welcome to the Hook battlefield.
Anda kembali bersama saya Poji dan juga orang yang kuat di dalam scene e-sport ni sendiri, Kuja. Apa khabar Kuja?
Alhamdulillah sihat.
Alright Kuja, kita nak menghimbau kenangan sekejap
Boleh.
9 tahun lepas Kuja pernah bermain di MSC dan masa tu ada kumpulan IDNS. So Kuja ada tak apa-apa sejarah ke, pengalaman ke bersama dengan pasukan-pasukan diorang?
Okey, IDNS short form dia, dia punya full name dia adalah I Do Not Sleep.
Tak tidur?
Memang tak tidur. Memang kita orang bersama-sama dulu main rank sama-sama dekat rank waktu tu. Memang berkawan rapat lah dengan orang.
So memang ada sejarah juga lah, pernah main sama-sama.
Memang sangat rapat dengan
bertanding
orang.
sama-sama.
Bertanding bersama-sama dan masa dekat Indonesia waktu tu pun memang kita orang banyak keluar sama-sama pergi makan semua.
Diorang champion?
Diorang champion.
Hebat IDNS.
Betul.
Tapi IDNS ni tim daripada Thailand. Kuja tahu tak sekarang adanya MSL tu, MLBB Super League yang baru buka dekat Thailand.
Serius lah?
Serius. Kuja ada tak apa-apa macam pendapat untuk scene yang baru dibuka dekat Thailand ni?
Okey, sebenarnya saya happy lah untuk komuniti dekat Thailand sebab diorang dah berpeluang untuk bertanding secara lebih orang kata apa, agresif atau lebih aktif. Dan untuk kawan-kawan saya dekat sana yang mana yang pernah bertanding pada zaman-zaman dulu diminta untuk kembali semula sebab kita orang rindukan IDNS yang lama. Dan of course ada beberapa player masih aktif dan saya mengharapkan diorang terus sukses kat sana lah. Dan ini adalah peluang yang terbaik untuk komuniti Thailand untuk bangkit dan tunjukkan balik kekuatan diorang semasa Messi yang pertama.
Faham. Maksudnya diorang pun ada kehebatan dan kelebihan masing-masing.
Betul, sebab kalau saya rasa diorang lebih ke arah mekanik lah sekarang sebab kita sekarang lebih ke arah makro punya playstyle. Diorang masih start dekat mekanik. So mungkin diorang nak kena improve untuk mekanik untuk makro punya playstyle untuk compete dengan kita orang lah.
Sebab soalan saya yang ketiga, saya nak tanya Kuja, apakah bagi Kuja yang Kuja nampak perbezaan paling ketara di antara playstyle untuk Thailand dan juga Malaysia?
Okey, macam yang saya cakap tadi adalah saya rasa diorang mekanik kita lebih kurang sama sebab bagi saya majoriti mekanik punya user memang tak jauh beza. Cuma makro je yang menentukan macam mana kita nak bawa game plan dan gameplay kita tersendiri. Dan saya rasa Thailand disebabkan dia baru aktif untuk MSL, betul? Untuk season yang pertama, saya rasa diorang kena lebih fokus pada makro untuk nak bersaing dengan region-region yang lain. Dan saya mengharapkan korang sukses.
Okey, tapi kan bila macam Kuja cakap ada tengok kawan, diorang pernah buka liga yang baru. Kuja tahu tak? Ada juga info yang menariknya. Untuk MSL kali ni kan, champion dia kita akan hantar pergi ke wildcard untuk EWC.
Wow, tanya. So directly dapat terus wildcard
Directly dapat. So untuk benda ni sendirilah, adakah Kuja rasa adalah satu benda yang bagus untuk scene diorang dan juga untuk fan diorang secara menyeluruh?
Okey, of course benda ni memang sangat bagus untuk komuniti Thailand seperti saya cakap tadi. Cuma bagi saya lebih happy untuk Mobile Legends sendiri sebab dia telah membuka lagi besar cabang-cabang di serata dunia dan saya mengharapkan lebih banyak lagi negara-negara lain yang terlibat untuk kita besarkan dan kita majukan komuniti ini bersama.
Baik. Itu sahaja daripada saya. Anything nak shout out kepada kawan-kawan IDNS kalau diorang tengah tengok benda ni?
Okey, untuk IDNS yang semua nama ZZ kat belakang, mungkin saya tak ingat sangat lah. Mungkin saya ingat cuma Amzi dan Frame TZ, saya tak ingat lah. Tapi memang kalau tengok muka saya memang kenal. Saya mengharapkan korang comeback. Dan untuk komuniti Thailand, all the best. So sekarang you guys ada platform yang sangat-sangat baik untuk you guys tunjukkan bakat. Dan saya mengharapkan korang terus maju jaya ke hadapan. Dan jumpa di international. Good luck guys, all the best.
Terima kasih Kuja. Itu sahaja daripada saya dan Kuja. Kita jumpa kejap lagi.
Sawadee.
breaking the limits is our key to success. We specializes in sales and merchandising within the gaming and streetwear industries, where we blend the high-energy world of gaming with the cutting-edge style of streetwear. At Toe Dark Culture, we serve corporate service packages, rental or own package, event sponsorship and collaboration, and employee wellness program. We've helped others break the limits. Are you next?
愚かなる弟よ。
MPL Talk MY dibawakan khas daripada Toda Gaming.
Gimana ngelihat standings yang sesuai ekspektasi?
Invictus Gaming, waktu diorang nak secure that second title, diorang dah ready untuk main dengan 1-4.
Cultured by Toda.
みんな渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞ。
飛来神の術。
俺ってば父ちゃんを越す火影になる。
愚かなる弟。子供騙しか。アマテラス。
行くぜ。これが俺たちの力だってばよ。
Tonight is movie night. Cerita apa you suka? Contoh macam cerita makan-makan ke, macam dia ambil makanan ni kan?
Tengok. Ada rasa pahit coklat. Ada rasa manis susu. Ada rasa pahit manis coklat campur susu.
Roti dah nak siap.
Sedap pula macam ni.
Sedap bang.
Inilah masanya.
RM2 satu gelas.
RM2?
Kau dah tahu kau allergic dengan tapai tu, pasal kau belasah lagi.
Sedap, cute.
Zon. Sabar, Zon. Aku pun lapar, Zon. Kami faham, Cik. Kami sahut sabaran Cik Man tu untuk menuju ke wawasan tu. Ayo, kawan.
みんな渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞ。
飛来神の術。
俺ってば父ちゃんを越す火影になる。
愚かなる弟。子供騙しか。アマテラス。
行くぜ。これが俺たちの力だってばよ。
アマテラス。 愚かなる弟よ。
Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Shake it to left, shake it to right. Got you now, got you now. I can control, I'm flying high. Shake it to right, shake it to left. Try to who, out of my skill. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield.
Saya tengok ending semalam.
Tak ada tonton.
Tak ada tonton.
Tak ada tonton. Tak ada tonton. Tak ada tonton. Tak ada tonton. Tak ada tonton.
Macam ni baru boleh kawan.
Sekeping je.
Mesti shopping pun boleh. Siap ada diskaun lagi.
Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Shake it to left, shake it to right. Got you now, got you now. I can control, I'm flying high. Shake it to right, shake it to left. Try to who, out of my skill. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. battlefield. Welcome to the whole battlefield.
Anda kembali bersama saya Poji dan juga orang yang kuat di dalam scene e-sport ni sendiri, Kuja. Apa khabar Kuja?
Alhamdulillah sihat.
Alright Kuja, kita nak menghimbau kenangan sekejap
Boleh.
9 tahun lepas Kuja pernah bermain di MSC dan masa tu ada kumpulan IDNS. So Kuja ada tak apa-apa sejarah ke, pengalaman ke bersama dengan pasukan-pasukan diorang?
Okey, IDNS short form dia, dia punya full name dia adalah I Do Not Sleep.
Tak tidur?
Memang tak tidur. Memang kita orang bersama-sama dulu main rank sama-sama dekat rank waktu tu. Memang berkawan rapat lah dengan orang.
So memang ada sejarah juga lah, pernah main sama-sama.
Memang sangat rapat dengan
bertanding
orang.
sama-sama.
Bertanding bersama-sama dan masa dekat Indonesia waktu tu pun memang kita orang banyak keluar sama-sama pergi makan semua.
Diorang champion?
Diorang champion.
Hebat IDNS.
Betul.
Tapi IDNS ni tim daripada Thailand. Kuja tahu tak sekarang adanya MSL tu, MLBB Super League yang baru buka dekat Thailand.
Serius lah?
Serius. Kuja ada tak apa-apa macam pendapat untuk scene yang baru dibuka dekat Thailand ni?
Okey, sebenarnya saya happy lah untuk komuniti dekat Thailand sebab diorang dah berpeluang untuk bertanding secara lebih orang kata apa, agresif atau lebih aktif. Dan untuk kawan-kawan saya dekat sana yang mana yang pernah bertanding pada zaman-zaman dulu diminta untuk kembali semula sebab kita orang rindukan IDNS yang lama. Dan of course ada beberapa player masih aktif dan saya mengharapkan diorang terus sukses kat sana lah. Dan ini adalah peluang yang terbaik untuk komuniti Thailand untuk bangkit dan tunjukkan balik kekuatan diorang semasa Messi yang pertama.
Faham. Maksudnya diorang pun ada kehebatan dan kelebihan masing-masing.
Betul, sebab kalau saya rasa diorang lebih ke arah mekanik lah sekarang sebab kita sekarang lebih ke arah makro punya playstyle. Diorang masih start dekat mekanik. So mungkin diorang nak kena improve untuk mekanik untuk makro punya playstyle untuk compete dengan kita orang lah.
Sebab soalan saya yang ketiga, saya nak tanya Kuja, apakah bagi Kuja yang Kuja nampak perbezaan paling ketara di antara playstyle untuk Thailand dan juga Malaysia?
Okey, macam yang saya cakap tadi adalah saya rasa diorang mekanik kita lebih kurang sama sebab bagi saya majoriti mekanik punya user memang tak jauh beza. Cuma makro je yang menentukan macam mana kita nak bawa game plan dan gameplay kita tersendiri. Dan saya rasa Thailand disebabkan dia baru aktif untuk MSL, betul? Untuk season yang pertama, saya rasa diorang kena lebih fokus pada makro untuk nak bersaing dengan region-region yang lain. Dan saya mengharapkan korang sukses.
Okey, tapi kan bila macam Kuja cakap ada tengok kawan, diorang pernah buka liga yang baru. Kuja tahu tak? Ada juga info yang menariknya. Untuk MSL kali ni kan, champion dia kita akan hantar pergi ke wildcard untuk EWC.
Wow, tanya. So directly dapat terus wildcard
Directly dapat. So untuk benda ni sendirilah, adakah Kuja rasa adalah satu benda yang bagus untuk scene diorang dan juga untuk fan diorang secara menyeluruh?
Okey, of course benda ni memang sangat bagus untuk komuniti Thailand seperti saya cakap tadi. Cuma bagi saya lebih happy untuk Mobile Legends sendiri sebab dia telah membuka lagi besar cabang-cabang di serata dunia dan saya mengharapkan lebih banyak lagi negara-negara lain yang terlibat untuk kita besarkan dan kita majukan komuniti ini bersama.
Baik. Itu sahaja daripada saya. Anything nak shout out kepada kawan-kawan IDNS kalau diorang tengah tengok benda ni?
Okey, untuk IDNS yang semua nama ZZ kat belakang, mungkin saya tak ingat sangat lah. Mungkin saya ingat cuma Amzi dan Frame TZ, saya tak ingat lah. Tapi memang kalau tengok muka saya memang kenal. Saya mengharapkan korang comeback. Dan untuk komuniti Thailand, all the best. So sekarang you guys ada platform yang sangat-sangat baik untuk you guys tunjukkan bakat. Dan saya mengharapkan korang terus maju jaya ke hadapan. Dan jumpa di international. Good luck guys, all the best.
Terima kasih Kuja. Itu sahaja daripada saya dan Kuja. Kita jumpa kejap lagi.
Sawadee.
breaking the limits is our key to success. We specializes in sales and merchandising within the gaming and streetwear industries, where we blend the high-energy world of gaming with the cutting-edge style of streetwear. At Toe Dark Culture, we serve corporate service packages, rental or own package, event sponsorship and collaboration, and employee wellness program. We've helped others break the limits. Are you next?
愚かなる弟よ。
MPL Talk MY dibawakan khas daripada Kodak Gaming.
Gimana ngelihat standings yang sesuai ekspektasi?
Invictus Gaming, waktu diorang nak secure that second title, diorang dah ready untuk main dengan 1-4.
Cultured by Todak.
みんな、渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞ。
飛来神の術。
俺ってば父ちゃんを越す火影になる。
愚かなる弟。子供騙しか。アマテラス。
行くぜ。これが俺たちの力だってばよ。
Tonight is movie night. Cerita apa you suka? Contoh macam cerita makan-makan ke, macam dia ambil makanan ni kan?
Tengok. Ada rasa pahit coklat. Ada rasa manis susu. Ada rasa pahit manis coklat campur susu.
Roti dah nak siap.
Sedap pula macam ni.
Sedap bang.
Inilah masanya.
RM2 satu gelas.
RM2?
Kau dah tahu kau allergic dengan tapai tu, kenapa kau belasah lagi?
Sedap, cute.
Zon. Sabar je. Aku pun lapar, Zon. Kami faham, Cik. Kami sahut sabaran Cik Man tu untuk menuju ke wawasan tu. Ayo, kawan-kawan.
みんな、渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞ。
飛来神の術。
俺ってば父ちゃんを越す火影になる。
愚かなる弟。子供騙しか。アマテラス。
行くぜ。これが俺たちの力だってばよ。
アマテラス。 愚かなる弟よ。
Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Shake it to left, shake it to right. Got you now, got you now. I can control, I'm flying high. Shake it to right, shake it to left. Try to who, how's my skill? Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield.
Saya tengok ending semalam.
Tak ada tonton.
Tak ada tonton.
Tak ada tonton. Tak ada tonton. Tak ada tonton. Tak ada tonton. Tak ada tonton.
Macam ni baru boleh kawan.
Sekeping je.
Mesti shopping pun boleh. Siap ada diskaun lagi.
Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Shake it to left, shake it to right. Got you now, got you now. I can control, I'm flying high. Shake it to right, shake it to left. Try to who, how's my skill? Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. the whole battlefield.
Anda kembali bersama saya Poji dan juga orang yang kuat di dalam scene e-sport ni sendiri, Kuja. Apa khabar Kuja?
Alhamdulillah sihat.
Alright Kuja, kita nak menghimbau kenangan sekejap
Boleh.
9 tahun lepas Kuja pernah bermain di MSC dan masa tu ada kumpulan IDNS. So Kuja ada tak apa-apa sejarah ke, pengalaman ke bersama dengan pasukan-pasukan diorang?
Okey, IDNS short form dia, dia punya full name dia adalah I Do Not Sleep.
Tak tidur?
Memang tak tidur. Memang kita orang bersama-sama dulu main rank sama-sama dekat rank waktu tu. Memang berkawan rapat lah dengan orang.
So memang ada sejarah juga lah, pernah main sama-sama.
Memang sangat rapat dengan
bertanding
orang.
sama-sama.
Bertanding bersama-sama dan masa dekat Indonesia waktu tu pun memang kita orang banyak keluar sama-sama pergi makan semua.
Diorang champion?
Diorang champion.
Hebat IDNS.
Betul.
Tapi IDNS ni tim daripada Thailand. Kuja tahu tak sekarang adanya MSL tu, MLBB Super League yang baru buka dekat Thailand.
Serius lah?
Serius. Kuja ada tak apa-apa macam pendapat untuk scene yang baru dibuka dekat Thailand ni?
Okey, sebenarnya saya happy lah untuk komuniti dekat Thailand sebab diorang dah berpeluang untuk bertanding secara lebih orang kata apa, agresif atau lebih aktif. Dan untuk kawan-kawan saya dekat sana yang mana yang pernah bertanding pada zaman-zaman dulu diminta untuk kembali semula sebab kita orang rindukan IDNS yang lama. Dan of course ada beberapa player masih aktif dan saya mengharapkan diorang terus sukses kat sana lah. Dan ini adalah peluang yang terbaik untuk komuniti Thailand untuk bangkit dan tunjukkan balik kekuatan diorang semasa MSC yang pertama.
Faham. Maksudnya diorang pun ada kehebatan dan kelebihan masing-masing.
Betul, sebab kalau saya rasa diorang lebih ke arah mekanik lah sekarang sebab kita sekarang lebih ke arah makro punya playstyle. Diorang masih start dekat mekanik. So mungkin diorang nak kena improve untuk mekanik untuk makro punya playstyle untuk compete dengan kita orang lah.
Sebab soalan saya yang ketiga, saya nak tanya Kuja, apakah bagi Kuja yang Kuja nampak perbezaan paling ketara di antara playstyle untuk Thailand dan juga Malaysia?
Okey, macam yang saya cakap tadi adalah saya rasa diorang mekanik kita lebih kurang sama sebab bagi saya majoriti mekanik punya user memang tak jauh beza. Cuma makro je yang menentukan macam mana kita nak bawa game plan dan gameplay kita tersendiri. Dan saya rasa Thailand disebabkan dia baru aktif untuk MSL, betul? Untuk season yang pertama, saya rasa diorang kena lebih fokus pada makro untuk nak bersaing dengan region-region yang lain. Dan saya mengharapkan korang sukses.
Okey, tapi kan bila macam Kuja cakap ada tengok kawan, diorang pernah buka liga yang baru. Kuja tahu tak? Ada juga info yang menariknya. Untuk MSL kali ni kan, champion dia kita akan hantar pergi ke wildcard untuk EWC.
Wow, tahniah. So directly dapat terus wildcard
Directly dapat. So untuk benda ni sendirilah, adakah Kuja rasa adalah satu benda yang bagus untuk scene diorang dan juga untuk fan diorang secara menyeluruh?
Okey, of course benda ni memang sangat bagus untuk komuniti Thailand seperti saya cakap tadi. Cuma bagi saya lebih happy untuk Mobile Legends sendiri sebab dia telah membuka lagi besar cabang-cabang di serata dunia dan saya mengharapkan lebih banyak lagi negara-negara lain yang terlibat untuk kita besarkan dan kita majukan komuniti ini bersama.
Baik. Itu sahaja daripada saya. Anything nak shout out kepada kawan-kawan IDNS kalau diorang tengah tengok benda ni?
Okey, untuk IDNS yang semua nama ZZ kat belakang, mungkin saya tak ingat sangat lah. Mungkin saya ingat cuma Amzi dan Frame TZ, saya tak ingat lah. Tapi memang kalau tengok muka saya memang kenal. Saya mengharapkan korang comeback. Dan untuk komuniti Thailand, all the best. So sekarang you guys ada platform yang sangat-sangat baik untuk you guys tunjukkan bakat. Dan saya mengharapkan korang terus maju jaya ke hadapan. Dan jumpa di international. Good luck guys, all the best.
Terima kasih Kuja. Itu sahaja daripada saya dan Kuja. Kita jumpa kejap lagi.
Sawadee.
ditelan air mata. Selamanya ku takkan di bawah. Perjalananku sampai ke puncak dalam perjuangan. Bila hati terang menyala, setiap luka jadi kekuatan. Pengorbanan yang jauh ujungnya. Sudah tiba masanya melangkah takdir, jalan yang gentir ku tempuh. Bangkit bersama kita juara, membanggakan negara. Kita kawan pentas dunia, Wira Arena. Bangkit bersama kita juara, membanggakan negara. Kerana di hujung cerita pastinya kita Wira Arena. Kita Wira Arena. Kita Wira Arena.
Sweat and grind, guess we never gon' fade. This that definition of a legend. Every single move that I make, feel it ain't no doubt. Dorang kena aku, I'm a winner. Cuba check gerak-geri aku semua tiptoe macam ballerina. Genggam bara api, biasa berjadi arah. Mimpiku mula menjadi, tiada siapa je yang halang. Kalau bikin hari-hari, benda susah jadi senang. Segala cabaran aku ready, masa depan aku terang.
Tiba masanya melangkah takdir, jalan yang gentir ku tempuh. Bangkit bersama kita juara, membanggakan negara. Kita kawan pentas dunia, Wira Arena. Bangkit bersama kita juara, membanggakan negara. Kerana di hujung cerita pastinya kita Wira Arena. Kita Wira Arena. Kita Wira Arena.
Satu hati, satu jiwa, bangkit bersama kita Wira Arena. Yeah. Dari bayang kenyala api, nama kita terpahat di bumi.
Bangkit bersama kita juara, membanggakan negara. Kita kawan pentas dunia, Wira Arena. Bangkit bersama kita juara, membanggakan negara. Kerana di hujung cerita pastinya kita Wira Arena. Kita Wira Arena. Kita Wira Arena. Adakah takdir lemas ditelan air mata? Selamanya ku takkan di bawah. Perjalananku sampai ke puncak dalam perjuangan. Bila hati terang menyala, setiap luka jadi kekuatan. Pengorbanan yang jauh ujungnya. Sudah tiba masanya melangkah takdir, jalan yang gentir ku tempuh. Bangkit bersama kita juara, membanggakan negara. Kita kawan pentas dunia, Wira Arena. Bangkit bersama kita juara, membanggakan negara. Kerana di hujung cerita pastinya kita Wira Arena.
MPL Malaysia Season 17 is powered by Moonton. Presented by Celcom DG. Power up now with Celcom DG Prepaid 5G. Climb to mythical immortal with unlimited 5G power, uncapped hyperspeed, and endless entertainment. Celcom DG Prepaid 5G. Limitless. Made for Gen Now. Infinix Note 60 Pro. It's note what you think. With Snapdragon 7S Gen 4 plus 3D Ice Core Vapor Chamber cooling, active matrix display, and 90-watt wired plus 30-watt wireless charge. Grab your Infinix Note 60 Pro. Available now at Infinix Official Store or TikTok Shop Infinix Malaysia. Official food delivery Grab. Definitely focused when full. When people is hungry, they lose focus. Then, they will have bad aim or bad performance during the game time. Hence, order from GrabFood to stay focused. Cultured by Todak. Get MPL Malaysia's official merch at Todak's booth or buy online at store.todak.com. MPL Malaysia is now cultured by Todak. Official motorcycle partner, Yamaha. Official content partner, Media Prima. Official streaming partner, Tauntaun. Our strategic partner, Ferry. TNT Co. Obspot. Quill City Mall. Supported by KBS, ESI, Rakan Muda, MESF.
As we welcome the evening dusk here at Quill City Mall, Kuala Lumpur, MPL Malaysia Season 17 continues with the first day of the second leg as we approach the second match as well. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for joining us online today, and for those of you at the venue, we hope that you have yourselves prepared for what will undoubtedly be another intense MLBB series. You're watching the English Desk. My name is Staffa and I am joined by Husky today, and we are hoping for a game that doesn't quite recreate what we saw earlier.
I'm so sorry. I'm not sure if you saw that.
Probably not.
So in the opening montage, someone held up a card that said, "If Vamos wins, I'll get circumcised." Oh, I can't believe it.
Okay.
Vamos against IG. It's quite a series to place your bets on, by the way.
It sure is, especially since one of these teams also has had some pretty notable changes since the last time we saw them. But of course, as is usual, we have a code up on screen for you guys to check out, right? Make sure you guys redeem that in-game, or you guys could scan the QR code right there. Get yourself a free Ice Talons carry skin, among other simple rewards. But yeah, I think this next match is going to be interesting.
Yeah, we started on a pretty low note, right? Flash and AC wasn't the best. So things can only go up from here, and a big part of it is because we have Infinix.
Yep, the Infinix Note 60 Pro. It's Note what you think. With Snapdragon 7S Gen 4 plus 3D Ice Core Vapor Chamber cooling, active matrix display, and 90 watts wired plus 30 watts wireless charge. Grab your Infinix Note 60 Pro, available now at the Infinix official store or the TikTok shop Infinix Malaysia right now.
Yeah, and again, the players have been having the time of their lives playing on the Infinix product, and you saw just now, this is just one of the color. I personally like it, but the most impressive part for me is just the sleek design, right? Curved edges, the matte finish as well. Very good to the touch.
It does look pretty nice, just like you can look pretty nice if you got the exclusive dynamic portrait and radiant kits for Leslie's Angelic Agent skin, now available in the shop. You can enjoy 20% off during the first month from the 22nd of April to the 23rd of May, and the dynamic portrait is only 640 diamonds. Not to mention, the radiant kits are only 200 diamonds. So, log into the game and check them out now.
I actually got very excited when I first saw this because I thought that I can get the skin for 640, but it's the dynamic portrait.
Not quite.
Yeah, so not quite.
But I think it's still pretty cool, right? Dynamic portrait's pretty nice.
Yeah, it's pretty cool, and the Radiant kit as well is a good, cosmetic for in-game if you're into customizing your buttons. The what do you call it again? The dynamic portrait and the custom buttons.
And the Radiant kit.
The Radiant kit.
Yes.
Will be what you're after. You actually can get Radiant kit from the Starlight membership as well. It's a more basic one, not as beautiful as the angelic one, but still something.
That is something. Hopefully you guys check it out, especially those Leslie fans out there. I know there's a lot of you. For now, next match, second match, last match of the day is Vamos versus Invictus. And while Vamos hasn't really changed all that much, it's just that they've swapped out Chibi for Sapat on the bench. IG has taken a pretty notable change, which is surprising considering that they had remained quite steady in the top 3.
Yeah, and the changes from IG is actually to at least what most people would consider the more consistent players of the team, right? So this has to be an upgrade. Because at the end of leg 1, they were side by side in terms of standing. IG remaining third place through and throughout, whereas Vamos, they had a slow start. They lost to IG, and then they lost to SRG and then IG. But afterwards, they just started winning games, leading up to their last series of the first leg where they lost to Team Ray, but it was still enough to put them in 4th place.
Yeah, it's a curious battle that we've been seeing today with 7th versus 8th place and now 3rd versus 4th place. Very different positions, but still the same drive to succeed and to emerge victorious. Now, IG, I guess we'll focus a little bit more on the players that have changed up after this once we get the rosters up. But I will say that while the team was fairly stable, there's also the sense where they're not the most interesting.
Yep, and here it is, is it an essential change or a bold move? Because first leg, we know the roster, and then when we look at the second leg, Spencer is now out from the team. They brought in Suelo, but they also brought in Ye3, who was playing with GeekFam ID for a short stint. Now he's back to take over Gorgeous' spot. But they stay consistent at number 3, right? We all saw their performance. Sure, there are flip-flops, but in dire times, Gorgeous and Spencer were the one that kind of held the team together, and now these two players have been changed.
I'm sure a lot of people are just as confused as we are about this decision, but there has to be a notable reason behind it. We know Ye3, we know that he's a very aggressive EXP lane. That's the reason why he was one of the players selected to go on over to Indonesia. So that, I do think, is an upgrade compared to Gorgeous, who has largely been playing tank utility side lane. But as for the rest, it's hard to really say. And not to mention, changing these players up like this means you now have to do the draft differently than before.
Yeah, they also had brought in Darmil as well, right? A young, promising prospect. Basically, first ever MPL debut. I heard he probably won't be playing today, but we might see him starting next week. And so by the time that next week comes around, which means that they'll be playing with basically 3 new, fresh players, right? And both of them are on the side. Technically, all your solo lanes are a new batch of players.
It's a pretty bold move, right? Since you've already been in the top 3, it seems pretty safe to say that you can make it to the playoffs with the current lineup. But Invictus Gaming clearly has higher ambitions. They want to go further. They want to break into the top standings. And I guess we just have to ask them directly why they're doing it, right? We got an interview set up for you guys. So, IG, why?
Hey guys, Rose here. Sebelum kita mulakan perlawanan kedua untuk hari ini, Rose actually nak borak sedikit dengan player-player baru IG, iaitu Ye3 dan juga Suelo. Hello boys, selamat kembali, selamat datang.
Selamat datang, thank you.
Okay, kita borak dengan Suelo dululah. Apa perasaan datang debut di MPL MY untuk musim ini?
Yang pasti perasaannya bakal asik ya, bakal seru. Karena tahu sendiri kan ini jadi tantangan baru pertama kali aku main di MPL Malai kan. Jadi ya pasti bakal asik dan dak-dik-dukser.
Excited.
Yes,
let's go. Okay, untuk Ye3 pula, selamat kembali. Tiba-tiba tengah-tengah musim datang kembali, camatkan Gorgeous. Apa jadi?
Gorgeous call sebenarnya. Kata, saya perlukan saingan Kram. So, saya datang.
Oh, perlu saingan Kram. So, you rasa Gorgeous tak boleh lah saingan Kram?
Boleh, tapi lambat lagi.
Mungkin 2-3 season lagi lah. Next season. Okay, now kita tahu di mana kita masuk leg kedua, minggu kelima, tiba-tiba IG banyak perubahan. Walaupun kalau kita tengok balik di leg pertama, IG punya prestasi sangat-sangat bagus. Apa yang punca? Kenapa you guys tiba-tiba masuk ke IG? Mungkin kita start dengan Suelo dulu.
Kalau aku udah jelas, aku kan sebelum lagi coba-coba live streaming, and then Gorgeous comment on my live streaming. Suelo, want try some want some challenge?
Oi,
let's go team.
Let's
go Jess.
Gitu.
Let's go, Jess.
Okay. So, nampaknya bukan Coach Bam yang buat keputusan ambil player baru, tapi Gorgeous.
Ya.
Gorgeous adalah CEO sebenar.
Sebenarnya dia lagi
memang nak menang. Okay, aku faham. Yetri pula. Siapa yang ajak? Gorgeous. Memang Gorgeous je.
Gorgeous juga. Dia kata seorang kena bagi kram terbakar. Dia macam bagi dia marah. So saya kena datang.
So Coach Bam actually tak participate dah?
Tak.
Coach Bam tiba-tiba terkejut. Ada 2 datang daripada Indo.
Betul.
Okay. So sekarang ni dengan kita punya roster baru untuk IG, betapa confidentnya Suelo dan dengan Yetri that kita boleh kekalkan actually momentum yang kita nampak daripada IG di first leg of the season, sebab performance tu sangat-sangat baik.
Ya, kalau dari aku sendiri pasti berharapnya semoga bisa membawa dampak yang lebih positif, lebih baik, dan pasti aku dari sendiri pasti do the best lah, bakal do the best buat tim.
Okay, untuk Yetri pula, boleh tak?
Kalau macam tu, kalau apa tadi soalan?
Boleh tak kekalkan momentum?
Boleh,
juga?
saya 100% confident boleh kekalkan momentum IG sebab mungkin kita tahu lagi kita boleh pecahkan misteri SRG kan?
Weh, budak ni daripada last season.
Betul.
Memang confident.
Memang SRG je.
Memang SRG je.
SRG je.
Kalau Yetri nak jumpa and pecahkan win streak SRG, Suelo nak jumpa siapa? Mau jumpa siapa?
Nak jumpa siapa?
Mau jumpa mana? Memang tak sabar, excited sangat nak jumpa.
Excited sangat. Siapa tu?
Tim mana?
Tim mana? Sama dah. Sama tu.
Sama
nak
SRG.
jumpa Stormy berarti ya?
Stormy. Okay, tapi sebelum IG akan bertemu sekali lagi dengan SRG, kita kena bertemu dengan Vamos dulu.
Vamos.
And di Vamos ada Klokun.
Ya.
Ada pesan-pesan ke kepada Klokun?
My twin, Klokun.
Your twin?
Yes, Aang.
Muka tak sama pun.
Berhati sama dah.
Weh.
Besto Prento yuk.
Any words kepada Klokun?
Words buat Klokun. Mungkin kita buat baik aja Kak Midland.
Okay
yang
guys.
Nice je.
Nice je. Suelo debut hari ni kena jadi budak baik sebab dengar cerita CEO Gorgeous tak bagi dia bersuara sangat. Mungkin nanti kalau IG menang kita boleh nampak panas-panas daripada Suelo.
Panas-panas. Aduh, aku dah lupa ke cara taunting tak boleh. Aku tak pernah taunting lagi tu.
Tipu kan? Tak percaya.
Tipu.
Okay guys, thank you very much Suelo. Thank you Yetri. Good luck untuk perlawanan ini. And with that, mari let's right back to our casters.
Thank you very much, Rose. And wow, Suelo looking like quite the character here on his first appearance in MPL MY.
Yeah, it's already made it like it feels like he's already at home, and that is the best case scenario, right? You get the nerves out of the system. Just feel comfortable in your environment. It's not his first rodeo. He definitely has played for quite a extended period of time in the Pro League, but in MPL MY, definitely the first.
Indeed, and on the opposite side, we have Yetri making a return, still looking as confident than ever, with his eyes set on SRG in particular. But now let's compare some of the players on these teams, notably the roamers. We got Zkeef versus Nova Escobar.
And I think these two players are, again, very young prospect. Obviously, Zkeef slightly newer compared to Nova Escobar, but I feel like when we talk about something like consistency, I think Zkeef has got that handle, right? Like the numbers don't really speak justice to him. He's more of a shot caller for the team. He's more on the more macro-centric. But he was also the guy that gave SRG a hard fight when he joined Aero Esports in that season. Nova, on the other hand, stunning roamer, great potential, has played with SRG before as well, and is one of the top performers back then. The only gripe I have with him is that, like LaFell's, I'm going to quote LaFell on this, he's either a 2 or a 9. And I just wish that he's always a 9.
I think that Nova does have a tendency to take a back seat on some things. He's not quite as aggressive as other roamers. He's a little bit more stable in a teamfight setting, and that's why he has so much more damage taken in total compared to Zkeef, who is more of a open map teamfight setter style. So there is a bit of a difference in how both of these roamers like to open up the map and set things up for their squads, and I'm interested to see what will happen when they do go head to head. But let's start introducing our teams.
On the one side, we have Vamos, a roster that didn't go through any changes, at least in the main 5. Natko, Zkeef, Klokun, Aero44, and Zeno. Again, for those who are not updated, Chibi has departed from the team and joined PTRM. They also brought back Sapat, but at least for now, we won't see Sapat in action.
Yeah, it's most likely that Sapat's just going to be waiting in the backdrop because I think Zeno has been doing an okay enough job alongside the rest of Vamos. This is a team that has a lot of potential if they're able to get the right momentum. They can be quite aggressive early and win games through snowballs, but they're also stable enough to be able to hold the game longer if they find themselves behind. Their macro game is solid, base defenses are strong. I think that Vamos is very much the gatekeeper team of the midpoint. You gotta beat them if you want to make it to the top 3.
And as always, that has been the case since Season 14, but we also have Invictus Gaming, who have not dropped out of third place since the start of the league. They brought in Suelo, they brought in Year 3, but the rest are the same. Malcuti, Nova Escobar, and Hazel. I feel like both teams have their strengths and weaknesses. For IG, is inconsistency. For Vamos, is they struggle from behind. At least we saw that when they went up against Team Ray.
I think they are definitely a more momentum-based team, Vamos, but they're not too bad at making sure they don't get destroyed if they're behind at least, right? For the side of Invictus, they tend to take early game pretty well. Oftentimes they will be in the lead early to mid, but then fall off late because they play very passive, right? They're not very good at wave management in comparison, and oftentimes aren't good at finding those opportunities to really push things forward. Either way, these two teams are going to be walking up on stage very, very soon. So before that, we got a mic check. Let's get things going.
Suelo is back.
Kasih champion dulu, enak tanting kita boy.
Let's go ah.
Yang penting apa? Champion boy.
Suelo is back.
Tiba-tiba banget ada Suelo, ada ini.
Ada Suelo sama Y3 ya? Kayak waktu begitu ini kan?
Begitu cepat berlalu.
Perasaan baru semalam dah di comeback. Di band. Joy gak ada? Joy champion doang, Jo.
Champion.
Aduh, remake. Pakai aja Betrik. Yang penting M series.
Oke. Harus bah. Remake ya, salah skin.
remake.
After their last defeat, the villains return, ready to strike. The same 5 step back into the arena, sharper, faster, and deadlier from the start. Expect early game aggression from the get-go. Ladies and gentlemen, it's VAMAMOS. Hala Team Vamos!
Nako and Zeno continues to put themselves in the spotlight as the side lane pillars of the Serpents, and Vamos looking to redeem themselves in this Leg 2 after a lackluster finish to week number 4. A strong first leg sees them sitting third, but they're not settling. With Year 3 and Suelo joining the squad, they are ready to turn up. Will this new lineup bring a more bombastic edge? Please make way and make some noise for Invictus Gaming!
The shape of this team is looking different with Year 3's return to Malaysia, alongside Suelo, who has shown glimpses of brilliance in MPL Indonesia. Will this be the change they're looking for? Now we bring out the coaches of both teams, the masterminds behind every single match. For the side of Team Vamos, we got head coach Valdo along with assistant coach Hakbet. And for IG, head coach Bam and assistant coach Jess. They will be joined on stage with our head of League Ops Franklin to ensure every game runs fairly and smoothly.
And let's keep it going with the fist bumps between both teams. A true sign of professionalism. This is how we roll. This is Malaysian sportsmanship. Ini gaya kita. This is MPL MY. It's my time, my era. Let the rematch between IG and Vamos begin.
All right, this is going to be an interesting one here, my friends. Both teams looking pretty solid, third and fourth place in leg one for a reason. Vamos just needing to clean up some things to make sure they are able to play off of momentum. But IG coming into the match in a completely different form.
Yeah, I think, right now it's pretty interesting that we come into Leg 2, we just had the 7th and 8th place matchup. Now we get 3rd and 4th. Tomorrow, we get 5th and 6th as 1st and 2nd, right? This is not scripted, by the way. But last time they met in the first leg, IG won 2-1, but it wasn't something that's convincing. It felt like there's a lot more to be desired. But since then, the teams have polished up. And I'm excited to see what IG can bring. I think a lot of expectations is going to be placed more on IG. What do we get here?
Ooh,
is there SR? There's an SR.
Ooh, that's pretty nice.
I got the Estes.
Not bad, not bad.
By the way, the new series is already out, The Hand of Destiny. So if you guys are interested, you can also grab that as well.
Trading cards are pretty nice, always good to collect, and the quality is pretty solid as well. Now, we reached out to Clocken. We sent him a message. What makes Vamos' gameplay inconsistent? And he said, I'm not sure why we're inconsistent. We're honestly playing like we usually do. It's just that sometimes we're connected in one match and then not connected in the next.
Yeah, it's pretty apparent again when they went up against Team Ray. It really felt like, I think in that series, props to Team Ray first of all because they play a fantastic and clean game. But you can see the disconnect in Vamos, right, where they felt very lost and they didn't really know how to respond because they were basically given the same treatment like what they do to other teams. Snowball early game, take over the jungle, win game. But yet, Vamos didn't put up much of a resistance.
Yeah, I think this is a team that needs to have the right conditions and the right tools. Having a draft that they can play off of the early game and then being able to win out those first couple minutes gives them a lot more confidence and momentum that they can play off of. I think Error 404 has so far been doing a good job, but you can tell that he really needs to feel it to be in that zone. In comparison, we have Hazel on the opposite side, and he had a quote. This season, compared to the previous one, is much more exciting. It's like we have 2 lives. Even for AC, I think they have a chance to bounce back due to their recent transfers, and to Zkeef, if you lose, don't cry.
Yeah, some words of encouragement, or they say words of challenge to his ex-teammate Zkeef, who he has spent a full year with, right? They've made some pretty good runs. They ended their best result at least was 4th place in MPL NY back in season 15 and season 16 as well. They didn't go as far as we thought they would, and they actually fell in the hands of Vamos as well. Back then with Zorn and Shibi still in the roster. So this is definitely a bit of a bittersweet reunion on the stage, and even more so when Hazel is the one that's on the winning side.
And I'm sure he wants to stay on the winning side right now. This is a man that can clutch out the entire early to mid game if he has the right hero and if he's able to get things going. Both teams do want to rely a little bit on that early game momentum and are quite good at winning out once they have a couple items if they do have that gold advantage. But IG is a little worse at actually pushing that to the finish line. We'll see whether these new faces will be able to fix that glaring issue and allow this team to climb up from the 3rd place that they've been in since the beginning.
Actually, I got confused for a while when I looked back and I was like, which one is IG, which one is Vamos? Because the only thing that differentiates them is the stripes on the jacket, where IG has the... Wait, no, Vamos is the one with the blue stripes. It's going to take a while to get used to, but we're going to hop into the draft in just a little bit, starting with the map randomizer. We've had broken walls and was it expanding rivers, I think?
I think so. Well,
no, back on expanding rivers again.
I mean, this is honestly a very good map for this matchup. Two teams that like winning early and usually are able to. Now trying to gain control of the river as much as possible. In those first couple minutes, Vamos is going to be on the blue side of the draft, instantly banning out Hazel's signature Yi Sun Shin, along with the Phobius.
And of course for IG, they're giving respect to the Guinevere and the Freya as well. Of course, eventually, you will have to consider the Fanny ban on the red side if you are IG. So, let's see. Most likely the Fanny is going to get banned out. Here, we still have the... So, with Glue returning to the meta, we still haven't... the teams actually pivot away from prioritizing Glue bans in the first phase thus far. wonder what this is going to be. If you want to shut down IG, a Suyo ban would be 2-4, but they do ban out the Harley.
So hard focus onto Hazel, which makes sense. He still plays a major role in how IG is able to set up their victories. Zusin should probably be the last ban, still the only hero up until now to have a 100% contestation rate in MPL MY Season 17. But oh, the Fanny ban instead. Zusin is open.
Yep. Feels like the Fanny ban is a must up against Aero 4-4, but the Harif first pick for Natco, we did see it last week, even though they didn't win that game, but Harif is still an incredibly strong opening pick. BTRM did the same as well for Chiku, guys.
Now we get the chance to see what Suelo's playstyle is going to be here in MPL MY. Zusin still one of the top picks. Would be kind of strange to not go for it unless you have some other plan in place. And if ITU does want to go for early game dominance, maybe they want to lean towards a Farsa Zetian instead to go for quick ganks. But it all depends on what heroes they're able to pair it up with.
Someone with a setup, the Khalid as well, very up the alley of Nova Escobar, someone that can play fast and get map control. The Zusin is going to be the pick for Suelo. He'll follow it up with a Uranus. Securing the side lanes first, so Yetri and Suelo, they both get their heroes.
Okay, not a bad start. The Uranus also, up until now, Xeno's most consistent EXP lane pick, so IG indirectly taking that away for themselves. So it is unfortunate we won't get to see Yetri on a more playmaker type.
Oh!
The instant Diraf counter making a second appearance this season.
Oh, this is going to be fun. Because that completely destroys the Uranus lane. You can't really do much against him. And your healing doesn't really matter if he just deletes your health bar. It's going to be a mid lane pick here. Zetian, but they do take the Khalid away from Nova. So Vamos, they're taking up the challenge. If IG wants to play fast, they can match it.
And so far, Vamos is coming out on top. Khalid still one of the best aggressive early game roamers in the game. And Dirov should provide lane priority on the EXP side, which gives Vamos a huge advantage for that first turtle in order to start things rolling. IG gonna need to respect this and make sure they have a roamer and a jungler that is able to deal with this Khalid.
The glue is out of the question already, thanks to the Dirov there. They could still be... Man, tank roamers don't feel too good. But there is someone with crowd control would work for the roam. For now, they will take the Lomo for Hazel first. Second phase, roam. The Cho is still open. There is the Grok Badang 2. What else can Nova use? I mean, the chip is one of the pocket picks.
I feel like Chip doesn't feel as good.
Yeah.
Cho is probably still up there in terms of the pick potential. Trying to think if there's anything else. Badang is also not terrible, but you are basically surrendering mid lane prio if you're playing Badang Zusin, so that also doesn't feel as good. They will go ahead and start banning out junglers since they've already locked in theirs.
Yeah. Suyo might be considered as well by IG. There are a couple of choices. Suyo, Nolan still up there. The box are completely untouched. And really does speak to the playstyle of both teams there.
There are no
They're ignoring the tank junglers. The chip does get banned out by Vamos.
If the chip is gonna be banned out, does lean more heavily towards an assassin jungle. So I suppose we could have guessed that from the start. If Vamos is still going assassin jungle and they have a Khalid Dirov, it means that they are going to be a little bit lacking in terms of direct tankiness, and Dirov is not really meant to be a primary frontliner either. So that is something that Vamos will need to worry about.
They could opt to ban out the Suyo first and force that Nolan matchup. And then afterwards, take a roamer that can set up for IG, because that's something that they lack. They don't really have the crowd control yet. So they do ban out the Suyo. And IG probably could keep MelQT's hero for last.
Leaving MelQT for last does work.
You ban Cho here. I feel like that could be the nail in the coffin that disrupts what Nova can get.
Thing is, Novak Tobar hasn't really played a lot of Cho either.
That is true.
He's more of a frontline util, and if he's more set up, he plays those setter tanks, the classic things like Tigreal that we've seen in the past. The Hilda will be the one banned out instead, so Vamos is putting a lot of focus into making sure they are the ones in control of the river in the first couple minutes, which is the smart thing to do here.
Priority shifts over to IG. They have Melcuti and Nova's hero left. Instantly pick up the Moskov first, so they really want Nova to get the best possible matchup. In this case, Vamos looking for a jungler and a mid laner. This does feel like a game that you can go Farsa, Yve. Hawkwood's Valentina is always there in his back pocket.
But not very good ultimates to steal.
Zetian is also there.
I think Vamos already has a pretty strong early game. They may as well lean into it. Zetian and Farsa are both good. Eve is okay, but a little less effective, I would say. They are hovering Zetian right now. I think that's not a bad call, but as for the jungler, is Nolan really the only one?
I'm going to tank him. No, yeah, Nolan and Zetian. Because aside from Zetian, you probably will be looking at a Lilia, which is another option. Great lane into Zusin, but Zetian just makes sure that you don't have to interact directly with people.
Allows you to outpoke Zusin too, so I think so far, I'm quite liking Vamos' draft. The only thing that they're really lacking is tankiness, and if the Dirov is able to win out lane well enough, then that problem resolves itself. They will have a lot of early game damage to disrupt this Leomord. IG gonna lock in the Marcel, let through the ban phase entirely, and that could be a good way of stopping Vamos' early game.
Yep, completely forgot about the Marcel too. Last time Nova used the Marcel, they actually lost to SRG, and a lot of people were saying that because he overextended and died. But, you know, on the flip side, does have some highlight plays. Rasi also showed us the potential of what this Marcel can bring to the table as just a big, not just a big tempo stopper, but as a big setup. It's one of the best setup heroes in the game right now. Not to mention the quality of life that he has gotten thanks to the Platinum Snap improvement.
I think it's a great way to counterplay what Team Vamos is trying to go for, but also a difficult one. Invictus will be relying entirely on Year 3 to be their front line, and that relies on him actually winning out lane enough against this Dira. Not an easy task for Year 3's return to the Grands of Malaysia. It's time for us to jump into the Land of Dawn, ladies and gentlemen. The first game of our second match today. Let's see who reigns supreme.
Year 3 is an incredibly confident player by nature, and we've seen that back in even the Niners days. I think last season was a culmination of all that experience he had earned when he joined CG. Now coming back, of course, given a losing matchup, unfortunately, thanks to that Dirov pick, Suelo under extreme pressure, and that's what the Zetian and Kali can do. Marcel might be a good doorstop, but against Kali, he generally does not care. He just outplays you.
Invictus should have gone into this game understanding that they're not going to have lane prio in quite a lot of the map. And so they might have to give up some of the earlier turtles just to make sure that they are not put behind too early on. And Hazel is able to farm up for that mid-game spike.
Yep. And every single time Suelo wants control of the lane, he will have to trade his health bar for that. Because Nova can't really support him regardless, as long as Zkeep is around, and you do not want to blow your flicker before that turtle fight. Nako also was able to hold that bot lane into place, but thankfully, I think his catapult was healthier, so Melcuti will get that priority back eventually at the cost of some health bar. Again, the top push just to survive the lane a bit better.
Looking at the emblems on both sides, nothing too out of the ordinary. We are seeing a lot of movement on the side of Invictus to make sure they are able to match up against this highly mobile lineup from Vamos, including the Khalid. Otherwise, things are pretty standard for now.
Yep, every single time Ziki goes for these trades, Suelo, if you can catch him, then you could chunk away of his health bar. And again, it's going to force Suelo to blow his flicker. Arrow 4-4 again with the early move. Now we'll put Invictus Gaming in a slightly more uncomfortable spot.
Good reaction though from Suelo, making sure that he's not bursted down before the turtle. The gold lane matchup is very close. The flicker forward!
Good stuff from Melcuti. And that is good enough for him. He gets the first blood, cashes in on an extra goal before going down. And IG should get the turtle as well. That looked incredibly scary as Hazel really wanting to hold on to his flicker. The SOD connects and they catch Error 4-4 on the invade. Error does walk away with the purple buff, but his own purple buff is going to be taken away. Hazel, though, ends up going down. So, none's the wiser. Both of them take losses.
Trades happening all over the map, which end up being a pretty neutral trade on both sides. We see no gold advantage happening, but Error going to be winning out slightly thanks to the kill onto his enemy jungle. MelQT in danger.
He already used his Spear of Despair. He is going to go down again. The revisit from Error 404.
Very active movements from Team Vamos. This is exactly what we expect from a draft like this, especially on expanding rivers. Taking... Oh, wow. Making sure that Abysm Strike isn't going to connect because he knows that he will die to that ultimate. Yetri giving proper respect.
Yep. And Jira is also one of the few heroes that if you are Leomord and you run towards him, he will gladly take on the fight. And sadly, Abyssal Strike is uninterruptible. Once he uses it, it's guaranteed to go through. Need Nova Escobar to relieve the pressure from this mid lane, and it does mean that Nako gets to double wave a little bit. MelQT will shove up that bottom wave.
Up until now, Invictus Gaming has been doing a good job of responding to Vamos' aggressive early game positioning. But scary, scary. Anytime Error 404 shows himself, you gotta be quick enough to react. And so far, the IG players have been doing a swell job of that. MelQT actually still out-farming Natko EXP-wise despite the earlier pickoff.
Yep. That's what the first blood did for him. I think Suelo and Nova are doing a great job as well, making sure that this mid lane doesn't completely get tipped onto one side. But Arrow 4 and Zeno together, they might not have the durability, but they can delete you before anything happens. The setup is there with the Golden Hour, only onto Zeno. Nova Escobar will just try to separate the backline, but Hazel gets ran down by Zikib, and Fear of the Phoenix also committed. Turtle for Arrow 404, SOD a bit late, and IG will have to take the loss.
A great flank coming in here from Team Vamos. Error though now stuck between a rock and a hard place. 1v4, can he escape? I don't think so. Beatrice finds a little bit of revenge there. Both teams moving very fast.
Very good stuff. I mean, MelQT actually committed to the SOD, the delayed take, catching Arrow 404 off guard. IG unfortunately can't really punish Zikib any further. So through all of that, still a neutral game state for both teams.
Close game is what we have been waiting for, what we were hoping for definitely after the first match of the day, and the teams are delivering right now. Looks like IG isn't having synergy issues so far with their new players and actually holding the bar pretty well. Though Hazel being picked off twice now is definitely not ideal. Natko actually leaving the lane and getting a kill onto the Leomord is big and making good use of the recent buff that Hariev got.
And the biggest problem right now is if Arrow 4 and Zeno jumps onto you, are almost guaranteed to die. An attempt onto Nako's life, the Golden Hour, good enough. As the Barbell about to trample over Nako, they will get a kill, courtesy of MelQT, and Hazel gets one for himself.
Well done right there. The Golden Hour, maybe not even necessary, but it guarantees the situation by allowing Invictus to roll down their cooldowns and reposition for the perfect dive. That stops Natko's momentum and evens things out once again. Both sides making use of the expanding river to rotate and gank and ensure that no early game momentum is being built up at all this game.
And MelQT even secures the bottom tier 1, and Yesri was able to catch the mid wave, so nothing was really lost for IG. Nako, unfortunately, can't really get close enough, and Zikib doesn't want to commit anything. That should free up Hazel, as Arrow 4 already started working on that turtle. Nova Escobar will spot this out, but Arrow 4 should have the damage and the retreat to get that objective.
And they will back things off there. Good discipline. So far, net worth difference still completely even on both teams as we enter the 7-minute mark. Even an attempted catch onto Suelo, but he's able to get out.
Suelo is so out of position. Do they not see Natko? I'm sure Nova should have relayed that info. So a bit of an error there from Suelo. Hazel will be forced back. If Pistol Strike and Natko's single fissure is just too much. And that's where IG will fall apart if they keep sticking around. The SOD does miss. Meanwhile, top lane, MelQT almost solo kills Zikib, and he'll settle for another turret.
We do finally see a convincing fight victory here in favor of Vamos thanks to that dive. As you mentioned, Suelo a little bit out of position, trying to back off from one side and being flanked on the other. Natko doing a good job thus far. So they finally have a 1k gold lead, but they are still losing out in structures thanks to MelQT going for that split push pressure.
Yep. Since Nova can't really apply the Platinum Snap, they will just have to give up the top tier 1. Xenos continues to become more and more of a problem as the game progresses here. The Radiant Armor already completed, probably working towards a War Axe next. That should give him enough damage to deal with IG's frontline. Nako takes on the challenge and almost kills off Nova.
And this is why Harif is just so strong right now. The fact that he can start the fight and they're still going!
Oh, Zikif from the corner. Suelo doesn't make it back home, sadly. Hazel comes in, brings in the steal, they get a two-man pin! MelQT! He sets it up for his jungler! Nova Escobar doesn't hit the golden hour as Hazel preoccupied with Zeno. Needs the help of Ye3. The Abyssal Strike is already used. The flicker not enough. Hazel finds a double kill. And IG turning around in the mid lane.
Never, Error 404 not even allowed to back off to try and save his tower. In fact, I don't know if it's a good idea to do so. He will get out of that situation. But that is a convincing reversal from Invictus Gaming, instantly bringing the net worth difference down to 0 once again. While it looked like it started good from Vamos, the two-man Spear of Misery from MelQT was massive to set up for the Phantom Steed.
Oh, Suelo takes a full fracture in the face, and that should give room for Vamos to walk back in as the Harif is a bit strong. I mean, too strong. Hazel is on the way back in. They kill up Arrow 4-4, but unfortunately, Hazel also dies. Lord is very low. MelQT has a chance into the fight. Who is going to get the Lord? Ye3 does his best. And Zeno has his eyes on the prize, gets the objective. MelQT over the wall, gets the triple kill. And that's the equalizer for IG.
Vamos got the Lord, but I do not think it is worth it. A triple kill into the Moskov is the worst thing you could look for in this situation. Even stealing that buff away. Ye3, definitely the MVP of that one. 1v3 in front of the Lord Pit without his team, and somehow picking up Error 404 on his own. Setting up for Invictus to turn the fight around and run them over. Things are now coming to a heel. While the net worth difference may still be small, Invictus are now in control of the map.
Nako just cashed in on a Holy Crystal. Really felt like you can see the blood in his eyes. He was looking for Hazel after taking down Nova. But his Diamond Force did run out, and that did cause a bit of a problem. Either way, Vamos will have the luxury of one empowered minion with at least with this Lord, so that should still give them that mid-tier one that IG has been defending well. And MelQT will be preoccupied with dealing with the Lord.
Vamos looking to fight right here. They will take the mid-tier one. And I think they will be satisfied with that for now. What we are seeing is a truly close game here. It is back and forth non-stop every single time a team gets a lead. The other side hits back with increasing ferocity. Because of that, it is still anyone's game. Everyone farming up at a pretty similar pace at this point. The cores are reaching their main items. Error 404 did actually go for a Malefic Roar second because he knows he's going to be trying to deal with the Uranus most of the time, but now has a Heptaseas just to make up for that, which means all the squishies need to be very careful of his presence.
And even for Hazel, should be working towards a Brute Force Breastplate right about now. Zeno going for the Hunter Strike instead of a War Axe. And you can see the focus for Vamos is all about bursting down the target before the fight even truly begins. So I think if Invictus gets the chance to set up, it will skew in their favor.
Absolutely. They have the golden hour. That is a total turn the fight into my favor button. And Nova Escobar has been using it pretty good so far. But Vamos has a lot of heroes that are able to bypass. As long as they don't stick too closely together, there are ways to skirmish their way out of that circle. So Invictus has to be quite cautious. Both teams giving each other the proper respect.
And that is without committing the Abyssal Strike. So Ye3, as durable as he is, does have the chastise Pauldron and allowing him to get back to full health. But a couple of rinse and repeats will be enough to force him away. And when you have to contest these objectives, if Ye3 needs time to regenerate health, that is enough time for Vamos to get control. And Ye3 jumped on again, this time having to blow his flicker. The conceal is used by IG. They wanted to catch Arrow 404, but Arrow 404 stayed hidden. And now, Vamos have a bit more control.
It is a good time to force out that battle spell from Year 3. He's not able to frontline as easily. And it was spent right before the Lord spawned, which means it's a little bit more difficult for IG to open the map up. Well, it looks like they will still take control of the Lord for now. Vamos actually attempting to take control of different angles and maybe find any stragglers. But the entire red team is in the river right now, and they should be able to see that information from their teammates.
As long as the Lord is up, this river current will continue to be present. Nako spotted out by Nova, and here comes Zeno again, jumps on the Nova. Suelo forced the flicker away as Vamos continues to try and win the battle of attrition.
A battle this is truly right now. Yetri, even if it is dangerous, he's doing a good job of making sure he doesn't get too quickly bursted. Vamos has to spend quite a few cooldowns just to take him out, so they need to know that is the right timing to do so. And as a result, we see ourselves in a bit of a stalemate. Error 404 going to be stealing a buff on the opposite side, just getting some extra farms since the Lord dances in a bit of a equilibrium currently. Someone is going to need to pull the trigger eventually.
And they're going to jump onto Year 3 again. Nova Exo Bar, the golden hour. Doesn't really catch on anyone, and Hazel has no business being there. Zikif doesn't hit the Raging Sandstorm and has to conceal away. Fear the Phoenix gets used to try and save Zeno. Nova explodes! And Zikif gets out. But MelQT will pin him down. Zikif flickers to safety. The pullback from Suelo, not enough. Fracture gets used. Suelo disengages.
Nova simply not tanky enough at this point. This is a Marcel after all, and looking at his items, he has only a Radiant Armor. Harif nowadays is able to break through that with ease, especially with the Holy Crystal and Divine Glaive completed. Natko is a true threat on the map.
Now they take the mid tier too. As MelQT almost solo kills Clockhood, as Zero Formo will take the Lord away. Suelo ends up going down to Natko. MelQT 1v2 in the enemy base. The SOD does miss. Means he has to start walking back into the fight, but Hazel destroys Nako's health bar. And Zeno, I don't see a way out of this one. Invictus Gaming once more loses the Lord, but they take 2 bodies.
What an unexpected result, considering that fight started so well in their favor as well. Vamos split up the fight perfectly. Natko's damage was threatening enough to completely split things in half, but after that, I think the communication fell apart just a little bit. Either that, or they got a little too overconfident that they would be able to power through regardless. Hazel actually ended up winning that 1v1 against a very fed Harif, which is something I think a lot of people would be surprised by at this point. 15 minutes in, Lord gonna be melted away with really no issue from Invictus after winning out that last team fight, and we are back to an even state.
Yep, biggest playmaker there in MelQT, keeping both Zikith and Clockhood basically away from the battlefield, just by almost solo killing both of them. Oh, another net negative for Team Vamos. This second Lord, 0 impact, which means IG gets another chance. The main thing about Marcel is that I believe he doesn't gain extra health, which means that everything hinges on how much defense he has. So enough burst is going to be able to melt him down.
Looking at the itemization once again, Arrow 404, 1 item away from completing things. He's already got the Blade of Despair as well, so the Nolan is still plenty relevant. Zeno is nearly full tank. He's got 100 strike into the Radiant, and then the Chastise. So he is playing exactly how you would want a Daroff to perform under these circumstances now that we've hit the mid to late stage of the game. And Hazel does actually do enough damage to fight now that the Brute Force Breastplate and the Malefic Roar are completed. Suelo actually even going for the Ice Queen's wand on himself. This is a glowing into Brute Force and then Ice Queen set up for the Zeusin to set up for the Moskov. MelQT so far doing a good job of playing around it.
A fantastic job on this Moskov. Not only was he able to hold his own in the lane, he also recovered after getting ganked consecutively, twice by Vamos. Now he's in a spot where he is genuinely the person that could win the game for IG.
And I really wonder why we haven't been seeing this MelQT for so long. This is the clutch style of gameplay that he became known for as the ordinary marksman just a couple seasons ago. Perhaps the introduction of Yetri and Suelo, if nothing else, has unlocked this part of the game.
Oh, Nova actually was able to stop them! That looked like a setup for Vamos, but Nova in the right place at the right time. SOD does miss, and the golden hour was expended right before the Lord fight. Vamos had the idea to thin out the numbers, but IG stopped that attempt.
The passive on that Marcel is super duper annoying for any melees that want to go for the quick hit and run. Vamos not able to get the pickup they were looking for, but also no casualties on their side. Spirit of Destruction has been quite consistently missing this game. That is the one thing that maybe MelQT needs to work on, but here we go again.
Zeno is going to be frozen. Zkib is melting to MelQT. No golden hour for now. That's something that Vamos can bank on. It should be up in another 20 seconds max. But with Vamos losing possession of the Lord, Nova Escobar will now get the golden hour back. Year 3 clearing out the other bush. Vamos falls back to protocol. Zkib and Nako now looking for another flank.
They're not gonna try and risk going for the macro split push. Here's the conceal, but the first one they see,
wait,
that's
okay.
A little bit too quick from Nova. That might be a mistake.
That could cost them this Lord. Nova, we're still gonna try. They jump in, and they slay low of all people to get the Lord. A collective groan from the Vamos fans in the crowd because everything has just gone haywire. IG will take this opportunity to run it down. Smell cashes in on a triple kill.
We are officially seeing the return of the ordinary marksman, ladies and gentlemen. It looked like Nova Escobar may have jumped the gun with the golden hour, but they still have enough brute force to just run down Vamos, especially once the position has fallen apart. It is now going to be a 4v2 defense. Bottom inhibitor goes.
An error clear out that way. The fracture doesn't do enough damage, but he'll use every last reserve of his energy alongside with Zkib. MelQT is now legendary. Arrow 4-4 needs to cut the wave. 5 more seconds for Zeno. Can Arrow 4-4 first at least one of them? He takes 2 of them down. Comes back with the immo. Arrow is doing above and beyond to keep his team in the game. Arrow 4-4 is out, but they still have a lot to deal with Zeno. The Business Strike does miss. Nako comes back to life. They get the stun of the bell. They break his immortality. The Winter Crown only delays his death, and Clarkon collects the kill. Vamos! Through hell and back are still in it.
An insane base defense from Vamos right there. Error 404, the hero of the hour. Hazel, why are you here?
And Hazel is gonna die.
A massive throw from Invictus Gaming. A 1v3 situation, and Error not only breaks an immortality and takes a kill, but escapes with his life intact long enough for his team to come home and deal with the minion wave, even taking down MelQT in the process. It looked like the end game for an Invictus, but they underestimated their opponents here. We have to remember the net worth difference is really not much at this point.
Craziest thing was that Arrow 4-4 didn't even die. And to think that he procced all these passive fractures with 4 IG members stacked on top of one another in a situation that it shouldn't have even been the case, right? That Lord was theirs. They lost the Lord and they defended. And now we are back to square one. IG threw away the best chance of winning.
But then it's not over. They have been able to take out every inhibitor tower in the base of Vamos right now. Vamos is gonna try and walk over to the Lord to take him by surprise.
The stuff from Nova, able to spot them out. So that conceal was broken. The MelQT will be back in the base in time to deal with that bottom wave to set up the lanes for his own team. And he has the SOD to join the fight whenever. They see him on the map, so Vamos now makes a decision to rush it down. Nova, golden hour, doesn't catch anyone, but spits out the battle line. Nako, though, had to be very careful. Fear to finish connect, but it's a bit too late as MelQT now enters the fight. IG here to finish what they started. Zeno is dead. Arrow 4-4 gets the Lord, but it will cost him his life. A 2v5 on the board for Vamos.
And this time, Invictus may be looking at the true end game. 40-second death timers, at least on all 3 members of Vamos. Will the Lord be able to buy enough time? It's hard to say. MelQT does so much damage.
Unless Clarkon can somehow blow up MelQT, this game looks as good as done. Phantom Steed called in, Zkib jumped on, and they even flicker onto Clarkon. The first time was a failure, but IG will make sure that they will not repeat the same mistake as they take game 1 over Vamos.
Solid defensives from Vamos. They definitely made things a little more difficult than IG would have liked it to be. But MelQT finally finding that clutch factor that's been missing the entire season on this Moskov. Doing the damage, being in the right place, and finally closing things out in favor of the brand new Invictus Gaming.
A debut from Suelo and Ye3 in the first game, both having highlight moments. Suelo the jungler, and Ye3. Okay, I got lost in my own idea. What was I saying?
Well, he didn't lose in a losing matchup.
Yep.
That is very important. They needed this Uranus to be a consistent presence since they don't really have any other front line, and Ye3 did the job.
We have a series on our hands, that is for sure. I mean, Vamos were by no means outclassed by IG. There were definitely certain moments where IG got the upper hand. I mean, MelQT, big contributor of that. But Vamos were able to consistently turn the tides around. If there's one thing that they reminded us about, is that these base defense are always going to be a struggle when you're up against Vamos.
It was truly a back and forth this time around, though, and there was barely ever a net worth lead for any team at any point. Because the moment you win one fight, you lose the next, and not really due to your own mistakes either. Just better positioning, great calls, and in the end, IG were able to win out because a well-scaled Moskov is able to burst down a Harif by surprise as long as the timings are correct.
Yeah, and the Marcel as well is a hidden MVP for IG. Every single time Vamos wants to make a move, Nova is always in the right place at the right time, breaking conceals, stopping engages. And I think the most important engage that he stopped was the one right before that Lord fight when Vamos committed their ultimates, but because of one Marcel, guy with a camera, Vamos was not able to get anything.
I will give some props to Error404. He has been doing a great job of dodging the golden hour. His timing is perfect to dash out of it before it takes effect. But the rest of his team being dismantled in the meantime does not help his case. Our MVP, though, of game number 1 is going to be MelQT. A grand return to form after being one of the more questionable performances on his team.
Had a rough week 3 and 4 where people felt like, you know, he has hit his peak. If IG needed a change, it's going to be in that gold lane. And they did bring in a young prospect, but maybe that is the drive that MelQT needs to keep his spot in the main lineup. 14, 4, and 5 on this Moskov.
900 GPM as well this game. Considering that it was very back and forth and you never really saw any sort of gold advantage being built up, the fact that MelQT still hit 900 GPM is impressive. He was largely uninterrupted, got picked off once here or there, and even then still kept his net worth sky high. Being able to burst down Natko as well during those last couple of fights was huge, since we know how strong Harif is nowadays, and taking him out of the equation equals a one fight for IG.
Yeah, and if it's not for MelQT, it's Hazel who is on the case and trying to always try and 3-shot Natko before Natko can do the same. And even giving him the grand KDA of a 777.
Looking at the endgame itemization here, everyone going to be full build, multiple players going to be selling their boots, even a couple empty slots where the players are attempting the item swap at the very end due to how close things got. This was a 22-minute game, and it was tense for every minute of it.
Yep. You did say that the one thing that Vamos has is damage, but the one thing that they don't is that tankiness, and we really saw that in effect in that late game, where once MelQT and Hazel came online, they were just ripping through Vamos' ranks, and even Zeno, once he gets through his full skill rotation, he is as good as dead.
This lineup on Vamos is very well equipped for early to mid-game dominance. They have heroes that win lane, that move around the map very quickly and take objectives and even grab pickoffs if necessary. So because of that, they need to be ahead. They need to be snowballing to reach this lineup's max potential. And since they weren't able to do that, IG starts eking out a little bit because they have a more stable, rounded lineup with bulkiness, with damage, with scaling. And like you mentioned, Novax Kobar on this Marcel is very good at halting the momentum of quick hit and run dives.
Yeah, and a lot of times when Vamos engages, they funnily enough, end up clumping together, when they focus on the same target. And that's what Nova is pretty good at stopping. I would say this game really felt like a Vamos game, but man, losing that Lord to Suelo definitely was one of the big turning points of this game.
Indeed, Suelo doing a good job to start things off. Su Xin still a threat in the game because of how consistent her damage is. You never know if that last take is gonna take objectives or secure a kill when you least expect it. IG up until now, their most notable weakness was being able to push those leads and actually end the games. And we saw them actually go for that, right? They weren't just passively waiting for something to happen or for the perfect team fight. They were creating these opportunities and taking advantage of Vamos's over-aggression. So that's good. That's a notable improvement.
Yeah, and it plays to Year 3's playstyle as well. He doesn't like to sit idly. He likes to be able to get in your face. He likes to start fights. And part of me wants to believe that he also was the one making some of these calls as well. But you gotta feel bad for Vamos. They got the first 2 Lord, but they both were net negative because they lost the team fight. The 3rd Lord was stolen by a Zhu Xin, and then the rest was history. But I think this could give us a full series. In Vamos, they just got a little patching up that they need to do. Same as the series that they lost earlier on in the season against SRG and the first leg against IG. Always comes down to this most minuscule of details.
I do like that Vamos was willing to pull out the Daroff to try and counter Uranus, but a smart Uranus player knows how to avoid those early game situations and at least keep himself even in gold. And then once you get to the late game, not having a proper front line means Vamos can't really contest objectives easily. Error is constantly running away from things and not able to comfortably hit those retry timings.
Yeah, and he's always pressured by either by Year 3 or by Nova, and then Zkif would just have to use his body, his bulkiness, to try and stall MelQT. Yeah, he's guaranteed to die, but he just needs to stall IG long enough, and sadly, it just was not sufficient.
But look at this graph. It was largely in favor of Vamos for most of the game, but when you look at the actual scale of it, the maximum was 3K.
Yep.
The goal lead never went past 3,000 for either team. So even though this looks like a very big jump at the end, it actually isn't.
Yep, it looked like a big jump because Vamos pulled off one of the greatest base defenses we've seen. And I feel like if we just take the games that Vamos has played from the start of the league until now, they have a couple of pretty insane base defenses. Of course, the result is not directly reflected by the successfulness of the base defense, but they are one of the teams that are really good at it.
This is a comp that aims to leverage Vamos' ability to snowball early advantages, and because it wasn't able to do that, it also lacked the tools to be able to play for their other strength of late game wave management and base defense. If they had a proper tank, they actually could have held this out longer and may have had a different result. But unfortunately, the later things go, the more Xeno is going to scale off, while Yetri remains pretty consistent, especially if Natko is the first one taken out in teamfights.
Yeah, this one was truly an unfortunate circumstances, and we even again saw that moment in the earlier clip where MelQT was the reason they won that teamfight because he almost solo killed both Zkif and Korkun right inside their base. And this really felt the end game, but look at this. I mean, they all stacked on top of the fracture.
Yeah, that probably is a bit of a misplay from Invictus Gaming. It didn't need to happen, and it would have been much easier to close the game if they just took their time with finishing off the Nolan there. But even MelQT got picked off for trying to end the game here, and it's thanks to this golden hour stopping Error from bursting down the Lord, and then the overall sustain of Invictus surpassing that of Vamos that allowed them to slowly take control.
Yep. So in conclusion, we had 4 Lords this game. Vamos got 3 out of the 4 Lords, but all 3 of the Lords that they took didn't really matter. Slightly unfortunate for Vamos, but it's a good start to this series. Again, it's a grudge match where Vamos is looking to take down IG. But like you said earlier on, Hazel prefers to stay on the winning side, and now he's 1 game away from that 2-0 win over Vamos.
Very good showing right here, and definitely the type of game we needed after what happened earlier today. This is actual MPL competitiveness at its finest, and we're looking at pretty evenly matched teams here. Vamos needs to understand that now and realize that if they do still want to play for early game dominance, they need heroes that 100% win no matter what, or they need to leave themselves some leeway just in case the game goes on longer.
Yeah, I think the Suyo ban was also one of the moves that really pushed Vamos into a more extreme position, ending up with that Nolan in the jungle instead. So at IG, Bam and Jess, we know that they are very smart when it comes to these drafting, and they are continuously demonstrating that.
Oh, this is a good game. I hope we get more good games like this, especially once the playoffs come about, right? Let this be known. On the 9th of May, we are going to be announcing some important playoff details at 4:30 p.m., including the venue where it is going to take place. And then just a couple hours after that, at 8 p.m., ticket sales will officially open. So if you guys want to nab the tickets to important matches like the grand finals, like the lower bracket finals, you guys need to be there at the right time. For now, we're gonna take a break before game 2. We'll let Rose have an interview up on screen for you guys. We'll see you in a bit.
Terima kasih kepada caster-caster kita. Hi guys, this is Rose. And of course, sebelum kita continue kita punya perlawanan terakhir untuk hari ini, Rose actually nak interview Vamos punya community manager ataupun community leader. Hello, how are you?
Yes, I'm good.
Mungkin boleh memperkenalkan sendiri kepada audience kita.
So, my name is Furkan. I'm the community leader for Vamos.
Okay, so Furkan adalah community leader untuk Vamos. Furkan, mungkin you boleh ceritakan sikit lah, sebab kita tahu MPL season ni kita dah makin lama makin banyak fans baru lah kan. So apa sebenarnya job desk community leader?
So basically I handle for Forza Vamos, which is one of this guy. So kita ada kita punya training, kita ada kita punya ultras, and kita ada few activity lah for every week.
Oi, every week. Macam mana you guys buat? Setiap minggu ada training ke? Berapa jam macam tu?
Kita akan consult with each other. Kita akan cari masa free time everybody, and we will find the free time.
Oh, so you guys macam practice cheer?
Yes.
Macam tu? Oh.
Basically, almost everybody here from the first season Vamos over here.
Okay, kita nak touch pasal first season Vamos kejap lagi. Tapi sekarang Rose nak tahu apa pendapat Furkan selepas tengok game pertama ni. Sebab nampak dia brawl ada brawl juga.
Ya, dia agak messy tapi fight lah. Bagi
Fight
saya,
lah.
bagi saya seronok. So, dua-dua side tadi kan dah tak tentu which one yang akan menang.
Sangat-sangat 50-50 kan?
So best lah bila kita tengok game macam tu kan. Untuk entertainment sangat bagus lah.
Entertainment factor memang sangat-sangat bagus. Lagi-lagi kita nampak tadi bocil yang
betul, tak mati.
Hampir minyak punya moment. Tapi nasib baik IG ada immortality. Now, kalau kita tengok balik dari segi leg pertama, betul? Vamos kalah dengan IG.
Yes, betul.
So, sekarang ni adakah history will repeat itself ataupun you rasa Vamos boleh bangkit dan 2-1 reverse sweep perlawanan ini?
Boleh je bangkit, tak ada masalah sebab dalam game ni apa-apa boleh jadi dalam minit-minit terakhir kan. Yeah, so I think can, no worries.
You think can?
Yeah.
Also, one thing yang Rose nak mention adalah bila Rose scroll on social media beberapa hari lepas ni, selepas Chibi farewell, ramai orang cakap Vamos ni dah tak ada OG player. Apa pendapat Furkan tentang ni?
So pendapat saya, even though tak ada OG player ke ada OG player, Vamos is still Vamos. And kita yang sokong akan still sokong sebab we got a little bit of Vamos DNA in ourselves.
Wey, Vamos DNA!
Yeah, so we gonna keep supporting. Sebab untuk kita support ni bukannya tengok pada player je. Kadang-kadang kita kena support team tu juga. So they can be growing.
Oh, okay. I really like that. And Vamos adalah satu salah local team kita yang ada di MPL MY untuk musim ini selepas kita masuk ke era baru. Betul? So, Furkan, is there any kata-kata semangat yang you nak bagi dekat Vamos selepas kalah game pertama tadi?
We can bounce back. No worries. Just have fun. Good luck. Yeah.
I rasa kalau nak have fun, good luck ni kita kena bagi semangat yang lebih. Boleh tak kita cheer untuk Vamos?
Boleh.
Boleh ke kita cheer untuk Vamos? Okay, Furkan, the stage is yours.
Alright. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Halapa. One more. 1, 2, 3. Last one. 1, 2, 3.
Alright, thank you very much Furkan. And with that, mari let's show it back to the casters untuk mulakan perlawanan ini. Casters, back to you guys.
If the players have their supporters, so do the teams, so do the orgs themselves, and it's great to see the fans showing up in droves to support Vamos in their attempt to reverse their fate from leg 1 of the regular season. We can see now IG showing their heart rates over here, definitely on the higher side after that tense showdown earlier.
Yeah, and I've just gotten some info. I think Sapat is in.
Really?
Yeah, for Vamos.
Well, he is.
Oh, he is in.
He's on the desk. Sapat makes a return to the MPL stage.
Sapakito is back, baby. Well, when was the last time Last time he played was season 14.
I don't even remember, dude.
Yeah, it was season 14. Well, with Vamos at least, right? Did he go anywhere else after that? I actually don't remember. Did he went with the Niners? Was it Huck? Oh God, it's been so long since Sapat had played in a main 5.
I have no recollection at
I know
all.
his peak was season 13, season 12 when they won with Homeboys, and season 13 when they gave SRG a run for their money, and then season 14 when they did the same again.
I've always been a fan of Sepakito. Always liked the hero as well. Kind of wish he would come back into the meta sometime. But this is an interesting decision. I would say that Xeno so far has been doing a good enough job. Sapat in comparison has not had on-stage experience for quite a while. So to drop him in here when the previous game was already so close, what is the plan?
And it's like bring back the OG Vamos member. One of the OGs.
The only one left, actually.
The only one left. And then he came back because the only one left.
Yup.
It's quite a story we have here. But I agree, right? It gave me a bit of the IG vibe again when your plays are consistent, but then you swap it out, and that means the impression that you give, it has to be an upgrade. It has to change something. It has to be a win condition.
It's not the first time this season we've seen a player return to the stage after not being in the professional scene for a while. And there have been mixed results. So I am a little concerned, considering that even when we last saw him, Sapat already wasn't performing nearly as well as his peak.
Yep.
So now that he's back after so long, this is a lot to prove.
With the Niners, I think the last we saw him. Now that I'm reminded of something, you think Mel was popping off today because he was promised something by his friend?
Oh,
again?
Such as?
You weren't here last week, right? So when they fought SRG, his friend attended.
Okay.
I say friend in quotation marks. I'm pretty sure whoever was here knows what.
All right, sir.
Yeah. And then the friend was hinting that if he wins, he gets something special.
I see.
Maybe he got that promise again. That's why he's popping off today, because he got to redeem himself.
We do like special things, especially when they're given to us by our friends.
Be a gentleman, Vamos. Lose this game. Grant him his wish.
Well, they are one game away from being able to claim that wish for themselves, if it does exist. IG going to be on the blue side. Once again, we are on expanding rivers, as if the game itself knows what the best battlefield for these two rival teams are.
Game is like, we gotta do it again. That looked way too fun. Oh man, last we saw Sapat was season 15, I think, back with the Niners.
Okay, I'm just gonna Google it at this point.
I think it's with the Niners in season 15. But it does beg the question though. He's been away for a year plus. The main question is always, has he adapted to the meta? How much time does he have to adapt to the meta?
That is a very good question.
And is his playstyle fitting? Because he's more of a fighter hit and run guy, right? He's not the front line last we saw him.
You are correct. He was previously with the Niners.
Yes, I got past my history
during season 15. So yeah, your memory is on point here, sir.
Yes. Must be all the carrots I eat.
Man,
carrots or fish? So one of it they say is good for memory. I could be wrong on both.
Well, I don't eat carrots, so perhaps that could be the proving factor right there.
It could be.
Rises when I give
Got
the word.
First pick Khalid for IG.
That's not even considering the Drusin.
Very interesting. Especially since it was on the opposite side in the previous game, being played by Vamos.
Do you go Harry Drusin here?
You gotta go Zusin. That is for sure. The other is a optional though. Looks like it is going to be the Harry.
By Lantern's light. You think we'll make it to the end of the season with 100% contest rate on Zusin?
I wouldn't be surprised.
When was the last time we have a hero with 100% contest rate? Barring Fanny, I think Fanny at this point is 100% either way.
I think Fanny is not actually 100% this season though, in particular. But yes, she has always been a constant in the ban phase, whatever region you're in. IG, there has to be some plan of doing this. Going for the Khalid first, yes, it's a very, very good roam hero nowadays, but it's not a guaranteed victory the same way that heroes like Zusin can offer.
Want to win out that mid lane. Khalid, Eve, Zetian. They take the Moskov and the Suyo. I like this one.
Okay.
Because then you are basically telling Vamos, if you don't pick a jungler now, Arrow 4-4 is going to get shafted again.
And that is what happened before. Now, Arrow 4-4 did pilot the Nolan pretty darn well, so I don't think they would be too worried about a hero pool issue in this case. IG going for the straight up comfort. Now the glue will finish off the first phase for Vamos. If they've learned anything from the previous match, Faramis needs to go.
Does Suelo play the Faramis? That is what we want to know as well. Oddly enough, we haven't seen Phoveus nor Sora today at all. Well, in this case, Phoveus is banned out in both games, but even when he was let through, hasn't been considered. Vamos should be looking at mid lane pools right now. Unless you want to let Sapat Heart win the lane.
Time to go to the RT show.
Seems like that mid is the way. You gotta protect Claw Kun's Zusin first.
I mean, if you are going to be banning out the Lilia, you probably should get rid of Faramis on top of that. Yes, other heroes like Zetian are probably a bit better meta-wise, but since you have a glue, the Ghostbusters is always going to be a threat. Even if you're not playing in the roam position, eventually you are going to join team fights and it will catch up with you.
Faramis Khalid is like a pretty solid mid lane duo. Actually, the wave just exposed at level 1. Especially with ranged minions having reduced HP now. So much easier to clear out.
See the Baxia ban, one of the heroes that Khalid has a little bit of difficulty invading. So IG once again putting a lot of focus towards winning out that earlier game. This time taking a page out of Vamos, out of what Vamos did during the draft in game 1, but leaving themselves a exit point with Mel QT on that Moskov.
IG can also opt to ban out the Joy like they did last game and force Arrow 4-4 back on that Nolan. At least in this case, Vamos already know the matchup, which is a Suyo and then have a Khalid roam by the side. So there's no Hilda invade coming in. They do ban out the Yi to eliminate that control mage from Suelo.
So the Faramis is a very possible pickup. Now Vamos may have done this because they know something we don't. Perhaps Suelo doesn't really play the Faramis. Perhaps they have some kind of strategy for dealing with it, but you already don't have access to the Valentina since the Zusin's already on your side.
This last ban, is it going to be the Joy again? That is probably the last hero that can cause a bit of a problem for Khalid.
Upon the edge.
Well, it doesn't sound like a Joy. It's the Nolan instead.
Okay, they would rather deal with the Joy.
Interesting. You wouldn't think that. Actually thinking about it now, I could see why. The Khalid has a slightly easier time being disruptive to the Joy compared to the Nolan.
Who is that? That's a little more. The past hero kept for last, so they get to flex this glue. And is it really going to be the Faramis? The Zetian is still up. Zetian, Farsa, Faramis. No, can't think of any other mid laners.
I do think it's either Zetian or Faramis.
Yeah.
As for the other side, they're still looking for an EXP laner as well. You could go into the Alice just to prepare for the glue, but no, they stick to the Lapu Lapu, which is perfectly safe. And definitely something we've seen Yetri play plenty of times in the past.
Yeah, one of his best picks last season, in fact, when he was with CG. Only bested by Cram. Even then, he has plenty of highlight moments.
All right, what's the mid lane pick going to be?
Zask?
Of the cosmic sea.
Excuse me?
Think about it, the glue can't really stick onto Zask.
Yes.
Natural Sky Piercer holder. Extremely annoying for Jusin to deal with. Jusin does not want to deal with Azaz.
Well, now this is interesting, isn't it?
Wow, this feels like the old meta, right? Where Zaz is basically... Zaz feels like that red card the referee gives you. Whenever you want to do something, they just pull out that Zaz and it's like, well, no one gets to have fun except you. Zaz is that hero, but I can see the application.
I can see the application, but there are reasons why we don't really see it regardless.
This is such a...
It's good for zone control, but not as good as Eve, and the damage is a little slow, does require scaling, though it does outrange Zusin. And now we will see the Arlet to finish things off. So Sabat going to be playing the Arlet on his first game back on stage.
How much of this is a Suelo idea, and how much of this is Coach Jess looking at it and be like, wait a minute, we can play Zaz.
I think it's gotta be a Suelo idea. It's it's something that Coach Bam and Coach Jess have never pulled out. I've never seen them pick this in like their other teams, so it's gotta be a Suelo influence in some way.
Can you imagine though? Zaz winning as if solo queue isn't already chaotic enough with the amount of variables there are. But hey, best case scenario, they win with the Zaz. Then we add another hero pool into the meta. Worst case scenario, we go for game 3. Let's head into game 2 for now. It's back on to Expanding Rivers. We get IG on the blue side, Vamos on red.
I will say though, I always love when teams pull out heroes that you don't expect. It adds such interesting layer of entertainment, because how will it perform? What can we learn from this? How much will we see this in our pub games? That last one is a bit more of a negative stat, but it makes up for it regardless. IG, 1 game up. Will they be able to close things out, or will we see a repeat of history and go the full series?
These pocket picks is basically you either become a hero or you become the butt of the joke for the next 2 weeks.
Pretty much, yeah. Looking at the battle spells, nothing too out of the ordinary. All flickers on the Invictus side, and then 1 Purify for Natko on the Vamos side. Personally, I feel like this is a game where you could afford to not go Purify on the Harif, but I guess he just wants to be safe.
Hazel really slowed down by ZK. Progress with the flicker forward. Hazel trying to get away. ZK follows up with his own flicker. Nova trying to bail him out of this, but to no avail. Arrow 4-4 with the first blood.
And I think Nova might be next here, actually. Oh, flicker at the last second. Unfortunately, having a Zask means that you don't have as much help in situations like that. I feel like Nova could have been a bit more active in trying to get Hazel out of there, but Vamos was relentless.
And also because Hazel really wanted to steal the camp, so he basically had max glue stacks on him. Just does not have the boost, I believe, so he was... Oh, he has the boost, but he's just incredibly slow.
Yeah, not a good start there. We know that Hazel is quite a momentum-based jungler, so that will slow him down compared to Ever, who did just hit level 4. Though Hazel not too far behind, despite the early death. First turtle gonna be up in 3 seconds. Vamos should be the ones in position first.
Suelo has the flicker as well. He will hit his level 4, but I don't think this is gonna be an easy contest. Hazel is gonna try. Nova is already in. They call it the Phantom Steed. Yetri jumps in, try to disrupt the backline, but Arrow 404 good with the retribution. They take out Hazel again. SOD connects as ZK spawns another, but MelQT joins the fight and he's all alone. His team has abandoned him, but Suelo actually doing some decent work. Taking down Subfight in progress, but sadly MelQT gets lifted back. ZK is trying to stick onto him. MelQT trying to disengage. Natko now joins and finds the kill. Vamos finding 4 in that fight.
A great collapse coming in from Vamos right here. And we can already see the issues of the Zask. Suelo does do okay damage, but it's not threatening enough at this stage of the game. He needs his items. And as a result, Vamos can just run in and take people out slowly. It was a good jump from Yetri, but I think Hazel should have avoided joining him, because they both ended up taking all of the damage in that pit and going down.
Oh wow, Nova is dead now. He's gonna try. When the lip comes through, he dies. Unless they can get Arrow 404, it would be unfortunately pointless sacrifice. And now Suelo lifted back into the root. Hazel tried to save his buddy, but ZK is just too strong. And now Hazel might go down. Another lift up with the Crimson Beacon. Hazel falls and ZK finds a double kill.
Compared to the previous game, this is absolute dominance. 8 kills for Vamos at the 3-minute mark is a complete reversal of what we were seeing earlier. And they have now breached the 3K point. This is the maximum that either team hit in game number 1. And Vamos is eager to grow it further. I am now thinking that the Khalid pick trading for the Zusin was not the best idea.
And Arrow 4-4, I believe, he can take the purple buff away. Trying to invade just now was spotted out by Ye 3. But Phantom Steed called in again. Nova able to stop any sort of a siege. I guess the Demonic Ascension is good for Suelo to protect himself, but that's pretty much it. Without that ultimate, there's no chance that they're going to contest this turtle. That lift forces out another flicker, and Nova, he can't really do much. DK now finds Hazel again. He sticks on the Hazel. Hazel is guaranteed to go down. And that will be Subbat collecting the kill.
It's good to see you back, Glue. You're still as annoying as you always were. ZK piloting the hero perfectly right now. And I really wish this was a Paramis.
I do too. Yeah, 3. I'm not really sure if it's worth it trying to clear that wave. Maybe it is, but there's a lift up. And here's the Lash Shaker. Dashes away, but Phantom Steed in, and Natko finds the kill. It is starting to fall apart. Subbat is going to try and solo kill MelQT, and will find it in the top lane.
What a debut back for this man. It's been so long. Winning out that 1v1 too. Gotta feel bad for Yetri in that bot lane. He actually survived a 1v3, but the 4th person showed up and just put the final nail in the coffin. 4K gold lead now for Vamos. Natko farming very comfortably, still undisrupted with 2 kills under his belt. And Ziki being a major threat, already completed with the Curse Helm. Wouldn't be surprised if he goes into a glowing wand too.
This game already feels unplayable for IG, with Suelo having little to no impact as of now. Just got his glowing wand, but he probably needs a Sky Piercer, which Hazel has just gotten, even though he's currently 0-4.
Is that wise, I wonder? I mean, if you're confident enough, you may as well try, but it's gonna need some serious setup. Having the Zask as your mage means that your burst damage is completely lacking. And Vamos is tanky enough to take it.
The silver lining is that after 5 straight minutes of non-stop action, IG was able to slow it down. But unfortunately, they'll have to give up this top tier 1. And MelQT struggling to find space to farm.
He's actually not going home. He is going to be able to catch that minion wave since Vamos has backed it off, but next turtle is up. I highly doubt Invictus has what it takes to contest this. I honestly recommend them not contesting it, but it looks like they're still going to try it anyway.
Yep, I don't think they should. They're finally backing off. That's an attempt from IG, unfortunately, in vain. The SOD was committed. So that will be 3 out of 3 turtles for Vamos. Clawkun now getting his own Sky Piercer. Purple buff stolen away by Era 404.
Team Vamos are very clearly in control of the situation. And being 5k behind means that Invictus is not going to be able to do anything about it for quite a while. They need to delay this game long, and Vamos is not giving it to them.
God dang, 0-5 on Hazel. And this mid tier 1 is going to go down. Maybe not now as they cleared out with the Demonic Ascension, but still. Fortunately, to deal with the alien, all you gotta do is to get out of range. And now Aero 4-4 calls in the Phantom Steed. Suelo will have to fall back, and Vamos will finish what they started.
Vamos are too far ahead at this point. This is a Leomord comp. This is a hero that runs away with the game if he has a lead, and well, he has a lead. So Vamos are on track to close this out before the 15-minute mark. And if Invictus wants any chance of closing this out as a 2-0, they need to delay it way beyond that point. They need to try and make it last 20 minutes long to make sure that MelQT can get farmed back up, because he is so behind on gold right now.
He is actually broke. He is so broke.
Their whole team is broke,
actually. My goodness. He only has a Corrosion Sight. MelQT, yeah, sadly, no way for him. Nako is going to check. He's going to check. It's going to be close. Oh! Woo! Now almost set him back by another 500 bucks.
The collective butt clench of the entire MPL arena.
Yeah, one side is thank God he got out. The other is god dang it, he got out.
Basically, yes. 7k goal lead. His game is basically over unless Vamos throws. And it's pretty hard to do that.
Pretty hard. It is Vamosable still. Speaking of which, Arrow 4 in the enemy jungle, he's literally 1v2ing this. Not even close. Well, at least you can guarantee that he will get the Lord.
Sapat doing a good job so far as well, though at the same time, doesn't really need to do all that much because his team is performing perfectly fine.
Yep.
3-1 on the Arlet, 2 levels up on Year 3, though can't really blame Year 3. He's getting caught by Zkeef every single fight, and his team is too behind to do anything about it. 2 kills to 12, 9 minutes in. Lord in control of Error 404. The zoning from Zkeef and Sapat is just way too much to handle. Invictus trying to set up for the split push.
And that's the best they can do. Suelo really wants to hold on to his ultimate. Able to chip away some of Zkeef's health bar, but the Lord guaranteed for Vamos. And Hazel pivots to a War Axe build. Hasn't completed this yet, we'll get it pretty soon. But Nako will complete his Holy Crystal.
That's the power spike for Harif right there. This is where Invictus needs to avoid fighting entirely. But that is unlikely with the Lord pushing up top lane. At least with MelQT shoving the wave up there, it's going to take a lot longer for the Lord to actually collapse. And this gives time for Invictus to regroup themselves and actually hold some towers back. But itemization-wise, they are still way too far behind. MelQT hasn't finished his Trinity compared to Natko, who is nearly 2k gold ahead with the Holy Crystal completed. And everyone else similarly farmed on the side of Vamos.
How are they going to defend this? They don't really have the best base defense because Dash is pretty horrible at clearing out waves. Not to mention managing Lord, and now they don't have the retribution from Hazel, which makes it even tougher. Thankfully, the Holy Shield is going to be that difference maker to help them basically soften up the Lord. Hazel can't even walk up. Yes, he will do what he does best with that Braver Spider, and that should give them enough leeway. The catapult is still around, and Vamos walks away with an inhibitor.
Vamos just needs to body their way into the base. Even without the Lord, it's not an issue because each one of them is the equivalent of a Lord to Invictus right now. 11 minutes, 9k gold lead. Marksman Trinity only just completed for MelQT, and I'm not sure that is actually enough to remain a consistent presence. Especially with Hazel still 0 and 5 on the Suyo. Both of these junglers are in a similar situation where they need that early game snowball. They need that item lead to be a dominant force. And only one of them has that right now.
Wow.
I will say Hazel's not as far behind on gold as I thought, but Natko is very rich.
Dang, so went for Divine Glaive. I honestly thought he might cash in at the Sky Piercer at some point. Okay, it's the state we're at. Maybe because they already have one Sky Piercer. Hazel has reserved the rights to that item. The next lot should end it. As we are looking at basically a 10k goal lead for Vamos 12 minutes into the game.
Usually the point of no return for almost any game.
Oh, Sapat got him! Welcome back to the league, buddy.
Oh, what a way to make a statement. What a way to tell the world that you are officially back. 2 members down in an instant. Vamos 10k goal lead, 5-man strong against 3 defenders. MelQT cannot even stay out long enough to shove the wave. Luckily for Invictus, the minions are not in position, so they'll survive for a little bit longer. But the Lord is going to be coming back up, and this is probably going to be the end point. If Invictus cannot do anything before this Lord collides, this game is done.
Not to mention, for the longest of time.
That was close, actually.
Oh, no, gotta take it away. So for the longest of time, Sapat didn't really have to actively participate in these fights. But the one time he did, he was able to put up quite a highlight.
Is this current situation truly because of the Sapat effect? Probably not. But he plays a small role. Draft definitely favoring Vamos this time around with that Glue Zeusin mid duo. Again, Khalid first pick. There's a reason why no other team is doing it. And then you finish off with the Zask, which so far has not proven his value this game. compared to something like a Faramis who could have solved many of the issues you are facing now. Invictus Gaming gonna need to learn from that because we are probably going into a game 3 at this point. We'll see if they can hold.
I'm gonna watch out for Supat as well. Final slash, always gonna be a dangerous 2, and Hazel gets caught by it. Instantly disintegrates. Zikif holds the back line, and Vamos can just easily go for the Crystal. Now Beauty gets a shutdown, but I don't think it matters too much with the Lord still standing. Vamos will give us a game 3.
Game 1 was a very, very close back and forth. But game 2 was an absolute one-sided dumpstering by Team Vamos. A very different performance with the addition of Supat to their ranks, but also punishing Invictus for going for a less than conventional draft.
Yeah, it feels so weird. It feels so weird. The idea might make sense on paper, but even when we put the draft aside, the way that Invictus Gaming handled that early game it really felt like they were just trying to raw dog it in a sense, right? They weren't given enough respect to that Glutusin, and they just kept funneling into the machine.
You can feel the underestimation from a mile away. You have a Zask. He has no damage early. He's good at zoning and being annoying, but you cannot really contest objectives the same way you always do. When Hazel tried to walk off for that little Wanderer, he felt that firsthand, and from that point onwards, it was a downhill climb.
Yeah, quite a disastrous early game that turned into an uncontrollable avalanche that favors Vamos. But that means we get game 3, and IG, they definitely have some time to do some serious thinking about what just happened in game 2, because it really felt like game 1, they won by a hair's breadth. They felt confident, they go into game 2, and they completely just changed the script.
We saw in game 1 that these two teams are pretty evenly matched, which means that if the draft favors one side, we might see a pretty notable shift just in power level. And that's what happened this time around. I really stand to say that Faramis would have been better in this case. But Ziki will emerge as our MVP this time around. A stellar glue performance since there's no Ghostbusters on the map that he needs to worry about. Even able to go for that aggressive glowing wand build. He even went genius. Wow, why not at that point?
It's like the freest glue game of the century. Literally 0 counters, no resistance put up. The only person that can realistically kill him is the Moskov, but he doesn't really care about the Moskov.
I really don't know what the Zask idea was about.
Hey, you know, the last time Zask was picked up was actually season 15 by Storm.
Oh.
They lost that game.
Yeah, I would think so. This hero has not been good for a very long time. There was like one point where he was meta, but that didn't last for very long either. Faramis would have made such a big difference. I said it once, I'll say it again. We saw it literally happen earlier today. No respect coming in from Invictus right there with that last pick. And Hazel getting shafted as well after dying that first time. He could no longer get enough momentum to fight back. Again, because mid lane priority is completely missing.
And we said they're either a 2 or a 9. We saw the 9, we saw the 2. Now we gotta spin the wheel again. Do we get that 9 from IG? And this, man, I don't know. Is Skype isn't that good on Suyo?
I think it's just a Hazel thing.
I really feel like it's just a Hazel thing.
I feel like Hazel should have skipped the Sky Piercer and just started building normally, especially since he completed it when he was like, what, 0-3?
Yeah, he got the Sky Piercer when he's 0-3, and then he dies 3 more times.
That is honestly something you would report in a pub game. If your jungler is 0-3 and then they build Sky Piercer and then continue dying, that's just not good. That's not what you're supposed to be doing. You need to be able to accept at that point that, no, I do not think I'm going to get Sky Piercer momentum. It's time to build a regular item.
Now I present to you with a dilemma. Would you, if you only have one report, right? You can only use it on one person. Would you use it on Hazel that bought Sky Piercer at 0-3 and then went 0-6? Or would you put it on Curtisi Zusin that went Sky Piercer and then Ice Queen 1?
Oh. That's a tough question right there. This is a which button would you press kind of situation, and I honestly do not know because neither is a fate I want on myself.
And this game was quite a landslide. This is Vamos just bulldozing through IG. Really nothing much to highlight aside from what was already seen, where IG just didn't give enough respect to Vamos, man. Nova just walking up. And I think the craziest part was that Hazel, just for one camp, just casually tanks 6 stacks of the glue passive. And then goes back and then does it again with Nova. The fact that they kept funneling into this blue Jusin is quite a sight to see.
Man just thought, hey, it's not level 4 yet. Even if I have max stacks, it's not a problem. And then, well, you die.
It's like, wow, the glue needs to walk out to set up, but he doesn't have to walk up with the Jusin pulls you back into him.
The Jusin. The fact they traded Khalid for it. Now, the Zask actually did do quite a lot of damage. I will say it actually did more damage than anyone else in the game. The problem is, there's a glue. You can eat so much damage, and there's still other heroes that you have to burn through. Meanwhile, the rest of your team is dying around you. Natko going to be a rich guy this time. Free game to farm, basically. Suelo as the carry. Surprisingly, you wouldn't think so, but he is. Yeah, Tree. He was trying his best, man, but his team is not really able to follow up when they're that far behind.
And even the bottom lane where he committed everything to defend the turret, I felt like should have let it go, but either way, at that point, it really didn't matter much. And that's why look at the heat map of Zkif, which is just, it's just a glue day. Look at that, he's on the enemy side of the map the whole game.
You can just see him slowly but surely pushing forward and taking control of more and more of your jungle, because that is what a glue does. And you had the perfect opportunity to pick up Faramis to counter him. I'd be surprised if Suelo isn't able to play Faramis. I don't think it's too difficult outside of those Netherrealm timings, and the Zask was the choice. A single target stationary mage.
Hey, every man for themselves is what I assume Zask would say. Okay, the only other reason is that maybe they misclicked it. Who knows? Maybe they accidentally pressed Zask. I can't even defend that because the hero next to Zask would be Jusin in terms of alphabetical order.
Or maybe, you know, Zetian.
That is true. Actually, Zetian is closer than Zask.
I don't think it was a mistake. I feel like we would have seen some kind of reaction if it was a mistake. It felt like it was planned.
The reaction was, guys, no problem, and then high five. But this was incredibly weird. The fact that they traded poorly, and then Nova goes back and does the same thing, and then Hazel does it, and then Suelo does it again, man. I feel like this was the breaking point.
This is a bit of a common issue with IG as well. I think these are the old bad habits coming to bite them. Without that early game momentum, the team becomes incredibly awkward, and you can tell that Hazel still wants to play to be the early game clutch, but that timing has obviously passed. And you cannot hold on to the past. Here, look at Yetri. Van is trying so hard. He's literally surviving 1v3. Error comes in, finishes him off. And the team is like, when that happens as an EXP laner, you're just thinking, oh, I hope my team is doing something on the map with that.
And the fact that he committed the flicker too. Oh well.
It feels bad. Sapat though, good job to the man. Didn't really get to show his stuff that much. Kind of a similar situation to earlier where AC didn't get to see his true strength because enemy team was not a worthy opponent. Very dominant this game, so Sapat also didn't get to show what he's really capable of now.
Didn't have to do much, but he did remind everyone that his Arlen was one of the premier heroes back then.
I hope we see Paquito. And at the same time, I hope we don't, because it's not the right meta for it.
Yep. Maybe save it for like a match against Flash or something. I don't know.
A rainy day. Yeah.
Like a against the weaker team.
Feels bad to look down on them like that, but at the same time, they've kind of earned it. So
look, I remember we were asked to give quotes regarding each teams before the season started, and I specifically remember, right? So my quote to Team Flash was, I'm gonna paraphrase because I don't remember every single word, but it's something: welcome back to MPL. Don't finish last like last time.
Ooh, well, looks like so far they're not doing a good job of listening to that. So we'll leave Flash in the past and move on to the present. Just like the present we got from Caillou x MLBB, whose cards are available at the MPL booth right now. We got MLBB collectible cards, the Hand of Destiny version 1, as well as the Origin of Legends set. It's a limited stock, plus there are freebies for the full box purchase, so come to visit the booth to get some cards. Did you get anything?
Oh, I got the
You got the Saber set.
Saber set, yeah.
Very nice.
That's good quality stuff. And then the SR Natalia.
Oh, not bad, not
pretty
bad.
good.
It's got a design on the back too.
Yeah, so the design on the back, it's like the hero stats. And for this one, the Saber, the skin line, when you turn it behind, is actually the Land of Dawn. It's the map. So if you collect all of the, what is this, the AR rarity, which is different skin line sets, you can complete the Land of Dawn.
Interesting.
Yes, that's so cool.
You can get every single
Thank you,
part
Caillou.
of the Land of Dawn, including that part that you got ganked at that other day that you don't want to remember. But that's fine as well. If you want some cards, grab them. For now, we got something happening on the side of the stage. We'll take a short break before the next game. We'll see you in a bit.
Terima kasih kepada caster-caster kita. Tapi sebelum kita actually mulakan untuk game terakhir malam ini, kita ada sedikit courtside reporting bersama dengan Coach Bam just to talk about the game tadi, just sangat-sangat briefly. Coach Bam, first of all, I'm just going to be straight to the point. Were you actually shocked that the side of Vamos swapped in Sepat after game 1?
Actually, no. We talked about this yesterday that high chance Sepat will play.
What made you think Sepat will play today?
Because Sepat is a good player, we already saw that. Like he created his own play. He's a smart player and former champion player, so we expect that his experience will brought up on the stage.
Okay, now speaking about his experience, right? Do you think now that you guys know how Sepat plays, you guys will be able to close out game 3, or it's still gonna be a tough one?
It's gonna be a tough one, but for sure I'm confident that we're gonna close the game 3.
Okay, Coach, one last question because I know everybody wants to get this game started. Coach, why Zask? Because the last time Zask came out in MPL MY was MPL MY Season 15, and that was DX Seoul going up against JP Niners, and when Stone played it, they lost.
Actually, the Zask pick, because yesterday we have a scrim. That's the first time actually Suelo scrim with us. It's 100% win rate in our scrims. That's why we play it right now. So we just test it.
Still in the testing phase. And you mentioned Suelo just scream for Invictus Gaming just one day.
Yes.
Okay then. Thank you very much, Coach Bam. I won't keep you any longer. Sekarang mari let's throw it back to the casters untuk memulakan game terakhir dalam perlawanan ini. Who will take the win? Throwing it back to you guys.
Some good insights there from Coach Bam. Hopefully, he's a little bit more prepared for what is going to be happening next now that he's had the taste of being taken down by Vamos in such a fashion. Seems that he was prepared as well for the possibility of Sepat reappearing on the stage, which is a surprise because I think a lot of us were thinking he was just there to be a bench warmer after all this time.
Yeah, I honestly felt like, they got Sepat in because they needed a 6th person according to the league rules. But hey, Sepat really showing off his chops. Has felt like he never really left, even though it has been more than a year since we last saw him play on the competitive stage.
It's great to see him, honestly.
It is. But Coach Bam did also say that they only had, 1-2 days of scrim with the new players. That could be a bit of the contributing factor. But I think IG, they themselves have identified, right? The inconsistency is still a thing within all the players. But not only that, they also got to deal with, they got to, answer to the netizens, the loyal fans of the Invictus Gaming Club. Especially when you make such a big change of swapping out Spencer and Gojes for Yetri and Suelo. It has to be pretty stressful, honestly, for all of them.
And not to mention, they have another player waiting in the lurch to take over for MelQT as well. So
Yeah.
Pretty big shift. I imagine they have their reasons for it. So far, we can see that there is some improvement, but the same habits of having very high highs and very low lows still persist themselves.
Wait a minute.
Hey, wait, that's
what?
Iris, right?
Yes, that's Iris.
I wasn't too sure for a moment. I had to
It was
search
Iris.
my mind.
It was
Yeah,
it
it's
is
been a
Iris.
while. Also another classic MPL EXP laner.
Hey, one of the best at one point. His Terizla unmatched. One of the best tank engagers player.
Well, if Sabat can make his return, perhaps we can see Iris on the stage again at some point.
Funnily enough, these XP laners are also some of the few that got relegated towards the end, towards the tail end of the last few seasons. But it'd be nice to see Iris back.
Yeah, the relegation sometimes is the team's issue, you know. Maybe it's not you.
Yeah, I mean, Lolia technically got relegated. He just got picked up by a team next season, so he didn't have to play down in relegation.
I still can't believe that Lolil got relegated. Like, look at the way he plays. This guy, man has no luck. Finally, though, this time around, maybe we'll see.
I'm pretty sure it's pretty hard to finish last in his current team. As long as Flash is around, at least. Wow, back to Expanding Rivers again.
Wow,
what a day we have. What, 3 Expanding Rivers in a row.
MLBB actually knows what we want to see and
Thank
where
you.
these teams perform. Perhaps there is some kind of fate at work right now. But IG will return to the blue side, still banning out the same heroes, the Guinevere and the Phoveus. And then the Harif at the very end.
Yep. I guess no Khalid first pick, take Dusin.
It has to be.
I would be shocked if they take Khalid again. You take Dusin, you give Khalid, there is glue for you. There is also Joe, the Marcel is always in the back pocket. I think what allowed IG to win some of their games was also the fact that you can afford to leave Nova's pick for last and then have that Marcel in the pool.
Yeah, I think it is very valuable, especially in this matchup where you know Vamos wants to play fast early games, wants to play dive type compositions. Leaving the Marcel for later means they have less ways of preparing against it. So I imagine they'll leave that. Oh, the tip ban from Vamos.
That is such a hard read.
Interesting.
Because there are very less players that will prompt the chip ban. Nova is one of them. Man, who's the guy? Man, it's starting to slip my mind. Ivan is also another. Zorn used to be, but has fallen off. So the fact that Vamos are willing to ban a chip this early on.
There's gotta be some plan brewing here.
Has to be Tusin here, right?
It has to be. If you don't,
Please
then
ban.
I mean, what else is there?
Please just.
Among a myriad of stars.
That is not
Valkyrie's
Tusin.
voyage.
Oh, the Freya is open.
right.
No, okay, I can live with that.
Yeah, we forgot about the Freya.
Yeah, completely forgot about
Gets
that.
banned so often that you forget she exists. And now the Zusin is open for the Vamos side. Could be paired up with the glue. I wonder if they're willing to go glue again now that IG knows Zask is not the answer.
And Tusin glue is pretty nasty.
It is. It's what won them mid last game.
And he can really make the Freya's life hard. I wonder if Yetri plays a Freya XP, right? If there is a flex potential there, then maybe you can free up MelQT for another Moscow play. And also YSS is left open.
Oh yeah, you're right.
Okay, so they stick with the basics first. Same framework, Tusin glue. Do you take YSS here? Because I feel like if you take YSS, you cannot put Freya in the XP anymore.
I think it's unlikely for IG, but Yetri probably does play Freya EXP.
Right?
In fact, there's a part of me that thinks Yetri probably plays a better Freya than MelQT.
That's what I was thinking. But that also means that Hazel can't go YSS because if he does, you get a triple resource hungry lineup.
I think you just have to trust Mel. Just give Hazel his YSS. He's so good with it.
Man, if they pick YSS and then it goes to Mel, I will be so sad. There are some gold laners who are not that good on YSS, and unfortunately Mel is one of them.
We don't actually have a lot of good gold lane YSSs here in MY. So yeah, there it is.
And funnily enough, it's still a flex pick. Oh god.
So we got Yisanshin with the Khalid for Invictus. That gives them some early game presence, but they're definitely leaning towards more of a mid-game death ball now, which is IG's classic style, though they don't have Gojas to act as the main utility tank for them anymore.
What do you take it? Do you take a jungler? Do you take that Suyo? The Leomor is actually still up. How good is the Leomord against Freya? You don't really need... Actually, now that I think about it, Leomord isn't too bad, right? Because
I think he's okay, yeah.
You have Dustin and Glut already. If you get an early game like you did in game 2, Leomord can just run away with it.
I'm quite okay with a Leomord pick here for Vamos.
Yeah, Valor and Loyalty in a dead body.
If not, you could go for gold lane instead. But no, they go for Suyo. That's also perfectly fine.
Yep, no problem.
What is going to be next? One thing I will say I like is that with Suelo and Ye3 now joining the fray, IG's drafting is becoming a little bit more unique. It always used to be 3 tanks, 2 DPS. Now they have ways of playing aggressive through the side lanes. They can lean into slightly more niche picks like the Zask, even if it doesn't work. The Eve gonna be the ban for Vamos. They are targeting mages.
Yep, that makes Suelo's life a bit more hard. There's always the Zertian left in the pool.
I'm wondering if Suelo just doesn't play Faramis. Because surely you would be afraid enough to ban it out when you have a glue after what happened earlier.
But it's also an isolated case, right? Most teams don't really ban the Faramis. It's not to say that other mages can't deal with the glue, it's just you go along a bigger roundabout way.
I guess.
Maybe Alice out.
Alice ban on IG. This would be a hero they could pick themselves against the glue.
Because I also feel like, do they want to consider a Arlet the ban? Arlet does look pretty good against their draft.
IG could even steal it if they wanted to, but it's not really something we've seen so far. So that's because it was Gojas playing. I can see Ye3 performing alright, but there's still plenty of EXP lane picks if necessary. The Lilia will also get banned out. So these are the more classic mages you would use to counter heroes like Glue. IG, what's gonna be the final hero ban on their side?
Should be an XP laner, but there's a lot of choices here. I feel like you ban out...
Just if they're banning out Alice, I'm trying to think of what they're trying to pick for themselves. They banned the Arlet. So already, respect over the Sapat after his first game.
Oh, this is tough. They can leave the glue for last too, so they can pick Knuckles heroes here if they want.
I think it would be best to pick Natko as hero. I think you go...
Take the Moskov away, right?
Moskov is fine. I think Carry is also good. That's a Natko signature. Works well against the Freya.
Yeah.
But definitely try to leave this glue flex because you don't know what the EXP pick is yet.
Rise beyond
I think
this.
You would take the Moskov.
Oh,
take the Yuzong. Wow.
Sabat's Yuzong. Wow, man.
Really taking us back down memory lane.
Man really wants to make an impact right from the get-go.
Yeah, Yuzong was the pick that won them MPL Season 12 too when he was with Homeboys over SMG. He crushed Move in that matchup.
It's not a bad time to do it. Alice is already gone. Arlet is gone as well.
Uranus is horrible here.
IG probably has to lean into the Lapu Lapu again, which is fine. But I do think you should consider a Faramis. It's a little difficult into a Yuzong, but we've already seen that it is possible to outplay it. Yep, there it is.
There it is.
Faramis and the...
They actually went for triple carry. Really?
Stitches, I can help.
That's a Melissa.
Melissa.
That's a Melissa.
Well, now that's interesting.
Baby. Oh boy, this Faramis. It's less for the Faramis, but more for the Freya.
Yeah. But is that really worth it? It's a good Freya counter, yes, but you are still gonna be threatened quite heavily by everyone else on the enemy team. So it does come down quite heavily to Nightco's positioning here.
I love these kind of series. Really comes down to the wire. Like you dig into the deep pockets. I feel like last time we saw Melissa was probably by Chiku, guys.
I think so.
Back in the Todak days, because he's the only person that would play with Melissa.
Melissa did get updated.
It's either him or Innocent. It's either one of them. We're gonna check back in that in a bit, because right now, it's time to settle the score once and for all. Will IG walk away with a 2-0 head-to-head over Vamos? Or will Vamos equal the playing fields in this game 3? We're back on the Standing Rivers. IG will find themselves back on blue side. Vamos on red.
We got some interesting picks right here. Yeah, 3 gonna be trying to take on a Yuzong on the EXP lane Freya. And Nako pulling out the Melissa. Also a hero that got adjusted in the most recent patch. Gets a shield now during the ultimate on top of the barrier that blocks melee. And also has a more consistent dash cooldown in exchange for no longer getting it reduced off of auto attacks. So
Thank
slightly
goodness.
less skill expression for more consistency is good, I suppose. He is going Inspire as well.
Yep. You basically remove the Moskov mechanic from Melissa. I think about it. Does cause a bit of problem to Moskov if you're able to connect your muddles. You just win the trade. That extended range does help. Sailor not gonna help. Oh, 3-man pool. That pool almost killed Nova, but they might get Z-Kibble. One Ghostbusters is all he needs. He bring Ye3 in, and there it is. First blood for Suelo. And MelQT unfortunately had to blow his flicker in the top lane. We talk about the muddles. Inspire was used by Natco.
So it does end up being a battle spell trade up there. I'm surprised Zekeef is brave enough to pop the split in front of Suelo, but he's gonna need to do it eventually, so may as well get that fear out of the way, I suppose. Small goal lead for Invictus to start things off thanks to that mid lane exchange, and this is why you should ban Faramis. If you are playing a glue, there's just so much free damage given away.
And it's so easy to proc the Lethal Initiation because he just needs to use the Ghostbusters on your longs.
Your what?
Oh, so the glue, the glulets, the little globules. Apparently, the official name of that is longs. I'm not even kidding. You can Google that.
What? I thought they were called goos.
No, it's called longs. I can 100% guarantee you that.
Split globules are longs?
Yeah, those mini glues are longs. That's gonna be Nano Realm used by Suelo, but here comes the bot. The follow-up is gonna be there. Hazel still good with the retribution. And then the counter-attack from IG will net them 4 kills at the cost of none!
Oh, that Ghostbusters damage! Oh, it's gross. And this is why you should ban it. I guess they got lured into a false... We need to look at that again. Just look at the damage spread. Initially, it starts out good, then the NetherRealm comes out. Invictus is still in pretty bad spot with the Yuzong dropping in, but Hazel secures the turtle, and then the Ghostbusters. Where did all the HP go? Double kill for Nova, 5 kills in an instant for Invictus Gaming, 2k lead. It is another reversal, this time with IG holding the early game goal advantage.
Suelo playing this Pyramid and was like, dang, it felt this good. Should have played the last game.
Yeah.
Could have.
Man, I played Zask over this.
I could have went home early, but hey, it's my debut and might as well spend a bit more time here.
Already a very, very good start. And Zekeef now needing to be very wary about his positioning when he goes for those splits. At the very least, make sure his team is not around to take the brunt of the damage.
There are very less matchups in the game where it's this one-sided, right? Is there any other matchup like this? I can't think of any. Where it is so extremely one-sided, there's literally no hope of equalizing the odds.
There probably are some, I just can't think of it right now. I guess things like, you know, Esme and Taharif. But even then, there's probably some outplay potential in this case.
Because Esme doesn't delete Taharif, he just doesn't die.
In this case, you are basically locked out from using one of your skills in front of a Faravis.
Yep.
And it feels really bad because that's a very crucial part of your kit. Hazel gonna be farming very, very comfortably over Error at this point. On one of his signature picks as well. We know how quickly Hazel takes over games if he is leading on the Yi Sun Shin.
Hey, yeah, true with, what do you call that? A floating device. They are going to work on this second turtle. And of course, MelQT has the liberty to join whenever he wants, as long as the SOD connects. Ye3 in already. Here comes Hazel, and they just delete arrow 4-4. Ye3 wails on him. Sapat cannot stop Hazel in time. He gets the turtle. NetherRealm keeps them safe, and Hazel cuts down Zekeef.
That was weird. Why? What? Why did Vamos just stand around like that while their jungler is getting ganked by the entire enemy team? They were just waiting and watching while Error was dying. And then they responded, after which it's already too late. The damage is going to build up against you. You lose the turtle again. That was very, very strange from Vamos.
I guess the only lane that they have an advantage right now is the gold lane, which affords like the Natco.
I mean, that doesn't stop you from helping your jungler.
It doesn't. That's for sure. But you gotta get past the Hazel. Really timed the Black Dragon from pretty well. And he's dodging it with the Traceless. Now, IG can look to spill that advantage that they got to the top lane. And unfortunately, Zkif can't really do too much. Natco able to sidestep the boat, but man, Hazel.
That's the Hazel right there.
Absolutely slaughtered.
That is the Hazel Esports effect right there. Signature hero, gold lead early, momentum for his team. Recipe for disaster. Anytime you're playing against Invictus and they have these conditions met. It is already a 4.5k lead in 6 minutes. Vamos is
Zkif. He should be able to walk out of this, but that frees up the top lane. I honestly thought that they would not reveal that Yuzong this early on, right? They could have picked the Moskov. I still stand by the fact that they could have picked Moskov for Natco. And here we are.
I think they actually were likely trying to save the Melissa for last. Most likely the plan was already to pick this hero once they saw the Freya, and they just wanted to keep it a surprise for as long as possible, but
maybe they didn't account for the fact that the Freya goes XP.
Yeah, and I personally feel like even if it counters Freya, it doesn't really do a good job of handling everyone else. There was a lot of bets hedged on this being a gold Freya, as you mentioned. Yeah. Another free turtle going over to the side of Hazel. Already level 11, 3-0 on the YSS, 5k gold lead. Looking at the itemization, he is nearly complete with his endless battle.
Now QT, 1v1, wins! Oh, what do you know? And this is the complete opposite of game 2. So the first time that they met in the first leg, it was IG gets game 1, Vamos gets game 2, and then IG dominated game 3. Feels like we're falling back to the same pattern. And this whole Melissa into Freya thing, I don't think it matters anymore. Yetri is literally in his face. The only thing giving Vamos a chance right now is that the mid-tier 1 is still up, but the side lanes, can't really say the same for them.
Whoever said the line that history repeats itself had no idea how correct they would be years into the future.
And here they come. Nova Escobar starts it off. Now trapped underneath the turret. Trying to get out of that. The Nether Realm will delay his dab. Subba comes in with a Petrify, but it only connects on the Nether Realm. 10 health, so he still goes down. But finally, Zkif finds a trade at the cost of his own life. IG, they trade their roamer for 2.
And the whole time, Error 404 is trying to avoid Yetri up in the top lane and not doing a good job of doing so. Having to run back to his tower eventually. Yetri also very farmed. He's currently got the Sea Halberd and the...
Yes, the Chastised Cauldron. He's not the main damage dealer and he knows that.
Really?
He's not the main character.
It's a good idea. Why not, right? Go for the Sea Halberd for some damage, and then you just sustain with the Vengeance and the Chastise. It's such an easy way of making sure that Natco isn't able to melt you, and since you've already shut down Error, you don't have anything else to worry about. He's 5-0 even on this Freya.
Ah, now we can go for the Golden Staff if you want, Corinthian side, whatever it is. As long as you got the combo points, you can always use your abilities. Show you the second ability, man. 0 cooldown. Just fully resource dependent. So 7.2k gold lead 9 minutes in. Definitely not as much as what we've seen earlier on between AC and Flash, nor the game 2 between Vamos and IG. But this game sure as heck is almost over if Vamos keeps on getting picked off.
You know, it's kind of sad for Glue that he got banned for an entire week and then he comes back and
then he gets banned by the fireman.
There's a new shiny counter that completely destroys any chance he has.
Yeah. And it's not even a new counter, it's just something that got revived, you know? It's like the virus that was encased in the Arctic ice.
Oh my goodness, they're attacking from every angle!
Plato just got a double kill. They're gonna block one.
They can do.
Alright, Natco, that's the Inspire Magic, and Plato saves it. That one Ghostbuster took out half his health, but Natco, stop fighting!
Oh, hold on, maybe they can get picked up one hit! Oh, but the shutdown goes to Zkif and Yetri's in the base!
And Yetri gets shut down. Wait a minute. Hazel should be able to clear this outright. Oh, he did a flicker onto his gloves! That could have converted into one extra shutdown, but Hey, all things considered, Vamos still held on.
I like how they were still hitting him even though he was on top of Nova, because it's like, yeah, Nova, you can take this, right? Another Mountain Stalker. Oh my goodness.
There comes Nova, and sometimes you forget that Faramis respawns pretty quickly. Suelo is back in action.
Oh, this is... wow, this has been an interesting series. Tight game 1. Absolute snowball dominance for both sides. Games 2 and 3. They are definitely evenly matched, but in ways that you would not be able to recreate.
I like how once Suelo realized he could one-shot ZK, his heart rate went down. Falcon completely zoned out. Suelo actually will go down to Natco. Take him 80 seconds to come back because he has some good passive stack, but nobody's going to go down here. This is not looking as good. The SLE does connect. Does Mel want to take it? Now he will, and Hazel is dead. It's unstoppable now. The Sky Piercer is online. Nako doing as much as he can. ENG hops in. There's 2 inhibs down now.
This is what you can do when you're this far ahead. You got an 8k gold lead. Doesn't matter even if you overpush, even if you lose a body or 2. As long as your cores are still alive, you are absolutely fine. And you just muscle your way through into the base anyway. 2 inhibitors down before the 12-minute mark. Looking at the items as well, Natco is actually keeping up gold-wise, but no one else is. I particularly do not want to be Sapat this game, because this is a hopeless situation. This is one of those games where, as a Yuzong, you feel like you do nothing because you actually don't.
You just want to roll up and cry.
Wind of Nature for Natco is a nice pickup. He does do solid enough damage. So if he's able to sustain long enough, there is still a chance for Vamos to reverse this. We already saw in game number 1, they're quite good at the base defense. They don't usually lose out in terms of wave management, but with Error and Sapat basically non-existing this game, and Zkeep having to be careful every time he sees Suelo, it's a very, very difficult battle.
Yep. But if Zkeep can avoid getting erased by Suelo and he hops onto the correct target like MelQT or even Hazel, then suddenly there's a good chance for Vamos. And we sort of saw that in the very extended base defense earlier on. But this Lord looking to be that promising game ender for IG and Error 4-4. You don't really want to stay there. Not against Year 3. It all comes down to whether Zkeep, with the help of this flicker, can he get onto the right target. Maybe Sapat will need to also step up as well with the Petrify. And then the rest is Nako and Inspire. Nope, Nova finds the engage on the Nako easily. Nako fall back. They gotta leave with the Lord first. That's priority number 1. Sapat that's already ran out of help. Nako will have to fall back. Zkeep in. And Falcon able to hold back the rest of IG.
Really good base defense right there from Vamos. Zkeep holding the front line.
Oh, Nako! He's dead!
He takes it!
MelQT is gonna trade his life for this, surely. That's the shutdown. The Petrify in for Sapat. The base defense is working now. Not really sure if that was necessary, but it is necessary for Vamos to stay alive.
I don't really think that's worth it. MelQT is the one person you cannot allow to die for free, and the only consolation is that he did kill Natco, so the shutdown gold doesn't go to the Melissa, but it is a fairly notable swing.
They just lost 2k, almost 3k. I don't think it's worth it at all.
Well, Hazel is still gonna be a big threat. Still 0 deaths on this guy. But yeah, that did not need to happen. It was not worth happening. You just wait until the next Lord comes up, or you punish Vamos for overextending, and you get a very clean game victory there. Now there's a slightly increased chance for Vamos to actually do something.
Unless they one-shot Nako, which almost became the case. Suelo gonna save Nako. This Ghostbuster almost killed out the Melissa. The glowing one doesn't do enough to bring him down, but Hazel needs to get away. Hazel gets shut down. They will trade ZK for it, but again, another woody trade and another 2k gold swing for Vamos.
Yeah, we are starting to see a little bit of throwing. The 9k gold advantage that Invictus had is now 5k, which is still a good amount, but a lot more manageable at 15 minutes. And they got the shutdown on Hazel. After we said, hey, at least Hazel is still, you know, doing his thing.
Like, the 2 Deathless cores got shut down. So,
Invictus is still in control. Yep. They can still end the game quite easily with the next Lord. but they cannot throw anyone else. If someone gets picked off again when they should not, Vamos can actually come back.
So we went from a game that is, 13-1 to 21-8. Which at this point doesn't matter anymore because Team Vamos, they've already gotten all the core items. And Aero 4-4, after taking a beating in that early to mid-game, finally sees signs of life.
One item away from full build on the Suyo. Sky Piercer probably still has like one stack only after that previous kill. But everyone else is building pretty well. Looks like Zkeep is giving up on being particularly tanky and still going for things like the glowing wand. Since he gets bursted anyway, may as well make the most of the life he has.
Yep, might as well take them all down. That is the mindset that I would envision Patrick to have. Although, MelQT, he's gonna have the ability to proc to the next wave. As the current wave is pushing in, there is a backdoor angle right there. And that's the beginning engage. The entry hops in with the Valkyrie's Descent. It's all about buying time. Nako already using his bubble. Sepa needs to disengage with the Black Dragon form. They see MelQT on the map, so Clawkun is summoned to defend the base. And this is the window for IG to work on the Lord.
A good play from IG. Split up Team Vamos since you know they have to be together to actually play around, and now they're gonna come in.
Oh, what a flicker engage. They kill off Zkeep and finish off Sepa in the same breath.
Right, Invictus locking in now, making sure they don't throw any more bodies after what happened before. This is a 5v3 situation. They're not going to try and go for the Lord. They want to end it.
They're going to try him with the Nako. Nako disappears. Swaylo collects him. And Hazel will do that to Aero 404. IG ran into a bit of a speed bump, but they will repeat what they did in Leg 1. Another 2-1 victory over Team Vamos.
Like we say, right? Even when you're that far ahead in gold, it takes a lot of throwing to lose the game. And even after making those mistakes, we see how easy it is for IG to push it through and claim the victory. Their second victory over Vamos this season. History has repeated itself, and Vamos finds themselves unable to overcome their adversary.
Two different versions of the roster as well. First losing to Spencer Gojes and now to Swaylo and Year3. And even bringing in Sepat, who was a beacon of hope in Game 2. Game 3 as well, despite being on the Yuzong and being disabled, he still was able to put up a fight. But unfortunately, everyone else too far behind. Aero 4-4 didn't have a game at all.
I think it's clear at this point, the interaction between these two teams does come down to the draft. They are quite evenly matched. They can both win out early and just completely dumpster the game after that. So having the right heroes to win those first few minutes to get that lead in the first place makes all the difference. And I really don't know why they didn't play Faramis in Game 2. This could have ended so much sooner.
Can't believe the player of the day was actually the base defense from Aero 405 and they lost.
Yeah, it's a weird one. I guess we have a chance to ask him some questions now because as usual, we'll throw it to Rose for the interview.
Kemenangan untuk Invictus Gaming 2-1. And of course di atas pentas bersama dengan Rose, kita ada player-player baru iaitu Year3 dan juga Swaylo. Hello.
Halo, Rose.
Lama game tu tadi?
Hazel bilang kasih seru sikit kata dia.
Oh, Hazel bilang kasih seru sikit. So, apa ni, cukup seru tak?
Seru.
Seru, okay.
Seru sangat MPL Malaysia. Jaya.
Baru masuk dah buat perangai dah Swaylo. I like. Nampak sangat-sangat extroverted. Tapi, of course, kita nak borak sedikit dengan Year3 dulu sebelum kita even borak dengan Swaylo. Year3, selamat kembali ke tanah air. Selamat kembali. Okay tak? Opening match untuk Year3.
Apa?
Opening match untuk Year3, you rasa okay ke?
Okay.
Okay, now
walaupun 2-1 tetap the best performance lah.
The best performance. Okay, now tadi kita borak dengan Year3 dan juga Swaylo sebelum game start, betul? Dan dalam interview tu, Year3 kata actually training yang berlaku daripada side IG dengan dua player baru ni adalah 2 hari sahaja, betul?
Betul.
Satu.
Swaylo 1.
Saya baru datang subuh tadi langsung main sore.
Wey.
main petang.
Okay. So adakah you happy dengan prestasi yang IG lakukan hari ni?
Maybe happy tapi tak memuaskan lagi sebab kita belum kalahkan SRG lagi.
Year3 balik-balik memang nak je SRG? Okay, so kalau you rasa you happy tapi tak puas lagi, adakah you rasa dengan prestasi IG kali ini boleh kalahkan SRG?
InsyaAllah boleh.
Sebab kalau tak silap Rose, your next match is going to be SRG, betul?
Yep, this Sunday, right?
This Sunday, betul. Okay, boleh?
Boleh, insyaAllah.
You confident ke dengan line up ni?
Confident.
Tapi kita nampak tadi, I wouldn't say the game is perfect already.
Sorry?
I wouldn't say play style dan gameplay daripada side IG sudah perfect pun.
Betul.
Apa yang kekurangan bagi year 3?
Korang mungkin passive kita orang.
Ha?
Passive kita orang, blunder.
Oh, blunder. So, more towards discipline dan juga decision making lah kan?
Yup, betul.
Okay. Thank you very much, Year 3. Kita pun nak borak dengan Suelo.
Yo.
Yang ni kalau nak pegang mic memang kuat. Suelo, so happy ke dengan kemenangan tadi?
Bersyukur. Setiap menang pasti bersyukur. Kalau kalah belajar.
Okay, very good. That's a very good lesson ya guys. Kalau kalah kita tetap belajar. Now, Suelo, Rose nak tanya dengan kemasukan Suelo di dalam line-up IG, minggu ni kita boleh cakap sangat-sangat susah lah untuk IG sebab Vamos tengah win streak, SRG pun tengah win streak. Kalau dia cakap dia yakin nak lawan SRG Ahad nanti, Suelo pula confident ke?
Confident, pasti confident. Cuman ya kita do the best saja. Kita punya tim pasti confidence.
Ada rasa pressure sikit ke? Debut MPL MY terus lawan tim besar-besar.
Tim besar-besar sebenarnya tak ada pressure pun, semua sama. Cuman memang mereka dari dulu ada my idol Stormy, right?
Oh.
So I love to beat him. I love to meet him. Let's go Stormy.
Let's go Stormy.
Yeah, of course baby.
Oh, let's go. So kita akan jumpa Stormy Ahad nanti. Tapi sebelum kita jumpa Stormy, kita pun nak tengoklah kan siapa MVP perlawanan ini. Agak-agaknya siapa MVP dia guys?
Ejel.
Sabar.
Suelo.
Okay, mari kita tengok MVP in 3, 2, 1. MVP jatuh kepada...
Gorgeous.
Gorgeous? Siapa? Nova Escobar.
Khaled Guat.
Suelo, Rose nak tanya.
Yo.
Sebab dalam IG ni, nampaknya semua macam extrovert kan? Macam sangat-sangat hyper. Tapi Nova macam pemalu sikit.
Nova just in front of kamera aja.
Oh.
Asli dia ni.
Macam tu ke?
Coba cakap. Kalau di sini dia agak introvert. Di GH dia agresif.
Agresif? Nampaknya senang macam comfortable dengan Suelo ni.
Ya.
Kenapa?
Kita orang jadi monyet kat Gamios.
Coach Ben buat apa sampai korang jadi monyet?
Kena datang ke Gamios.
Tak nak. I tak nak jadi monyet. Thank you for the invite. Now, depan sikit. Okay, Nova. I know I dah tanya dua-dua ni tentang perlawanan dengan SRG untuk Ahad. Tapi yang kalah dengan SRG adalah Nova, bukan dorang. So, untuk perlawanan lawan SRG, adakah Nova yakin dengan changes IG buat boleh kalahkan SRG?
Bagi saya yakin lah. Saya just fokus dengan our strength je lah.
What is your strength?
Dengar cakap coach lah.
So, your strength is dengar cakap coach lah? Coach sekarang ni masih lagi selalu marah-marah ke?
Ya, marah untuk kebaikan lah.
Marah untuk kebaikan. Kita pun boleh nampak hasilnya. Also, mungkin an additional question adalah tadi nampaknya di game kedua dengan game ketiga beza sangat ya. Game kedua, Vamos nampak sangat-sangat dominating in the game. Macam mana you guys dapat bounce back secepat mungkin untuk dominate pula game ketiga tadi? Macam tu je, cepat-cepat.
After game 2 tu, coach cakap reset. So, kita orang pun just reset and focus next game. Lepas tu, game ketiga kita bantai lah.
Senang jadi player IG, coach cakap semua ikut?
Ikut cakap coach je.
Okay.
Kalau tak ikut cakap, tahu lah.
Siap-siap lah. Alright, you know what? Nova ke Suelo yang nak cakap words kepada fans yang datang
Suelo,
support IG
Suelo.
hari ni? Okay, Suelo. Okay,
Apa tu panggilan IG fans ni?
Nampak sangat baru masuk.
IG fans only. Because I'm before kan Epos spams and it's one what? IG fans on. Oh, alright. Okay, for IG fans, thank you so much for coming. I'm so glad to be here. Thank you for the amazing, huge, like that ya. So keep support us. We will do our best. So besok Ahad datang lagi ya. Kasih ramai sini, kasih ramai lagi ya. Saya senang sama kalian. Thank you semua boy.
Thank you very much, Suelo. I suka lah interview Suelo. Good job. Alright guys, mari let's show it back to the casters to analyze apa yang terjadi dalam penawaran yang sangat-sangat sengit ini. Throwing it back to you guys.
Something tells me that Suelo is gonna be a fan favorite very, very quickly here in MPL Malaysia. Truly a character. But this time, we'll reserve the spotlight for our MVP, Nova Escobar on the Khalid. Doing a good job of opening up the map and just being that first point of contact for his team.
Yeah, really sowing a lot of chaos in these fights. And it doesn't really help Vamos that every time Nova gets a snap engage with his flicker ult, you have just a ton of damage that follows up. The YSS, the Moskov, the Ghost Bursters from the Fire Mist. It almost feels like there's no way to answer to that if you are Vamos.
Turns out that going for the Khalid trade for the Zeusin does work. You just needed the Faramis, which again, why did we not see this in game number 2? Look at how easy it was for Suelo this time around. Instantly, Zkeef isn't able to do anything this game. Hazel got the farm extremely fast on his signature. Ping MelQT got farmed as well. Game would have been faster if they didn't throw at the very end. But still, a solid performance from IG.
Yeah, and not only that, they were so ahead at one point that not only did they threw 4K away, Suelo went down twice and came back within 20 seconds. Faramis in a nutshell.
Man. That's the Faramis passive. Death is not an issue for this man. And it's so effective against Glue. I think we will see less Glue now as long as the Faramis is still around. Like, genuinely.
Poor guy.
Other teams need to be aware that this is a problem. Most roamers want to challenge it, and then they'll find out, nope, this is just designed that way. And so it should be an interesting meta going forward. I think Yetri also very nice return to the stage. The Vengeance Freya works out very well here.
Yeah, I think today most of the players that debuted the first time had a good showing, right? Like Favian, Suelo, Yetri. Well, aside from Rival, but that's a very separate conversation. But I think the changes that IG the IG made actually paid off, just like AC. And at least towards the end of the day, it's looking bright, right? IG has a date with SRG on Sunday. Then we get to truly put this Suelo Yetri composition to the test.
Indeed. And I am excited for that one. I'm pretty sure tickets are already sold out as well, so we should be able to look forward to a full house. Just look at the difference in damage dealt here, especially from Suelo. All the free DPS from the Ghost Bursters of the split. And despite that, Hazel nearly matching up. Man is YSS personified. Now, we already pointed out that the draft is quite crucial between these teams. We highlighted a lot about why IG's draft in Game 2 didn't work. So I think it's only fair we discuss a bit about why Vamos' draft didn't work here. Yep. The beginning was good, right? Starting off with the Glue and the Suyo and the Zeusin, of course. But then after that, it's a little questionable. Having the Melissa show her saved for last when it would have been perfectly fine as a 4th pick so that you could have a bit more flexibility in the EXP layer.
I still think the Moscow was the better answer, but let's say they pick Melissa 4th. I agree, right? Sabah would have access to maybe a better matchup, something that can help them deal with IG slightly better. Someone to, I guess, the Yuzong was an answer to trying to catch the Moskov and the YSS, but didn't really have that much of an impact if your early game was basically denied by a Faramis.
Exactly. It's an unfortunate case, and now Vamos knows, okay, the Faramis is an issue. Maybe Game 2 was to lull them into a false sense of security, but it's not as if the Faramis was banned that time around either. So, bit of a weird series, but a good showing on both sides. Sapat got a good debut with the Arlet, and then not so good with the Yuzong. But there's also a reason not as many teams are picking this hero. If he falls behind, he really doesn't do much.
Yeah, I mean, 2 turtle fights in a row, we saw the impact that IG has just with their lineup alone. Every single time Vamos felt like they've gotten the job done. NetherRealm comes out, basically negating their full damage rotation, and then Invictus strikes back. And even this one, it took them way longer than they should have just to take out Nova Escobar. And they had to do it for the price of 2.
I like the calls that IG is making. You can tell that they are a lot more directed. They're willing to be aggressive, to push the lead when they actually have the goal advantage. Far cry from what we saw before. Literally listed them as one of the worst late game teams in my recent power ranking because of how often they trio leads by doing nothing. And that is no longer the case. This was not necessary. I feel like it was just an ego challenge from LQT of like, hey, I could get that kill and get out 100% for sure.
I felt like even without Falcon there, he probably would still have died to the inhibitor.
Yeah, I feel like it. And then here was just Hazel getting caught out, thinking that he could melt people a little faster than he did. But even after those 2 deaths, there's just so much gold for Invictus that they just power through anyway.
Yep. They say money is power, money is key, and IG show exactly that. And with that concluded, IG shoots themselves up to 2nd place, temporarily overtaking Team Ray in terms of aggregate points. But Team Ray have a chance to change their standings again tomorrow because they will be going up against Team Flash, I think.
We still have 4 weeks of the regular season. It's such a weird feeling considering how long we've been a 6-week league. Now we have 8 weeks to look forward to, and the teams have more time to prepare, more time to understand their synergies and figure out their rivals. And I expect to see these rankings shift up a little bit over time. SRG still currently undefeated. We'll have some matches this week. It's hard to say whether that streak will end.
Yep. There is always a chance that it might end. Only 2 teams have drawn blood from them. One is Team Ray and one is IG. Both teams currently in the top 3. Team Flash, unfortunately, after today's loss, they now see themselves at -11 aggregate points. Things are looking extremely bleak. And like Adam has said, it's a race against time and they don't have much time left.
Well, speaking of time, tomorrow is going to be time for more matches. We've got 3 best of 3s for Saturday. Starting off with Vamos versus BTRM, followed up by Flash versus Team Ray, and then ending the day with SRG versus RRQ Tora.
Yep. And this rematch couldn't have come any faster. I thought we would have some breather after that first encounter in week 3, but the rematch is here. The match of the week, in fact, another Empire Derby between these 2 squads. And so far, RQ's record against SRG is still 0 series win in the past 2 years, which makes you think how much hungrier will RQ bounce back, because towards the end of the first leg, they had to suffer 3 consecutive losses. First to Vamos, then to SRG, then to BTRM.
As a result, because of that, RRQ Tora stocks not looking quite as good this time around. A lot of people were looking forward to the Kingdom's first meeting with the Giants, but now that is the 2nd meeting and the rankings are further apart than before. It's hard to really say if they can still put up that fight, whether they have learned enough across the past couple of weeks of losses and inconsistent gameplay to finally be the challenge that SRG is looking for.
But the good news for RQ fans is that the Kingdom actually brought in one of a experienced cavalry, and that is RQ Tora Widdy. So it does hang Super Yoshi in the balance. We'll find out tomorrow whether Widdy is going to be in the starting lineup. But I gotta say, for those who have followed their schedule, you know that RQ's next few matches are brutal. SRG, Vamos, and BTRM, all the 3 matches that they lost back to back to back.
And you can actually see that right here. The games between RQ Vamos and SRG Vamos are already sold out. So if you guys want to keep up with Vamos' journey through the 2nd half of this season, make sure you guys scan the QR code right now and grab your tickets for the remaining matches that you might be interested in.
Yep, even the one against BTRM is quickly selling out, and that's tomorrow. So there's still some slots for you guys to lock in your seats. But aside from Vamos, we also got to look at IG's remaining schedule. Their rematch against SRG has already long sold out, but against the rest of the other teams for the 2nd leg, still pretty much wide open. And I'm pretty sure with Suelo coming in as one of the bubbly characters that they have, those tickets are going to be selling out fast. And if they are not, get to it. 15 ringgits per ticket.
I really hope we get to see more of Suelo on the interview panel. He's just so good. It's rare to see players with this kind of charisma, and even rarer to see it in the mid lane. It's a role that usually leans towards the more quiet type of player, I would think.
That is true. Stormy, Izanami, Clawkun, Martizi. Who am I missing in the mid lane?
I would say Kim is probably one of the more...
Kim.
Like...
Yeah, Zine.
Yeah.
Most of them are quiet.
But no one matches the level that Suelo was able to offer. So make sure you guys grab tickets if you guys want to see more of him. And to thank all of you for joining us to the end of the day. Here we got one more QR code, one more redemption code that you guys can use to get some in-game rewards.
Yep, plenty of stuff coming your way. Every single time you tune into the broadcast, we will give back to you at the start of the show, in the middle, and towards the end, so that you will always have a chance to get some freebies.
But well, it's been an interesting start to Leg 2. First match was it's pretty interesting that the last match of Leg 1 and the first match of Leg 2, both of which involve Flash, were both questionable. But for now, that's the end of the day. Thank you everyone for joining us today. Make sure you guys tune in tomorrow for more matches. We'll see you then. Have a good night.
Tuh. Dia tak lihat.
Kena. Moskop, guys.
Mati.
Mati.
Klik. Tahan napas, guys.
Apa, man? Go fokus spear. Oh, kita mati!
Lihat, ini masih bisa. Lihat, cari. Bonjok. Fokus hero, guys. Tarik. Lagi. Orang.
Go di lord.
Orang lu.
Mati.
Kalau retri ya, Prap.
Aduh, yang penting gak kalah game.
Kalau retri kau, Prap. Selesai, Prap.
Retri menang game. Ayo, Jeten. Flick. Let's go lagi ya, Jeten ya.
Dulu, guys.
Nih.
Bentar.
Oke. And boy. Nice boy. Aku ring aku.
Abang, go suyo, guys. Suyo. Nice.
Tombak.
Lawan.
Respect tombak.
Apa tuh? Lawan je. Gue bisa ke Moskop, lihat gue. Dapat Moskop, guys.
Bawa lu, guys.
Nice game. Lagi. Main keep. Santai, keep.
Dari mana, Prap? Mati juga, Prap.
Woi.
Santai. Fokus lagi. Nih, tahu nih, guys. Cocok keluar, guys.
Berapa?
Main pan.
Nice team.
Ini tengok Moskopnya atas.
Energi guna nih.
Dapat guys. Mati.
Ini lihat gue lapu.
Tahu. Respect guys.
Oke, tahu.
Gua TB tahu nih. Ada imo gua. NS. Nice game.
Gua aman.
Nice.
Depan. Atas semua, boy.
Nice. Mati.
Lagi. Cepat.
Nice.
Aman 4, boy.
Let's go, bro.
Dua dia, Prap. Kalau mau. Ke depan.
Balik.
Boleh orang.
Nih, Soyu 2.
Ini orang boy. Melisa di sini. Orang. Lihat gua Melisa enggak?
Low.
Nice.